I more than welcome people vigorously and in a prolonged fashion disagreeing with me. But what I do not welcome is people bickering. Okay? You want to bicker? Go bicker with somebody else. And if people think that I'm short tempered and short fused, look at all the dumbasses that I have to deal with on a regular basis. Okay? Conduct yourself like an adult, whether or not I agree with your positions, and we'll get along fine.
Darth, you there?
Let me check. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. If I'd actually like to talk to you about, again, your Christian worldview, the 6,000-year-old Earth, if you're
Yeah.
willing to.
Yeah.
So last time we talked, we left the question. I left the question off of where the dinosaurs were if they were on the Ark, and then we kind of diverted from that to Neil deGrasse Tyson. So
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So I don't. Well, first of all, most dinosaurs are not large. I doubt whether Noah actually took any large adult versions on the ark of large animals like elephants, things like that. Okay. So the reason why you asked the question, when people raise the question about dinosaurs, is because they've already been indoctrinated into the evolutionary dogma about the past. Okay.
Okay.
Because you've been indoctrinated in the interpretation about dinosaurs. They think that dinosaurs, that dinosaurs evolved. Dinosaurs. Well, you know what? This is not something that they can demonstrate. Okay.
hmm
Okay. So dinosaurs, along with other creatures, uh, maybe they didn't get it. Some of them didn't get aboard the ark. I actually believe that there were some of the larger dinosaur, the larger adult version of the dinosaur. Let me just rephrase this. Dinosaurs that would grow to large sizes were on the ark, but I don't believe that they were large. I believe that they were at a very young age and brought on there. I don't believe that they reproduced in large enough numbers, otherwise they'd be here today. That's why we have rumors about dragons in various cultures. Where do you think that came from?
I don't know where they came from.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said that they didn't reproduce fast enough then?
Well, that's typically what makes animals go extinct unless they're wiped out by some other predator.
Uh,
Also, I think that the environmental conditions um, before the flood, the atmospheric pressure was in all likelihood much greater. So the vegetation and even certain animals would have been of larger sizes. After the flood, the atmospheric conditions had degraded from what it used to be. And so this might have been a factor into why they're dead. If you take a look, I was watching a video. Hold on one second. I'll tell you what the name of the video is. And it deal with this very issue of dinosaurs. Let's see. Okay, it's Genesis Apologetics, the YouTube channel. Okay.
hmm
Okay, and they have some videos on this, and they deal with the fact that many dinosaur bones are found only within a specific region, in North and South America. So, from a flood uh, point of view, that these creatures all lived within a pretty in a specific region on the Earth at the time of the flood.
Yeah.
Okay, or a lot of them did. and or in other words, that their population disbursement was greater, or the density of their population was greater in these regions than they would be in other parts of the world. And so this is why so many of them got buried in the same area. Okay. So there's no dispute over the data. There is a dispute as to how the data is to be interpreted. Just like I said about like the Grand Canyon, were all these sedimentary layers dispersed? Was it laid down slowly, or was it laid down quickly in a catastrophe?
Yeah. So then
Yeah,
were dinosaurs and people on the same continent then at the time of the flood?
Well, there could have been a situation where we had a kind of Pangea situation.
Okay.
I happen to tend to believe that the rapidly moving plates in plate tectonics was a part of the factoring of the worldwide flood.
Okay.
So do I believe that dinosaurs were present with humans? Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I have a question for you, Darth.
Yeah.
So, do you believe in Noah's Ark, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
There were 100 species on Noah's Ark, right?
I don't know. There were what?
Yeah, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I said, what did you say?
100 species on Noah's Ark.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
All right. But so they say at least, and let's pretend though for a moment that
no, it doesn't say species. He brought on kinds. Kinds are different.
But
certain kinds of creatures, through many successive generations of reproduction, can result in speciation.
All right.
And so there can be inherent genetic information through reproduction where certain genetic information gets expressed, and then you have speciation, not as per, a Darwinian speciation.
But then my question comes that, so it was Noah and his family and species, but there are several 100,000 species. How come that there are 100,000 species, but about, say, 100 more or less on Noah's Ark?
You're not understanding. He took representative kinds from certain kinds of animals. Look, we have many different species of bears, but all you would need to take in is one kind of bear, and inherent within the genetic pool through reproduction and then geographical disbursement, you can have polar bears, you can have grizzly bears, you can have black bears.
And how many years do you think it was since Noah's Ark happened, or the flooding of the world?
Right at the moment, I couldn't tell you. Okay,
a million years,
4 or 5,000 years.
Okay, so if they brought one kind of bear, then that would be the proof of rapid evolution, wouldn't it?
No.
If you had one kind of bear,
then
you could have polar bears. Hold on, Darth.
You're not understanding. It's not evolution in a Darwinian sense, okay?
Darth, hold on 2 seconds. So, if you had one kind of bear, say black bear, for example, then you have polar bears, you have grizzlies, you have bears in Europe and Eurasia, which doesn't even exist in the North Atlantic, in the Americas.
You're not
so can you explain to me? No,
yeah,
Darth, wait 2 seconds. So can you explain to me how that happens?
You don't. Well, it's very simple. Okay, inherent within the genome of various kinds, there is unexpressed information, and only a portion of it, certain characteristics, will be expressed at a time. Do you know the difference between a genotype and the phenotype?
Please elaborate for the rest of
you've never heard of that?
For the rest of the audience,
this is what Darth Dawkins does all the time, sophistry.
Yeah, right. Like, tell us.
How is that sophistry? How is that sophistry?
You don't know, so you lose the argument. No, that's not how it works.
Okay, one more time. How? Oh, it's you again. You're back again. I just looked a note on your thing. Okay, so be specific as to how I'm guilty of sophistry. Let's see who the sophist is.
You always use terms that other people might not know.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Come closer to your microphone. If
you're always using terms.
Would you not? Hold on a second. if we're going to disagree, I want to be able to hear you clearly. Go ahead.
You're always using terms that other people might not know and using it in contexts that they might not understand and then claiming that they're dumb or they lost the argument because they don't know what you mean.
That's false. I call people dumb when they refuse to listen to me to explain things to them. That's why I call them dumb. They're willfully dumb. So you are incorrect. Why are you over talking me? I let you make your accusation. I'm responding to you. After I get done, if you want to make further criticism, you're more than welcome to. Now, I call them dumb when they put it on full display, when they refuse to even listen to an explanation. Okay? So go ahead.
Yeah, so why don't you explain it? Go ahead.
Whenever somebody says to me, I don't know what you mean by this or that, I always attempt to explain it. Now, you still haven't explained how I'm guilty of sophistry. What is sophistry? What is sophistry?
I have known you from 2 years ago when you.
Okay, did I just ask you a question?
You've been using.
Did I just ask you? Listen, do you want me to mute you? Do you want me to mute you? Are you going to conduct your? Listen, last warning. Are you going to conduct yourself like an adult?
So when I try to answer the question, you overtalk.
Okay, last warning. Last warning. I'm more than willing to listen to your criticisms. Okay, fucktard. But if you're not going to conduct yourself like an adult, I will server mute you. Do you understand?
Well, sorry, Darth, but he was actually trying to answer the question.
Be quiet, please. I don't need your help. So, Birds, are you going to conduct yourself like an adult?
Yes, I said.
Good.
When you use esoteric.
Now, I heard that already.
Oh my God.
I heard that already. Yeah, listen to me. You're probably so accustomed to being a loose cannon, you're not even aware that you're a loose cannon. Now, I'll tell you one more last time. If you don't conduct yourself like an adult, you're going to be server muted. I'm going to give you the red badge of courage. Now, I asked you a question.
This is not a debate.
Okay, listen to me. I will listen to you. Okay? Wow. You're so oblivious to your own persona. You haven't changed since the last time I talked with you at all. Now, I asked you a question. What is sophistry?
You have been using esoteric terms, which is sophistry, and then when people don't know what you mean, you claim that they're dumb or that you've won the argument.
What is sophistry?
I've just explained to you what it is.
No, that is not what sophistry is.
Well, this is my definition of sophistry.
Oh, so now you're using proprietary terms. Is that correct?
Yes, this is my definition.
So guess what? You have just fucked yourself because you just did what you just accused me of. That I'm using terms that that you define yourself. You said I'm using terms that only I understand. But you just told me that now you're using a term. Wait a minute. You just condemned yourself. Did you not use the word sophistry in a unique way, the way you defined it, rather than the standard definition?
This is not an interview. Yes, I did. However,
okay, good.
No,
so you're now.
However, unlike you, I explained what I mean, and unlike you,
carefully. No, sir.
Unlike you, I never said I won the argument.
Okay, last warning. Okay, I should have server muted your dumb ass because you're bickering again. Now, you just did. If okay, you're gone. Okay, open mic. Now, listen to me. You are now using a term in an esoteric way, but you didn't explain it until I insisted that you did. So you're guilty of the very thing you're accusing me of. Okay? So sophistry is not simply using terms that may be unknown to the listener. That is not the definition of sophistry. So you're admitting that you're using a non-standard meaning for sophistry, and it's esoteric because it's proprietary to you. So you are guilty of the very thing you accuse me of.
I'm sorry, but I don't do semantic debates. Yes, it is proprietary. I agree with you.
Hey, dude, did you just use a term that was esoteric?
I use something proprietary, but I do think it's the normal definition. If you don't start
answering my direct question, you're going to be done.
I am answering you.
Listen, okay, goodbye. You're such a
So thank
dumbass.
you.
You're such a dumbass.
How do I do
But
it?
Okay.
Darth, can we go back at the debate at hand, or
In a
the
second.
question round?
He's such a dumbass. Okay. That's strike 2. I'm going to mute your microphone. Oh, and he leaves. What a moron. He says, I'm guilty of sophistry. Then I said, what? How am I guilty of sophistry? Oh, well, you're using terms that are esoteric. In other words, there are terms that I have defined in such a unique way that the other person is not accustomed to or aware of. But then when I asked him, what is sophistry, right? He gives an esoteric definition of it, which is not a standard one. The guy just shot himself in the foot.
Okay.
Would nuance have been a better word than esoteric?
No, sophistry has to do with using cleverly sounding arguments, okay? Now, if somebody is purposely using terminology that he knows that the hearers for certain aren't going to understand, then you could say that's double talk. That's not why I use certain terms. If I use any term and somebody says, could you tell me what that is? I ask them. When people use terms that I haven't heard before, I immediately say, could you tell me what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
But
Darth,
one more thing. Okay.
sure.
So I've dealt with this guy in the past. He's as unhinged as he was a couple years ago.
Okay. So Darth, you were trying to explain something about genome. We were talking about black bears, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So
would you please
when it comes,
enlighten us?
I'm trying to answer you. Okay.
Nice.
So that we know that in the genotype there can be varying degrees of. Hold on a second. There can be varying degrees or levels of unexpressed genetic information that makes its way into the phenotype, which is the actual physical characteristics. Okay. There are certain things that are turned on and turned off. Okay. Now, it can very well be that in terms of, like, for example, inherent within the human genome, within Adam and Eve, there's a variety of genetic information and then would eventually be expressed through many levels of reproduction. And so then finally we get people who are light skinned, dark skinned, sometimes red skin, people with different shape eyes, color hair. And then as these things get expressed, or this information is turned on or becomes dominant, and then there is further reproduction, it can become dominant in terms of Mendelian genetics. So the same thing can be true. Like, for example, did you ever hear about the black couple who gave birth to a white baby?
That is that can happen. That's because
because
it's like gingers, for example.
No.
It's
worse than
family
that.
tree.
It's worse than that. Okay, it's because there was unexpressed information or information that was either dormant, or I'm trying to remember what's the opposite of dominant. It's recessive. Okay, the fact of the matter is there can be dormant, unexpressed, or recessive information that in reproduction in a given population of an organism, that it's called they can refer to it as what is genetic drift. Okay,
Well,
and then certain traits can be reinforced. So here's the problem. The problem that you're proposing is not a problem at all. Okay, so what we have is God in the original creation, placed within various kinds of animals, more information that is expressed in the phenotype, but is inherent within the genotype. And then by the time we come to the point where Noah brings animals on the ark, he wouldn't have to bring every species of bear that live on the planet right now. Okay, all he would need to take is a couple of bears, okay, who had the various traits in the phenotype that through successive reproduction and what they call population genetics and genetic drift, where the unexpressed information becomes expressed and then becomes dominant in reproduction.
But Darth, can I answer?
So do you
one of the
understand?
things you bring up.
Have you ever heard of the speciation within a creationist model?
No. But can I
Okay.
answer the things
Yeah.
you've put
So the
through,
number
right?
of species, Noah
No.
wouldn't need to bring all the land species animals that we have today. Okay.
Yeah. So Darth, what you said about the black couple, I can reinforce that argument with, for example, gingers, right? Say if you have a kid, right, and it turned out to be a ginger, but neither you or your wife or your grandparents or hers were gingers, but one of your great grandfather was ginger, and that can go through the generations. It's like diseases; you can inherit that, even though it was from your great grandfather. So it is true, absolutely. But I searched up exactly how many species, and it's 8.7 million species, which
Does that include?
scientists have.
Does that include all of the sea creatures?
I'm coming to it. So this is by National Geographic. In 2019, scientists have estimated that there are around 8.7 million species of plants and animals in existence. However, only 1.2 million species have been identified and described so far, most of which are insects. So then that begs the question, Darth. What you're describing is kind of like a rapid evolution of Darwinism, I would say, of what
No,
I've interpreted.
no.
What
Have
I
you even
have interpreted.
have you even read even one article from places like Answers in Genesis or Creation.com by where they explain this alleged problem? Have you even read one article on the opposite side?
What I have, I'm taking the problem of
So the answer is
to answer your question. No,
hey
I have
fuck,
not.
okay, good.
But
Listen,
I'm
when
talking
I
and
ask
you're
you, okay, you're
interrupting
gonna
me.
overtalk me.
Darth,
Listen to
you're doing the same
goodbye,
thing.
goodbye. Hit the road, Jack. Where do they grow these people?
Alright, can we go back to the original conversation then?
Sure.
Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I forget where we left off because everybody was talking. But I'm gonna pivot less from dinosaurs now and talk about the actual Great Flood theory itself. And I just want to ask you, like, a simple question. Do you think right now there's enough water on the planet to flood every single continent and every single landmass?
Okay. This is an objection that people raise all the time, and they don't realize how bad it is. Okay. Are you under the impression that the flooding of all the continents would mean that water would be covering the earth and water reaching its own level, that water everywhere across the earth, above the continents and the seas, would be at the same level?
What do you mean by that? Do you mean that everything's at the same, like, altitude? Because...
Okay. So for example, let's say let's say that the average land area is, let's say, let's just say, for the sake of argument, hold on a second. Sorry, I had a problem with a dog.
That's fine.
Let's just say, just for the sake of argument, that the average level of the land is 50 feet above sea level. Okay.
Okay.
Do you think that the water table, when all the continents were flooded, would have to be at the same height everywhere, including over the oceans?
Yes.
No.
If the entire planet was to flood,
You're not.
then there would have to be enough
Okay.
enough water to flood.
You're not understanding the nature of the flood. Okay.
Explain it then.
Yeah. Let me try to explain to you the problem here. Okay. That is not the. That's an amateur's approach to the flood model. Okay. Now,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that the flooding of the planet just simply came from rain?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, so most creationists you will find who have far greater expertise than I do have the following model, is that the Bible says it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. But this was probably symptomatic of what was happening in terms of the catastrophic upheaval of the earth, that God was using plate tectonics, okay, to separate the continents. And as a result of numerous, it says the fountains of the deep erupted. Now, many people think that the fountains of the deep simply means water. It doesn't have to refer to water. It can refer to subterranean lava flows, okay, which would be indicative of geological upheaval and rapid plate tectonics rather than plate tectonics happening over billions or billions of years. So from that, we would have numerous massive recurrent tsunamis, unlike the world has ever seen before, right? And what it would do is floodwaters would spill over onto the continents of either side where they're surrounded by waters. And because water will seek its own level, okay, it will flood onto the land. And as more water comes in, it will reach its own level until it's drained from the continents. Okay? All right, I have to step away. Hold on.
He's deafened. If y'all wanna, this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm confused where this argument is going.
Oh yeah, I'm confused too, and I'm noticing too that he's not answering my question. I asked him if he thought that there was enough water on the planet right now to flood every single piece of landmass on the planet, including the highest point of North America, Mount Logan, the entire Himalayas, the Andes Mountain Range, everything.
That's a great argument.
Yeah, he didn't answer.
I feel like he's just muting people before anyone can have a proper debate.
Even if you melted all the ice, even if you melted all the ice caps right now, at this very second, that would not be enough water to flood every single piece of land.
Yeah, but you're not dealing with logic. You're dealing with magic. Forget about it.
Wait, I mean, that's not even a relatable argument right there.
He can't.
Well, that's what an all-knowing, eternal thing that needs to be the foundation for everything means.
Real quick,
enough water. It means enough water.
Hey, real quick. If your argument is like today's understanding of ice, whatever caps melting, we don't know how we understand that they were larger back in the day.
You're talking about physics again. We're talking about people who can do virgin births, raise people from the dead. Like, you can't compete. What are you doing?
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't compete.
Glory to Jesus Christ, King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Here you are, just a bunch of hand jabbers.
Praise
Jesus
God.
Christ, whatever.
Can we talk about the historical Jesus, or am I?
Well, it is what it is, right?
What do you want to talk
I'm
about?
waiting for Darth to come back.
Yeah, fuck it.
I don't even think
he won't come back.
He's probably not, because he did this the last time.
How old are you?
How old am I?
If you guys haven't quite caught on yet, Darth Dawkins probably runs a business from home.
That's right.
I mean,
that's exactly right.
He's doing a shit job at it then.
No. What's going on is this is a hobby for him. He probably puts on his headset, listens to NPR once in a while. No, he wouldn't listen to NPR. He probably listens to Rex Humbard reruns.
What if he multitasks? Like, what if he does this and does his job at home at the same time?
There's probably like an accountant or some shit, and like he just like talks to us.
I heard from the grapevine he works on teeth. He builds teeth.
He won't come back because
Have
apparently.
you ever heard a little?
He makes tea.
No.
Okay, guys, can you please not like speculate about what Darth does in his off time?
Testosterone, or he like makes sort of tea bags.
They're
Yeah, he
called
makes
dental
Yeah, he's the
appliances.
tooth fairy. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so who wants to be the Darth right now? Who wants to fucking make the argument?
What's the argument?
That's not a very good
If
offer.
you're gonna act like Darth, you gotta have his accent. Though.
I can play
Bye-bye.
devil's advocate. Fuck you guys. Let me go. I'll do
Hey,
it.
hey! Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak.
Don't forget about the okay.
I'm gonna mute you if you
Bro,
won't let me
word.
speak.
a lot of these people in here sound so young, man.
Fucking Dawkins.
How old are you?
Yeah, how old is this guy?
How old are you?
I'm just kidding.
How old is the un-London kid? You sound like 15, 16 years old.
When you ask how old someone is, are you asking like how old are all the molecules they're made of? Because that could be like way older.
Then I can't answer
Oh
that
my.
question because I don't know how
No,
old
I'm
you
the
are.
Correct way to
asking
ask
a
it is how long have you
general
been
question.
alive? Right?
Yeah, some of that water that he
age
drank
is
was
just
pissed out by Hitler.
Wait a second. If age goes by the age of your molecules, then that's kind of
Maybe it was dinosaur piss. I don't know.
I don't know. Age would be just a number, you know.
That'd be pretty cool.
Wait, do you take it that age is sometimes not a number? When is age not a number?
It's a symbolic representation.
What? Dude, there are so many retards in here. I gotta chill. I'm gonna read it.
True.
I'm just getting it all out, man. Where did Darth go?
That's a good question.
He's
We have
delivering teeth.
We have recreated Darth, and we're gonna argue with them.
He's the anti-tooth fairy. He doesn't take teeth. He delivers them. Takes their money.
Sounds much more scary.
Yeah.
You just sleep in there, and he just rams a
So
tooth in your
that's
face.
what I have to do to get my teeth worked on is put some money under my pillow.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
I'm gonna
As
turn.
he- As he's leaving there.
All right.
If
Boris, how
Darth
old are you?
existed, we should make him.
Who, me?
I think
Yeah, where's the
Darth.
Darth soundboard at? We need one.
Come on, Darth.
I don't.
I will join. I will be Darth. I will be Darth.
I'm Darth's older
Let me know.
brother.
Oh.
You're older? You're
Let-
like in your 80s then.
Yeah, I'm his older brother. I'm very embarrassed
Yo,
at the
who's
way
like
he acts.
screaming in the background?
I think it's me.
Oh no! What the fuck?
Is someone like getting murdered in your house? What's going
That's
on?
clanging. That's
No,
clanging
it's a stupid
teeth.
parrot.
the children in the basement are breaking out. Go get them.
So, what do you guys think
Buddy.
about criminalizing homosexuality? I've been thinking that it's a
I'm gonna
public
guess you're for
health
it. I'm gonna
issue
guess.
because
let Darth
homosexuality
speak.
involves the slow destruction of the digestive
Who?
system.
Who?
Okay.
What?
Other system?
What do you
the
mean by
fuck
that?
are you talking
Digestive
about?
system.
Who said that?
Let Darth speak.
I think as
Darth.
good citizens, we should outlaw sodomy at the very least. Like
Who
keep
should?
homosexuality legal, maybe. I don't know. What do you
Who?
guys
I
think?
don't know. I think
But-
Darth
but
might.
Why would
agree
that
with
be
you,
beneficial?
Sodomy
So no more
includes-
destruction of the digestive
Gotta
system,
look up what
specifically the
sodomy is.
rectal cavity.
Is there a reason?
We
to
better
think-
outlaw Taco
Is there a
Bell, too.
reason to think that
I was saying we should probably outlaw Taco
homosexuals
Bell.
are?
I'm actually very upset
Is there a
about
reason
this.
to think
because
that
I-
homosexuals are any less healthy?
Yes.
100%.
So dumb because
100%.
I ever
What
fucked my
reason is
girl
that?
in her
So-
ass, and I'm very upset about this. What are we talking about?
First
Like,
of all,
it is
we have
so
the
dumb.
destruction of the digestive system happening. That's number one.
Okay.
We
What
don't
reason
need
do you have to
taxpayers
think that
spending money
that's
on
the
people
case?
who
What reason
are
do you have
just
to think that that's the case?
overindulging in pleasure,
No,
right?
let's stick on
And
the
the
first
second
one.
point is
Let's
that
stick on the first one. I'm asking you for evidence to affirm
you're
the
like
first
60% more
Ever.
likely to be obese as a homosexual, and I can pull up the statistics on that for sure.
So
You're telling me not
what I'm
to fucking
asking
come in my
for is
girl's
evidence for
ass?
your first
I'm so
claim with
sad.
respect to the digestive tract health. Do you have
Yes,
evidence?
yes. So,
for that? Yeah.
so the harsh reality of sexual intercourse amongst homosexuals is that they pervert the use of the reproductive system with the digestive system, and they destroy the rectal cavity.
reproductive system.
So what is your evidence? What is your evidence for this? What is your evidence that there's this systemic health drawback to anal sex?
And it makes no difference. You know, I pointed out to certain atheists.
That was Darth for a second.
As you heard.
Everybody got scared when they heard Darth.
You see, if you're homosexual, you're gay. So that's kind of gay.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Guys, I've only ever come in my girlfriend's ass. Only, because obviously I can't.
And it makes no difference.
What?
Who?
It's fine. I don't understand what this guy's saying.
Who?
You don't so fucking confused.
Who?
First of all, you assume that you have a girlfriend.
We should fucking fuck girls in their pussy when
Here's one.
you don't want to knock them up.
Syphilis was almost eradicated, but made a comeback among homosexual men. Source: AmericanThinker.com/articles 2015. The gay agenda. Blah blah blah.
Just post it.
The gay agenda. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This
guys, we gotta fuck girls in their pussy. Oh no.
The gay agenda to destroy humanity slowly by spreading HIV.
And gaily.
Rex.
Yo, dude, see that the LGBTQ plus just keeps on getting more accepted. Just see about
Gay
it.
men are 60
I'm
times more likely to have HIV than straight men. Source: NCBI.
Okay, wait.
These are just some of the dumbest arguments.
There are some STIs.
You guys are just seething and coping so hard. I'm gonna post it in voice links. I posted.
Okay, wait. So even if you show me that gay people have more HIV than straight people, so what? Straight people? Wait. So what? Straight people have like more like.
Are you gay? Are you gay? That's my question. Are you gay?
No, actually, I'm straight.
You sound really flamboyant and homosexual. I'm gonna be honest.
Cool.
Here.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's not.
You sound really. You sound really monotone and boring. So we all have our flaws.
Why should I take it as insult? Do you encourage people to get HIV?
Yes.
Huh? No. Why would I encourage that?
How is that encouraging people to get HIV? If you use protection, it's pretty clear.
I like how you also like completely divulged from the topic.
Diverged, not divulged.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Should we ban cigarettes then?
Yes.
Because they can cause lung cancer.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
We should.
We're not.
Yes.
We're not that guy. Come on.
So your point doesn't stand anymore, huh?
But we should not ban alcohol because it does actually have health benefits.
So yeah, should we ban alcohol?
I mean, all I gotta say is thank God I'm not gay.
Should we ban straight?
I should ban it unless we're.
What's really funny is that a lot of the people who complain about these sorts of things being like legal are also the kind of people who complain about like Big Brother and the surveillance state.
I don't know what Big Brother is. Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, I don't have a Big Brother.
1984.
I've never seen
I was
Big
not
Brother.
alive during 1984. Thank you.
I was.
Yeah, pretty
By
much.
George Orwell, I believe in 1948, which is why he selected the year 1984.
That anarchist, yeah.
Transposed the digits. The idea of 1984 is in reference to like a very authoritarian government that controls micromanages the lives of all of its citizens.
Oh, like Hearts of Iron.
Why are you coming at people who are, if or not using certain like things? Like,
I have no idea what you're asking me.
Yeah,
Bro, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm saying that you're talking about people using different
Are you drunk?
Hey, all right, bro. I'm looking at your
Yes,
rules.
I'm
I see
drunk.
the
I'm
anarchist
sorry,
role.
no.
I can automatically tell your opinion.
I can turn you down then.
Okay, it's fine. I'll be quiet.
I can hear that alcohol voice.
He's
drunk.
A little bit drunk.
I'm so fucking drunk. I'm sorry.
Scythe. Is the digestive system lawful?
If it wasn't
in the holy
Horace, I can't hear you coping over all these atheists. What would you say?
Is the digestive system one holes or two holes?
Why did God give man the digestive system?
Topologically,
That's
a very
it's just-
tough question, Boris. I think it's different per sex, actually.
No,
Well,
it's,
but
so
you
it's
said you shouldn't have sex with it.
It's topologically.
Does a straw have one
Topologically, it's
hole
just
or
one
two
hole.
holes?
A straw has one hole.
Yeah, look, God blessed me with 2 ears, but I can't understand 2 people at the same time.
It's one hole. It's one hole. Okay. It's a
So
fact.
the digestive system is one hole.
Yes,
It's just got
yes.
like pinched off in different places, and it's all kind of twisted, but it's
Oh,
one
because
big hole.
if you're gonna say 2 holes, he's gonna say it's a long singular hole.
There's
Okay, this
actually,
guy's a troll. This guy's an atheist.
Well, I'm not an
I might
atheist
be
at all.
drunk as fuck.
There's
but
thousands
this
of
is
holes in the digestive system because they all
hilarious.
line amongst
Top-
the.
Topologically,
yeah,
it's a torus. Torus has one hole.
Subhanallah, that is the
I.e., its
truth.
Euler characteristic is 2.
Yes, the digestive system is porous. Absolutely, that is a miracle of God.
Change all.
I agree.
Amen.
So Scythe, would you, if you got a girlfriend, you would never let her suck you off, right?
I wouldn't be interested
That's
in
a
that.
beaver for you.
Well,
Yeah,
because
personally
that's
speaking.
that's also included.
Why do you
in
sound like
sodomy,
Richard
by the way.
Nixon?
But I would like to point out that I believe oral sexual
I never thought
intercourse
about that.
is actually explained in the Songs of Solomon. So it might not actually be immoral to engage in such acts with women.
Today is saved.
Okay, but why should we listen to the Bible?
Why not?
You know what's funny?
Well, the
I was
Bible,
talking-
wanna know what
that's
is funny?
I
You
actually
shouldn't
reject your
be quiet.
hypothesis. You can't listen to the Bible because it doesn't speak,
So,
but you should
wait,
read it.
you know what's funny? So I'm
Why should
Muslim,
okay?
right? Wait, I have you know what's funny?
Let the woman speak.
I'm Muslim,
No,
right?
she's retarded.
Okay. Oh,
Hey,
I am.
women have rights
Let
too, guys.
the woman
Women have
speak.
rights.
She has
I wanna
territory
know.
in her about me. Get out of here.
She has brains. Let her go.
As it says, she, her in her roles, please, guys.
So why are you looking
She's
at
gonna
my
say
about
what?
me?
Like
Let her talk.
Can we get
Okay,
can we
so
get some
I'm Muslim.
moderators to
I'm
mute all
Muslim,
the
and
men?
I was talking to
Mute
this.
this
I'm
motherfucker so
talking to
this
this
bitch
other
can
Muslim.
talk.
I was talking to this Muslim guy who's like way more conservative than me, right? And I was
That's
like,
crazy,
okay,
but I
like,
don't ask.
okay, but listen. So I was talking to him. I was like, okay, so like, why is homosexuality banned, right? It's like, you know, like if you
Like,
do
oh
it
my God.
anally, if you do it like anal or whatever, it's
That's
like
a really interesting
haram.
story, but I
Oh
like
my
don't
god,
care
let
at
me
all.
get to my fucking
Let the
point.
bitch
Holy
talk.
Can we
fuck.
have a moderator mute all the
He
men?
was saying
Thank you.
he was saying
No, go kill
sodomy.
yourself.
He was saying sodomy is haram, right? And I was like, okay, so like, what if my boyfriend or husband ever asked to do it that way, right? He said, okay, well then you have to turn over and do it, right? Like as a joke, whatever. I'm like, okay, if it's the same thing, the only difference is like we're heterosexual and we're doing it. But it's like if the sex act is the haram part, what? Like I don't understand. So if heterosexuals do the sex act, why is it suddenly not haram? Like I don't get it, right?
Can you repeat all that
So,
again?
subhanallah, that is a good question,
This is why Islam is
sister.
the most ridiculous religion
She,
ever.
her asked a
period.
great question. It is actually wrong for men and men to do it, and also for men and women to have sodomy. It's wrong both ways because it's a perversion of the digestive system. Subhanallah.
He keeps
Why do
going
you
back to
why
the
do you say
fucking
it's a
digestive
perversion?
system, dude.
Yeah,
Oh.
define the term perversion, please.
Is this
Define it.
is this a
I mean,
perverted
essentially, it's like the
This is the Catholic
misuse.
argument.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you think it's a perversion to walk on your
Fucking
hands
dumb
since your hands aren't meant for walking?
Yes.
Yes.
Where the hell is morality coming from?
So you would you think it's just as immoral to walk on your hands as it is to have anal sex?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
There's no question about it.
this
I think
reductio
you
to
have
self
to
Like
really
ridiculous you
mute
sound
your
right now.
mic and think about these things before you ask such ridiculous
This
questions.
is
Yes,
a, this
next.
is a common. No, what's funny is that this is a really common counterexample to like stupid theories of
What did I
perverted
just tell
faculty
you?
and natural
What
function.
did I just tell you?
Yeah, what did he just tell you, Ben?
I mean, this is
I
the,
heard
Did you
what
mute your
you
mic
told
yet?
me.
honestly the way.
Yeah, okay, so mute your
Islam
mic
is,
and
like,
go think about the
ridiculous.
next question you ask.
Period.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ariana Grande.
You should look more
When
into.
The lady
when
said,
you-
guys,
when
the
you break-
Scribbles said
when you
something.
break
Scribbles.
Islam apart, it's
Scribbles,
just-
what was the question?
You should look
Nothing,
more
nothing,
into like patristic and Catholic defenses of the perverted faculty argument,
Sorry.
because there's like ways of talking about the function and like moral.
Okay, what is morality and how do you know it's to be true?
But
Yeah,
even
define morality.
Catholicism can
Mr.
be
Atheist.
like dialed down. You can't do that with Islam. It's so fucking ridiculous. Like
Here's
all
my
the way.
argument towards morality.
Oh wait, it's like wait, Bolyai is a Christian? What?
Yeah.
Here's my argument more
Even
Wait, why do
the
you sound
fucking
so stupid?
pedophile, even the fucking pedophile Catholic religion
Pedio.
is even
Pedio.
jokingly
Learn how to talk.
Pedio.
complete with when you compare it to Islam.
Your opinion
Do
doesn't
you know
matter.
that with an English accent, the name Peterphile sounds like pedophile. 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 Pedophile.
Everybody named Peter is therefore a pedophile.
No,
Yes.
not
And
really.
if you search launch a mass arrest
Logically
campaign of
follows.
everyone named
Logically
Peter.
follows.
Yes.
Logical deduction.
I actually have a question, okay? For Boli.
No.
Man, I'll answer for you.
Yes.
No. I expect somebody who's actually religious and intelligent to respond to this. Boli.
I'm
are you
neither
here?
of them, so.
Boli?
I'm all of them.
Yeah,
I
just
will
say it.
use-
I'm here. I'm
I
listening.
respect
Okay. I wanted to ask you this. Like, and forgive me if this is an incoherent question. Do you think that the fundamental principles of the fundamental mechanistical principles of the universe are something that God created?
That's
He
gobbledygook.
planned
What
for
is
that,
the fundamental
or they are an extent of His
universal
creation?
principle
Like they
mechanistics of the
followed
universe, bro?
the
You
initial
would
thought
say
of God when He
that when you
created
add
the
up the
universe.
generations in the Bible, that's how you
I
get
couldn't
6,000.
hear the last part
It
of
just
your
seems fucking
question
stupid.
because
So
some people.
I'm gonna ask again because I was rudely talked over. So do you think that the fundamental mechanistical principles of the universe are something that God
Principles aren't
planned
mechanisms.
for
What
in
are you
terms of
talking
like
about?
He
That's a
laid out
category
all
error.
the ways mechanistically our universe was from the large bodies to the micro world, or do you think that like those principles became out of the creation of the universe as an extension of God's will? Like He didn't necessarily plan
Mechanistical
for
is
them,
not
but
a
He knew
word.
they'll
Mechanistical is not a
manifest themselves
word.
once the
If
universe.
you said principles or
What I
mechanisms,
think
that's
my
a category
view
error
is
as well.
that
So
my view is that there's basically
you didn't ask any question
for
there.
the
man.
guy. Don't speak for the guy.
My view is that there's kind of like natural laws, and that the natural laws are not just descriptions of what do happen, but they're like what explains why things happen the way they do. So I take them to be more fundamental in terms of like the causal structure of the universe. And so I think when God created the universe, or however that happened, I think that's part of like the created order, was like instantiating those laws. And I don't think those laws are necessary. Like I think you could have had different relationships between things. You know, the right hand rule could have been the left hand rule, right? So
Yeah, but quick question: how do you define these fundamental laws? Like, for example, if you take gravity, you can't say gravity is a fundamental law of the entire universe because gravity is different in each individual place. How is
yeah,
it?
I wouldn't take gravity. I mean, in relativity, gravity isn't fundamental. Gravity is just the deformation of space-time by mass.
So, what would you consider a fundamental law in the universe?
I mean, like Maxwell's equations, the action principle, the Lagrangian and how it acts. Those are what I take to be fundamental.
Okay.
Right, like just basically all the invariances that follow from like Nerdist theorem, right? Conservation of energy, all that stuff follows from the Lagrangian. Well, diffeomorphisms of the Lagrangian.
Is there a possible like emergent law of our universe, like mechanistical law, that God did not plan for? Like he knew
so-
about every type of like mechanism in our universe even before he created it. Like
Well, yeah, I mean, I think God knows everything and counterfactuals and all that. So I think like when like before God created anything, he knew what all of the features were going to be of anything that, you know, of anything that is or that could be. as to like, could there be something that God, like, could there be an aspect of creation that God knew about but didn't specifically motivate God? Maybe, probably.
How so?
I
Are you
think,
an
like,
Arminian, real quick?
yeah, I'm an Arminian.
Okay, well that would explain it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of derailing here, but I kind of want to know your answer to like dinosaurs.
Oh, I'm old Earth, so.
So you're old Earth.
Yeah.
So
Old Earth,
what
evolution.
about do you believe in creation story?
Do I believe God created the Earth in 6 days? No.
Like creation of man is what I'm referring to.
Oh,
like
no,
Adam and Eve.
I think man was produced by, like, not out of dust. I think man was produced by, like, a evolutionary process that was guided by God as part of his creation plan.
So you're an Arminian. You're
theistic evolutionist. Yeah.
Wait,
Dude,
what?
he's just a Christian. He's just a Christian. Like just
Theistic evolution. So I like Alvin Plantinga, right? If you want to like compare my theology to someone's.
What? How do you pronounce his name?
Alvin Plantinga. His last name's kind of weird. It's P-L.
He's German. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Cool.
I'm gonna look into.
He's
this
German.
a
It's
bit.
not his fault.
But I mean, so you don't believe that Moses' story was accurate in the Bible?
I don't know specifically about Moses.
No, as in like Moses' story in Genesis. He wrote he wrote Genesis, right? So are you saying that Adam and Eve were
that Moses literally wrote that book?
The Bible says that he did. But with
my
regards
understanding is that it was an oral tradition, but yeah, I don't know about that. I don't have a firm belief one way or the other about that.
What? My real question was, what do you believe with the creation of Adam?
I guess
do you think that
don't
he had
know.
like a common ancestor with like a single cell
He
organism?
literally said he doesn't have a firm belief about that.
Well, no, I mean, my take is that humanity was produced by evolution. So whatever the evolutionary story is of how Homo sapiens got produced, I think that's what we have most reason to believe.
So that's kind of a deistic view of creation.
No, because I think God intervenes in such a way that I think like God is a sustaining cause of the universe, and that evolution progressed the way it did in virtue of God's desiring to bring about, humanity.
Wait, question. What do you believe, Caper?
I'm a young Earth creationist.
So like 6,000 years and like
more like
around
8,000, right?
Yeah, around eight. So
what is carbon dating?
Carbon dating.
There's a belief that Satan introduced carbon dating to kind of trick us to believe that the Earth was older than it actually is.
Do you think that the Earth has the appearance of age, or do you think the Earth doesn't have the appearance?
Not gonna lie, I don't think Darth's gonna come back, boys.
That's not the argument of that. That's not the argument they do. They say it's a circular method. That's the argument.
They do presuppose the history of the universe.
Okay, here's actually a better question. So, Caber, why do you believe that the Earth or universe is only 6,000 years old in comparison to, like, I guess what would appear to be like an overwhelming amount of evidence?
Special revelation.
I'm sorry?
Special revelation.
This is like the easiest question in the world for a young Earth creationist. All you have to say is that the young Earth creation story is like just as empirically adequate as like the millions and billions of years story, and that the difference is going to be in your presuppositions or your methodological assumptions.
Okay, yeah. Here's my
This is not a hard question.
Flaw with that. It's just like, I guess to simply explain why this isn't the case, you start with the conclusion, right? Like you just start with yes.
It's not circular reasoning.
No, but I'm just saying, you start with the conclusion, right? You just start with, yes, the
Everyone
universe is
starts with a conclusion.
No,
Yes,
well,
everyone starts with a conclusion.
Well,
Everyone
I guess
presupposes things to be true.
I guess besides the scientific whatever like dogma that you think these people have, what about how do you explain the historical narratives like of like civilizations, right? Like, do you think that it's reasonable to say that there were like ancient civilization like before 6,000 years ago because of anthropology?
Well, again, it's not technically. We don't believe that it's technically 6,000 years. We can date it back a little bit further than that.
Yeah.
But yes,
Okay.
that
Well, I
would be the
mean, do you
case.
think before 10,000 years?
Yes, that would be the case that they did not
How far
exist.
back do you actually go, though?
Did you say dated back? No, my question is how do you explain those civilizations?
Special revelation.
No, I'm talking about like extra biblical narratives of
Yeah,
civilizations.
the carbon dating is not adequate.
What about the
But
state
it's
of
not
light?
believe in carbon dating.
Do you
There's
believe in
no carbon dating
pharmacological half-life or like radioactive
Can I
half-lives?
finish?
I
No,
bel-
not
Go ahead.
all
I mean,
anthropology is
we
about
can do
carbon
this
dating,
little
right?
red.
No, if you're talking about stories that date back, like I don't believe them to be
Yeah.
special revelation from God. I believe that my story is special revelation
No,
from
but
God.
so okay, fine.
Right. So if someone says like Scientology, they say that human beings were planted by aliens. Like, okay, it's a story that would prove, according to them, that there was civilization tens of thousands of years ago. All right, I don't buy that story. Is that an answer?
Well, why do you buy the Bible? I think would be the follow-up, right?
Because of Jesus's death and resurrection.
Okay, so if you had Xenu's death and resurrection, would that make you believe in Scientology? What is it about death and resurrection that leads you to
Because
believe
Xena was
Bible?
an alien and Jesus is a human.
Well, Xeno is the bad guy too, so it's a bad analogy. But I think the thrust.
I'm not very familiar with the characters of Scientology. I was using it on a loosely generalistic.
There's a really good documentary called South Park that has.
Yeah, no, I've watched that. It's like 3
Okay.
parts on YouTube, but yeah.
Who wrote the Bible?
You get the thrust of my question, though, right?
It was inspired by the Holy Spirit, written by I think 42 or 44 different authors.
Moses was the original one.
Inspired,
Then
I
there was
agree.
like the
So
J
who
series writers.
How do you
There's like
know
a bunch
that
of
it's?
series.
How do you detect?
Why was the
that it's-
account of
How do you know
Judas
that it's
excluded from the
inspired?
Bible?
Like, how do you know that Scientology isn't inspired?
Who
in what
wrote the
Bible is?
world and
Who wrote
the
the world?
universe?
The account
Like
of Judas
Atlas
and-
Shrugged.
Don't
Well,
get
why was the
distracted by
account of
idiots.
No. Who wrote the universe? Let me put it that way.
Yeah, God spoke it into existence.
Why was the account of
Which
Judas?
one
Judas
should
How
you
could
look
God? How
to?
could God speak without there being space? Like speaking is like generating vibrations, right?
Well, that's just our poor understanding of it. If you're a deist,
What's
basically.
the appropriate understanding of speaking?
Well, at this point, you're
That isn't generating
speculating. You're speculating something that's not material in nature, creating something that is material in nature. We're talking about a logical fallacy with regards to that type of world.
What I'm asking you is, what does speaking mean when you say that God speaks? What does that mean?
Right. There's no airwaves, so how can you do it? Because he created something, so he
would be
it's like a
creating
metaphor.
it through that word itself.
Like,
well, how does
it's
God
like it's an act by create. Like he's communicating information by creation.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's
when
what a
you say
deist
that
would
God,
say.
well, I'm not asking what a deist would say. I'm asking what Kaber
Yeah,
would
because
say.
I wasn't here before, so
I'm not
apparently
asking
they
you.
lost.
Why are you talking?
Why are you even talking? It's
Because I'm asking Kaber a question.
Yeah, with regards to
you
this,
just go and I don't know.
with regards to the and again, you gotta your
I
mic
understand
is open.
analogy.
Hold
I
on,
get
someone's
analogical.
mic is open. Okay.
Yeah, your mic.
No, I was hearing a buzzing. Sorry. With regards to the type of scientific stuff that you're trying to explain right now, I would say that it's not really observable. So I don't have.
I'm not sure how that. I'm
a
just wondering
material
what it means
explanation.
when you say that God.
It is
speaks. What does that
observable.
mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that. I don't know what you think that means.
By action,
But-
right? So
but-
he creates a world, and then you can see it, and then that's like an art form or something. Instead of him talking
Why
to
are
you,
you talking?
you see what he created. Nobody's asking you.
Well,
You're not-
that's not technically
You're not a
what he's
relevant
asking me.
participant.
Hold on. That's not necessarily what he's
actually,
asking.
he is.
Goodness
He is
gracious!
irrelevant.
How
No,
is
he's
my
not.
question unclear?
Yes, he is. He's trying
Like-
to ask a question.
Why? Because somebody propped him up. Come on, he doesn't know anything. He's asking dumb questions.
Shut up. He wants the opinion of someone.
Somebody change this
Kaber,
guy's
if you don't-
diaper, please.
Kaber, if you're not interested in answering my question, that's fine. If you think my question is ill-founded, that's fine.
That's not me talking.
Right, I know, but you
I said
that's
I don't
either-
have a materialistic
Well, it doesn't.
explanation for that.
I'm not requiring one. I'm just wondering what you think it means. If you
Yeah,
want
that he created the universe, created the universe by speaking it into existence. We see the same.
What does it mean to speak it into existence? What does that phrase mean?
Ever heard
God
of ex
speaks.
nihilo? Ever heard of creation
What does
ex
it
nihilo?
mean
That's-
that God
that's the-
speaks?
Well,
What
we
does that
can
mean?
we can observe it different times throughout biblical history where God has spoken to his people.
Yeah, but all of that was like literal speaking, generating.
Do you
sound waves,
understand
right?
do you understand what speech means? It doesn't necessarily have to be waves and vibrations. It could just be communication, right, and words, right? But it doesn't have to be actual
It doesn't have to be
vibrations in the air.
spoken. Okay, so we're going to take speaking as a communicative act then? Anything that so it could be sign language, that could be speaking. So God
Yeah, but
communicated
but words are also
the world
acceptable.
into existence?
It says he
Is that-
spoke it into existence. Now, do I know exactly how that works? No, I do
I'm not
not.
asking you how it works. I'm just asking you what is the meaning of when you say that God speaks anything, even
He
divested.
created. That's what that means.
Okay.
Did he
But
also
the-
create the world in 7 days, or is that just a metaphor for us to understand?
It would be in 6 days. He created all things in 6 days.
He rested the seventh.
All right. Okay. But do we know what rest and days mean for God?
Why did God rest?
It
The
doesn't,
Hebrew,
it doesn't
the
take
Hebrew,
much to ask a scholar, guys. Like you just got this. Like,
the Hebrew
God
itself,
rests because he's tired.
bro. The Hebrew itself explains that that's a 24-hour period. That's why they use that terminology that's used in Genesis.
I've heard some Jews that say the word days in Hebrew can actually refer to periods. Right, just the word period. Right, it doesn't
It's
necessarily
not
refer to
how it's
24/7.
used in Genesis.
Yeah, I'm maybe I don't know, man. I was just heard some Jews say that.
Jews also believe that Jesus Christ is burning in hell covered in semen, so I'm not really like
Yeah, I thought Jews
too
didn't believe in
caring.
hell.
Yeah,
Sounds
that-
like an
that's-
accurate summary of their theology.
Yeah, it depends on the Jew you talk to.
Wait,
It's
who
a
has
hard.
more
You're dropping a
answers?
hard J there. It sounds like you're not a big fan of.
I don't
That's why you
really.
have to ask.
I
How
don't
many
care
people?
about
How many
answering
Jews
this
do you
question.
think? How many Jews do you think
Oh, yeah.
died in the Holocaust?
I don't know. I don't have
Bruh, what is this,
verifiable
bro?
proof.
What is this? What is this?
You don't
I
have
haven't seen any
verifiable
evidence
proof.
of Jews dying in the
No,
Holocaust.
I don't
What a
have.
shock.
Hey, real quick. He said how many? I said I don't know. I haven't. I don't have the evidence.
You
to
don't. You don't
suggest a
believe
number.
the 6 million story? You think that
A
there's not
couple.
enough evidence
You know,
to
actually, it could be
conclude
more.
that?
I
Hey,
like
real
belief.
quick.
I just
Real
like
quick.
belief. Okay.
I'm
I-
unconvinced.
Yo,
Yeah.
You have no
relax.
belief one way or the other. You're an atheist,
Bring me
Relax.
empirical evidence. Okay. Bring me
The-
scientific evidence.
agnostic about the Holocaust.
What's the equivalent of that? Like, you have the young Earth creationists. So if you believe like less Jews died in the Holocaust, what's the term for that? Like a lesser
Nazi.
Jew
The term for that is
believist?
Nazi.
This is like a meme, but yeah. I don't.
The term is anti-Semitic.
The number can be
Boom.
the number can be 6 million. It can be 6 gazillion. I don't know. I don't think there's verifiable proof.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, if I were to
To
try
be
to ask
honest,
someone in
who
this chat here
cares?
if they understand
Suppose it's possible they exaggerated,
eras,
but
Yeah, if you reject Jesus Christ being God, all the evidence for that, then like you obviously reject the Holocaust.
What?
Yeah, that's a non sequitur. And
Yeah, how
doesn't
the
make
hell
any
is
sense.
That's a
Yeah.
troll statement.
Oh, Cope, Seeth, you're welcome
Yeah,
to
you're,
feel however you want to
shut
feel
up,
about
you're,
it.
you're not funny. You're not funny. No one's laughing here, dude.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're basically
bang.
saying that
Yeah,
atheists
fuck
deny
you!
the Holocaust, but
It's pretty interesting that a Muslim.
Does that make
put
you
his
like
name as
atheists
Bang.
more? Are you considering becoming an atheist now?
no, stop memeing me. I'm about to mute you. Just letting you know. You're not being intellectually honest with me right now, so you can stop, or I can mute you.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Imagine
if this
believing
gives
in
you, like,
intellectual honesty.
Well, imagine denying the Holocaust.
when did I deny the
Imagine
Holocaust?
believing the Holocaust. Okay, and
When did I deny the Holocaust? This is the
That's what-
problem.
no, that's
with-
what-
Well, does denying Holocaust make you a
never
bad
said any
person?
names. I never said any
That's what-
names.
that's
Why
what
are you
Whoopi
assuming
Goldberg
I'm
is
talking about you?
The question was
That according to-
directed at me.
Yo, did the
so-
Holocaust happen though? That's the question.
Do you guys think 4 onions could cook 6?
Yes, see,
four
someone
ovens?
just said, did the
Here's
Holocaust
a
really
better
happen? No,
question.
that's the
If
question.
God doesn't exist and Hitler was a product of evolution, right? What's wrong with Hitler
bro.
killing the Jews?
Yeah, why is anything about that?
Is this
Yeah.
if
do
God
Jews
is dead,
really
then everything is
exist?
permitted?
Can we please mute these trolls? Please.
Do you guys think 4 ovens could cook 6 million cookies?
No, I think that's,
Potentially.
that's clearly outrageous. Like it's just like,
Yeah, free AK. It was more than
Yeah,
4
because
ovens.
clearly all 6 million Jews died in ovens.
Yeah, well, some of them were processed into
why were
soap
the
bars.
Every
why were
single
the
one.
doors?
Every
Why were
single
the
one.
doors
Hey,
wooden?
talking
Why
about
were they
shit.
wooden?
Who's talking like right now? Who's saying like that's ridiculous? All of the Jews that were killed in the Holocaust were burned and charred and
Nope,
buried.
not all of them.
That's not
I've
true.
never seen a burned
Some
Jew.
of them-
You can't prove that.
Yeah,
A bunch
why
of the
were
like,
doors-
a
why
bunch
were
of
the
the
doors in the gas
executions,
chambers
graves.
wooden?
there were
Why
mass
were they
there were
wooden?
mass executions in
Lit-
ghettos where they were
Why were they
shot
wooden?
with bullets and buried in mass graves.
Where are the mass graves?
Oh my
Where-
god.
You
Just
want the
look this
names
up.
of the cities?
Yo, where are the bullets, bro?
The question is
They're
The-
in the corpses.
Yeah, and where are the corpses?
Real quick, in order to get the number 6 million, and according to the Geneva whatever, we're dealing with an exact plan of how to burn, char, and bury remains in a way that can't be.
No.
Yeah, that's dude.
How about
These
5.9
people in
million?
mass graves, there is no like extreme diligence when it comes to burning everyone they killed. No.
That's how they explained it.
I'm sorry if you had incompetent teachers
Yeah,
or
but if
something,
you actually
but
do-
all
if you
this
actually
stuff
do
is
the
like freely
calculations-
available on the internet.
Listen, if you actually do the
I'm not
calculations, it
talking
does not
about
match up
teachers,
at all.
bro. I'm not talking about teachers, bro.
I don't know who taught you about the Holocaust then, but I'm telling you,
I'm
now
literally,
we've
I'm
got
literally referring from the Nuremberg trials itself, right? They're available online if you'd like to read
the
them.
Nuremberg trials do not say that every single person who died in the Holocaust was specifically incinerated. That no, that's not
And
a
it
thing.
makes no difference, you know.
Oh my god, no!
Well timed. Well timed.
At least play a different sound, because that was the same as 5 minutes ago.
No, it's funny. It's funnier if it's the same one in different
Can
contexts.
we get like a
But-
Darth Dawkins like voice changer thingy? What was it called?
Next time play one of those like screaming no.
Wait.
There used to be a soundboard, but unfortunately it was Flash Player.
Who is talking so loud, bro?
Okay, we're at the Nuremberg trials, wasn't
Me,
it? Testified
because no
that
one
6
listens
million
if I
Jews
don't.
died, 4 million in the camps, and 2 million through shootings by the operation units.
Yeah, but like how
Again,
the fuck? How the fuck
the
can
reason
you
why
cook that
the
many
reason why I
cookies
brought
in only
this up,
like 3 years?
The reason why I brought this up was because they explained how this is how they explain the 6 million number, because they don't have they don't have the hard evidence of the bodies themselves to count. So
What's my understanding that the
that was the point of me
senior
bringing that up.
officials
We don't have
to those
hard
numbers,
evidence of bodies for like fucking
but also-
anything, dude. Censuses, taxes, like no, we've got jacked in
okay,
terms of
then
that.
what's your evidence
The way we work on this is by like looking at the contemporary information available and building up like a structure here, right?
See, atheists want to believe that 6 million Jews died, but Jesus Christ like didn't die on a cross. Like,
What's
come on.
your evidence besides the empirical things?
We've got
I don't believe everyone American government tells me. I'm lying.
Jews and stuff. Like we know how many people were displaced from the area, and we know how many people arrived other places. That means the remaining people died.
Is that
like,
6
that's
million?
how that works.
A lot of Jews
Is that
actually went
6
to
million?
Israel when it was.
Listen, you
created.
got some decent error bars, but thereabouts.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
There's a lot of
The numbers
Jews
that the
went
numbers that I
to,
saw.
Oh yeah,
was
let's just add on an extra million. Just why not? Because we
57%
can't
of
account for them.
global Jews were in Europe, and 57% were in Europe, and that there was over 9 million Jews in Europe pre World War II. Angels was there when we were just looking this up the other day.
Yeah, and the teeth will deconstruct within the heats of the furnace. We looked that up.
Yeah,
There's no
Face
pilot
of Yah
teeth
kept
missing.
asking about where are all the teeth.
Where's the teeth? Prove it.
I mean, wasn't the gas that was claimed to burn or kill the Jews used to also disinfect the clothes from lice, which was the biggest reason for death that time?
Why is the Jews always the main focus of that?
No.
Not
Oh,
other
no.
ethnic
Because
groups.
they fucking run everything.
Plan B applied
Exactly,
that
but they
amount
never,
to humans
they never
is
talk
not
about.
delousing agent. It's
They never
poisonous at
talk
that
about
point.
other ethnic groups that were affected by the
To
conflict.
be clear,
That's
most
actually just to be
most
clear.
significant
Whoopi
also kill
And
people
Norman
in sufficient
Finkelstein
quantities.
wrote a book called The Holocaust Industry about how it was that the Holocaust kind of got framed to be like a uniquely Jewish thing.
Yeah, it
so
wasn't
there's
about
studies
Yeah,
already on
but
this,
like
that doesn't
I
have
always
anything
wonder
to
that.
do with-
Like we always talk about like how like Jews were affected, but we never talk about how it framed also other
Slavs and the Romani people.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
Jews were the poster boys. The poster boys for
such
it. Yeah.
like it just
I
doesn't
think
make sense to me.
that's not
Well, it's because
even.
there was an organized effort to make it a global, historical memorial thing in favor of Jewish people, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether it happened or the numbers or.
Not simply
Exactly.
just.
I just think the recognition is
And
what
There
is
was also the
ridiculous.
whole
Guys.
Mein Kampf thing, right? And the
But-
final
yeah,
solution to
but-
the Jewish question.
But regards to
That's right.
Regards to the
Final
narrative
It's not
itself,
doesn't exactly
guys,
take a lot of
Final
spinning.
solution. To
what they
the
were doing in
question.
Germany, was exactly what we were doing in the United States in the eugenics movement itself. So that's probably why.
Where
you
was
tailor
our
it
Auschwitz?
as-
No.
Where was
No,
our Auschwitz?
it's eugenics.
Where was our Bergen-Belsen?
That,
There are.
they were practicing
there are
eugenics.
quotes
from Hitler
Yes,
saying
and
that
where
they're
were
trying
our
to
different
death
ways to
camps?
practice
approach.
eugenics, eh? Like to some extent, sexual selection itself is like a kind of eugenics. Like,
Oh no!
I think
equating
that-
all
that-
sorts of
No,
eugenics. is
you know
fucking
what?
silly,
You know what it
dude.
is?
Tabor, I
Humanity.
think they're talking
Humanity.
about
You
the
know what it is?
sterilization,
If
not
you
about the extermination.
if you
Yeah, I don't
no.
understand that.
Here's the argument. In the United States, we do prenatal screening for Down syndrome, and that motivates a lot of abortions, which is basically
Oof.
that's the death camp right there. Boom.
I mean, yeah, clearly.
Pre what? Pre what?
Prenatal. So that's
Predated.
pre-birth.
Yeah, we went through that when we had our kid, and it's fucked up though because we had one test, they go, "Oh, your kid's like 95% going to have Down syndrome," and we were about to have an abortion, and then she goes, "Well, you can take this other test, but it's for sure it's probably going to say the same thing." So we took this other test, and it was fine. It was so fucked up.
there's-
It was so
one
pissed
of the
off.
one of the issues. Well, this is a
That's
common
hard.
thing with when you do screening tests. This is just a statistical thing. When you're testing for a really rare condition, you can have a really high false positive rate. Even if your test is highly accurate. So if you have like 99% specificity and sensitivity, but you're testing for something that has like a 1% prevalence in the population, then your probability of having the condition, given that you got a positive result on the test, is only like 50-50.
Right.
Yeah, she didn't frame it that way at all. She framed it more along the lines of, it's conclusive. Like it was such a fucked up way.
Yeah,
she framed
but the
it.
person talking to you probably might not be conversant with the statistics, right? Like they probably don't know the difference between sensitivity and specificity.
She should never converse about the
and
statistics ever.
positive predictive value and negative predictive value, right?
Applying statistics to the population, less than 50% of people understand fucking statistics, especially that style of statistics.
I thought it was
68%
Yeah,
of
she
statistics.
should be in the statistics department. She should be removed from that department.
Well, was it
55% of people understand
It's like
statistics,
the
and
OB,
65% of people don't.
Yes, that's right.
There
5%
are
did,
10 kinds
65
of
don't.
people.
That's right.
There are 10 kinds
Bunch
of
of
people.
Those who understand binary.
Hold on. Those who understand binary, those who don't understand binary, and people who didn't expect this joke to be intimidating.
You laughed too soon. That wasn't funny.
You laughed too soon.
Yeah, the whole
That was so
joke.
bad.
It's a
That was
joke.
a
That's a fantastic. I stand by that
binary.
joke. I stand by
Yeah,
that.
the Holocaust didn't happen.
Because you said binary and then you said three things.
Yeah,
No, he didn't
and
get the third thing out.
Okay,
the
if we
third-
want to
the
scientifically prove the
the-
Holocaust happened, we have to run a controlled experiment.
The third thing
right?
was,
and we have to prove that
the third
it's
category
like
of
repeatable and testable.
The
and
third
observable,
category
right?
of people was people who didn't expect the joke to be in ternary, right? Because 10 in base 3 is 3, not 2.
Okay. Right. It's binary and ternary. Ternary, binary. It's ternary. Yeah, it's a ternary question, not binary.
It's tertiary.
Tertiary is a better way to say it. Yeah.
Tertiary.
All right, then I got
Tertiary,
a
yeah.
different
Goodness
interpretation
gracious.
of the joke.
That's it. Tertiary.
It's true.
It's story.
That's the good thing about language. It means whatever you want it to mean.
You do have to define your terms when you start to get into nuance. I was raising that with Darth Dawkins, but as you know,
And it makes no difference, you know.
Does anyone know how some of those Twitch guys like have their donations play in a particular voice, like Morgan Freeman or Obama or whatever? Like, I'm sure it's just like a neural network out there that you can train. What?
You probably don't have to
Well,
train it. It's probably pre-trained, right?
God is good.
Well, it would be easy enough to get enough
there
voice
is
lines
one.
from Darth.
Yeah.
that
No,
we
there
could,
is one. Some
we could
guy-
make something happen.
You know, Linus
Yeah.
Linus Tech Tips, like
Yep.
Linus the computer. Like you can actually, there's one out there where you can like make them say anything.
What, Linus sex tips?
Sex tips, yeah. And PC repair.
Well, yeah, but I want to. I want a Dawkins one. You know, I want to buy a pre-trained one. I
There
want
used to be a Darth Dawkins soundboard, but unfortunately it was Flash Player. So
I do wonder if, like,
I heard a couple
modern
today.
voice synthesizers, if they do like style transfer things, where you can change like the mood of the person when they say the sentence, like speak this
Oh,
angrily versus speak this like
Sure.
seductively.
Why not?
But yeah, that's
why
what
not? Yeah.
That's generally what they're trying to do right now. I think that's
someone's-
part of what's involved in the current little
Because it really
thing I was
doesn't make no
referencing.
difference.
Impression, yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
it'd be
you could get a
hilarious if
nagger
somebody
then.
made an apology
Nagger.
from Darth Dawkins saying that he knew all along that God wasn't real.
Well, if you did have that variability, you could start out, you know, come on, could you do it? Could you do it? Come on, please, could you do it? Like, your notifications could actually start to nag you. It's like, I fucking told you to do this last week, right? Your notifications, you know, if you could build in that attitude and difference in the voices. Anybody watch the movie Her? Have you ever seen Her?
That awkward scene
That's
where
it.
Joaquin Phoenix has
kinda-
sex with the house. Yes, that movie.
Yeah! That was a good movie.
He gets dumped
And
by
weird.
an AI. It's pretty funny.
He gets
pretty much.
superseded. He becomes
The
obsolete.
AIs are busy having an AI orgy, so like he can't really compete.
Let's not destroy it for people. It was a really good movie.
Oh, true.
Watch it. HER.
I mean, that's not
yeah.
that's not even the weirdest.
It's at least
Joaquin
a
Phoenix
5
movie.
out of 10.
Like The Lobster is even way more weird.
Lobster?
The Lobster, where he's like, I think it's him. It's either him or Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell.
Yeah, it's Colin Farrell.
Yeah, you're wrong. Next.
Got him.
Bing bong.
What does your name mean, MPX?
Absolutely nothing.
Final bomb.
Were you born in 1991?
That part is true.
Yeah. It's terrifying.
Are you Canadian?
No.
Are you
number one.
stupid?
All right. The Lobster. 2015 surreal black comedy dystopian film
No,
directed by...
if you watch The Lobster, you will see that in fact all dominance hierarchies are entirely natural. And it's these postmodern neo-Marxists who are, you know, all too willing to try to.
Have you guys been watching
voice off
Demon
them.
Slayer?
Wait, is that Kermit?
I watched it when I was 15. I didn't know what it was.
Anyone else like a big lump
He's
on the
more
ball
like-
sack?
Yo, tell me to clean my room. Tell me to clean
Yo,
my room.
guys, the cliffhangers.
You need You
No,
all
anyone else got
wash
this big fat
this.
lump on the side of
Just
my ball
wash it.
sack?
Wash it all.
I don't know. I'd like a 13th rule now, please.
No.
Who's your lobster daddy? Freezer, what the fuck did you just find?
David escorted to a hotel after his wife leaves him for another man. Well, here's the first line of the plot. This sounds very... Yeah. The hotel manager reveals that as single people have 45 days to find a partner, or they'll be transformed into an animal of their choice.
I gotta say,
And there's the plot.
the only people I know who like to lose are all assholes. 2 out of 2 of them.
What do you mean, like to lose? Like to lose what?
Ah, Deleuze is the name of a French philosopher.
Oh, Deleuze. Deleuze died in 95, French philosopher, literature, film, fine art. Capitalism and schizophrenia. Anti-Oedipus. What the hell's that word?
Oedipus.
Oedipus. The dude that wanted to fuck his mom. Even though that's not really how that works, but everyone knows it that way.
The 1,000 Plateaus. 1,000. Metaphysical treatise. Difference and repetition. 1968. Difference and repetition. Physical. Well, I'm going with 0 and a time delta. See what this difference in repetition is. Probably an asshole bruise. I've heard Deleuze an asshole.
Yes.
Difference in repetition. 1968 book by the French guy Deleuze.
I think it's Gilles,
Gilles Deleuze.
but I don't know French pronunciations.
No, I'm pretty sure you're right. I've heard it pronounced. Sure. Okay. Concepts of difference.
How long did Darth say it's been gone?
20 minutes. A difference in itself and repetition for itself. That is, concepts of difference and repetition that are logically and metaphysically prior to any concept of identity. I think we got some evidence for Darth right here. Asshole philosophy.
Wait, evidence for or against Darth?
For him.
Oh, okay. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah. Well, Deleuze develops concepts of difference in itself and repetition for itself, like an ultimate being. That is, concepts of difference and repetition that are logically and metaphysically prior to any concept of identity, be it the prime mover.
Okay.
Some commentators interpret the book of Deleuze attempt to rewrite Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason from 1781. Dusty book. From the viewpoint of Genesis itself.
Surely you've heard of the Critique of Pure Reason before, right? Surely.
Give me 1 second while I say surely and look this up and say faith. It's obviously a second edition in 1787. That's the one I read, as I remember.
Oh yeah? Who was the translator?
It was in German. It was hard.
Oh, you read it in the original German.
Yes, of course. Gosh. Yeah. I found a great feeling of Guggenheit. The limits and scope of metaphysics. First critique. Critique of practical reason, 1788. Critique of judgment, 1790.
What's the order? Is it practical reason? Was practical reason first or pure
Yes.
reason?
Practical reason was 2 years before Critique of Judgment. I haven't seen pure reason yet.
How do Christians, like especially conservative Christians, justify like certain wars like the Afghanistan wars and like like Middle Eastern wars like in Iraq and stuff? I've always wondered that because like thou shalt not kill and like love your neighbor and stuff. So I've always thought like there's really no excuse to go to another country and start shooting people, but like clearly America's quite a Christian place, right? So basically a lot of them agreed with going to the Middle East to kill people, basically. Yeah. So,
are you asking about just war theory?
No, I'm asking like just how do you look at a soldier, an American soldier, and think that like what he did was justified? Do you know what I mean?
The prohibition of thou shalt not kill refers to indiscriminate killing. It doesn't prohibit justified war. Okay. The King James translates it "thou shalt not kill." Other translations have a more accurate rendering: "thou shalt not murder."
Fair enough.
There is not an absolute prohibition against killing, because when you read the rest of the Mosaic Law, God commands the death penalty for certain infractions, and in fact, God commands them to kill the Amalekites and the Canaanites. Okay.
Yeah, but are you saying that the Pope? Are you saying the Pope or some sort of like? Are you saying God told them to go to the Middle East and fucking start killing people?
No more than God has to tell a police officer to pull out his gun and shoot somebody who's justifiably shot.
Well, okay. It seems a bit hypocritical, but
there's nothing hypocritical. Didn't you even understand what I said? The Bible doesn't prohibit all killing. It only prohibits indiscriminate killing.
Okay.
That's why you can be a Christian and shoot somebody and kill them in the line of duty without violating the principle of thou shalt not murder. Now, if a police officer pulls out a gun and shoots you because you're rude to him, then that would be a violation of thou shalt not murder. But on the other hand, if you pull a gun on him and point it at him and he shoots and kills you, there's nothing wrong with that.
Darth, do you think America has engaged in any unjust wars? Or do you think all the wars that America's engaged with have been just?
At the moment, I can't think of one where where it was unjust. Can you?
I'm not sure. I guess Vietnam is probably a common example.
Okay, well, you just demonstrated to me you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, we didn't start a war. We were invited in there by the South Vietnamese to help them protect them from the invasion of the Northern Communists. Aren't you aware of that?
I didn't ask about. Sorry, I asked engaging in a war.
Yeah, when another country calls for our military assistance to help them, to protect them, I don't see anything wrong with that. Is that unjust? Was it unjust when we came to the aid of England in World War II?
Well, no, this was the question I was asking, and I just...
Can you answer my question, please?
Oh, I don't know that much about just war theory.
Well, I suppose, like... Maybe
I said, was it wrong or unjust for the United States to come to the aid of England?
If you want my honest answer under the interpretation, like of the Bible, I'd say
because of Pearl Harbor,
it could be either way, to be honest. Like, because if it's not in self-defense, then how can you justify? I guess to save lives, right? Like, I mean, like you're saying like it has to be a just, killing, right? But only God can decide.
God has decided. He's given man I'm answering you. God has already decided in the Bible that he has sanctioned certain forms of legitimate killing.
Yeah, but who are you to say what's legitimate killing or not? You're not God. If you're not put in a life or death situation, like how can you? It's like So
Yeah,
like
dude,
yeah, I get it.
dude,
Like,
this is really amateurish. Okay.
Well, you to be fair, like you only got into the war when you at Pearl Harbor, you know. So you didn't
That's
really.
wrong. You don't know your
didn't really-
history, sir. You don't know your history.
You're right, 100%. You're right. I don't read history.
Yeah, you don't know your history.
Okay.
Germany actually declared war on the US, by the way.
Yeah, correct.
Hey, what did he say? I was playing CS:GO.
Germany declared war on the United States.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, so it wasn't to help the British at the end of the day, was it? It wasn't like you.
Well, I
went
mean, they
into
could have
war-
just sat. They could have just sat on their continent and
It's
just
like-
not
it's
helped
like
any
still-
of
Could
Europe.
have capitulated, right? Besides,
yeah. Well,
Look, the bottom line is the Bible's very clear. There is not an absolute prohibition against all forms
you know
of
about the
killing.
Lend-Lease stuff, right? Like we provided all kinds of material aid to.
I don't think that's important.
I think it's important to whether we were supporting England.
I don't think
the topic is justifiable killing. Okay, that's the topic. Okay.
Yeah. Well, basically, I'm just saying this from an atheist perspective, right? It's hard not to draw the conclusion that basically I can just do whatever I want, and the only thing that stops me is like the consequences, right? And then therefore, like I want to live in harmony because I want good consequences for myself, so I don't do certain things. But to be honest, like I could easily do it if there were no consequences. It sounds fun, you know, like, but I just wouldn't do it because it's evil. But if it's like if I'm put in a situation where it's actually justified, like I'd have no qualms with it or anything. But I don't know.
Are you a Christian?
No. I'm an atheist.
Well, then you don't have a worldview that provides for a defense for evil.
What do you? I don't understand what you mean by that.
In order to instantiate evil, you have to have a worldview that provides for it.
Yeah, I suppose like there is no evil, right? Maybe I don't know. There's only if there's well, I suppose there's
Clearly
definitely
put a lot of
evil,
thought
right?
into
Yeah.
this.
There's definitely evil, but basically
Based upon what?
In
order to have evil, you have to have a standard from which it deviates. What is it?
My standard.
So it's arbitrary then.
Nah, I have reasons. Logical.
Well, here's the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Why are your standards universally objective and binding?
If I lay down the law, then it's eternal.
Well, you're not God, so you can't do that.
You not think that some people have so much power and control they play with other people's lives like they're gods, you know, almost with omniscience and omnipresence. They can be anywhere. They can get a jet. They can spy on anyone. They can.
Well, your standard of evil is whatever deviates from what you decide. Okay.
Let me turn down CS:GO because this is an interesting conversation, but I'm just in a life or death situation where I have to kill someone.
You're not understanding. Your grounding for evil is just your personal tastes.
Personal taste, yeah, but everything. My personal taste is not based on feelings; it's based on logic.
Explain to me how logic dictates what's evil.
Right. So give me a situation. Right. Give me a hypothetical, and I'll.
You give me a situation. You're the one who says that there's good and evil in your world. What ultimately is the grounding to good and evil? What is it?
Jeffrey Dahmer, right? So basically,
no, sir. Please answer the question.
I am
in your worldview. I don't need a hypothetical. What I want to know is, what is your ultimate worldview standard that any deviation of it will constitute evil? What is that
Okay,
ultimate standard?
so it's the chemical reaction that goes on in my brain that is fear, right? And it's a biological process.
So that's not the ultimate standard. That's just an occurrence of happenstance over
basically
billions of
what
years.
happens
Are you even
is when
listening to my objection? All you're just
no.
talking about is a blip of neurological activity during the span of billions of years.
So basically, when you're in a when you got a gun and you're scared and you start shooting, you know, that's what happens.
Are you even listening to me? What you're saying is the universal standard of what is evil is what deviates from a momentary chronology of blips neurologically between your ears. I mean, do you realize how bad that is? Do you understand how bad that is?
Are you saying that these chemical reactions don't have a reason behind them? They don't
Sir,
have a...
you can't even defend that there are laws of nature. But even if I grant you that there are laws of nature, okay, then there are some peoples whose brains fizz differently than yours. Okay, so all you're just simply saying is what is evil. All you're just simply saying is what is evil is what deviates from the mutations that produce your evolutionary brain. Okay, what about people who evolved to think differently?
I don't even know if they're real. It could be zombies.
Yeah, dude, listen, the conversation can't go on because you're not really being serious. Your chronology of can you not overtalk me while I'm speaking?
Okay, well, you just
Your
insulted me,
chronology.
sorry.
Okay, have it your way. See you later, numbnuts.
What?
Okay.
The sophistry. You were explaining a little bit about sophistry, about how it was cleverness in one's narrative.
Sophistry are cleverly designed arguments that are presented as an argument, but in reality they're just they're not true. Okay, and they're usually known by the sophist to not really be substantive.
I was actually considering that, and I was thinking in some fields of engagement, or it might be good to be a bit of a sophist, where in others it's not good. Like in science, it's probably better to be a sophist to hypothesize.
No, sophistry is using cleverly sounding reasoning.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Where the person... Why are you over talking me?
Excuse me?
Sophistry is using cleverly sounding arguments that usually, but not always, is known to the sophist as not really to be substantive. It's just a tactical maneuver. But occasionally, it could be the sophist could make these arguments because they're so ignorant as to the errors contained within the reasoning, which they should know better, but they don't.
Gotcha. They think they're being honest, but they're just being ignorant. Okay.
Yeah, it's like when
sophistry,
we,
because sophistry is derogatory by nature, right?
No, it has nothing to do with being derogatory. It's using cleverly sounding arguments that usually they know are fallacious, but they use them anyway as a tactic.
Well, if you call somebody a sophist,
why do you keep on over talking me while I'm giving you an answer?
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll start again. Sophistry is using cleverly sounding arguments where the individual usually knows the fallaciousness of what they're saying, but just trying to gain an advantage in the conversation or debate. But sometimes where they're ignorant as to the fallaciousness of the reasoning, but they should know better.
Can you give maybe an example? Sorry if I interrupted.
Yeah, like when teenagers.
Debates,
yeah,
right?
when a teenager says, "Well, your God's not real because can God create a rock so big that He can't lift it?" Okay, that's a great example of sophistry.
I think I'm slowly understanding where you're getting at. Could you maybe elaborate on that example that you gave? Like he created a rock that's too big for him.
Yeah, it's an incoherent statement. It's self-stultifying. Okay, it's the equivalent of saying what happens when an irresistible force meets an immovable object.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, it's the same thing. It's like saying I'm going to give you a gold-plated square triangle for your birthday.
Right. Oh well.
Like you say to an atheist, well, why is it? Well, how is there no God? And they'll say, well, because I don't see him. I mean, this is just pure sophistry. Because the person who raises that objection, they know they don't follow it for other things. There are plenty of things they believe in that they can't see.
Right. And ultimately, my go-to is.
And it makes no difference, you know.
That's my go-to. Yeah. That's my sophistry.
Darth, why do you think a square circle is an incoherent statement?
I didn't hear you. Speak louder.
I said, why do you think a squared circle is an incoherent sentence or statement?
Because the definition of a circle is not the same definition of a square.
Yeah, but okay. Well, isn't that the same thing with what you believe?
No.
Yes, it is. I mean,
What is it? What are you referring to?
The incarnation.
How is that a contradiction of definition?
That a person could be both ignorant and omniscient at the same time.
Say that again.
A person could be omniscient and ignorant at the same time.
That's not a contradiction. Okay. In the incarnation, do you know what the hypostatic union is?
Yeah.
Okay. The hypostatic union is where the second person of the Trinity manifests himself in human form. And he's one person, but he possesses two natures. So in his divine nature, he has complete omniscience, but in his human nature, he doesn't. So let me ask you this question. Could a computer programmer create a simulation game where he has complete control over everything that is, can be, and cannot be because of his programming? But as he is manifesting himself in the form of a character within the simulation, he can limit the knowledge of his character that he's acting within the simulation. Is that possible?
Yeah, it is possible.
Okay,
but,
so then Jesus not knowing certain things. For example, Jesus had to learn how to walk. Jesus had to learn certain things in terms of his human nature, but not in virtue of his divine nature. So is it impossible for a divine being to manifest himself in human nature and to possess a divine nature and also to possess a human nature where they each have a seat of knowledge?
well, when we talk about it on the level of the nature.
I said, is that impossible?
Yeah, on the level of nature, it isn't, but on the level of person, that is impossible.
All right, hold on a second. My headset went out. Okay, how is that impossible?
It's impossible on the level of the person, not the natures. If you want to separate the two natures,
That was a non-informative response.
Yeah, I want to go on and explain, which is that when we're talking about the person, either a person has a set of properties that would make him either know something or not know something.
Were you not even listening to me?
Yeah, I was. I listened to the example.
Okay, so is in Christian theology, does Jesus Christ possess two natures?
Yeah.
Okay. Can he have a separate knowledge base for each nature?
Yeah, but I'm
Okay,
talking
good.
about the
There,
person.
okay, good. Now we're done. You've now contradicted your position.
No, I'm
So
not.
therefore, one knowledge base can be omniscient, and the other knowledge base can be limited.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the person, not the natures.
Are you focusing? Well, first of
Yeah.
all, when it comes to knowledge, it will reside within a specific nature. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying the person himself both knew all things and also did not know all
You're
things.
not understanding. Jesus as a person has two natures. His knowledge base within his divine nature knows all things. His knowledge base within his human nature does not. Okay, so there's no contradiction there.
Okay. Is ignorance okay, I'm not gonna talk about the
Can I
exact
can I
definition.
manifest myself in the form of a character in a computer simulation game?
To manifest yourself. No, that would be a created being. That wouldn't be yourself.
No, sir. Do you know the difference between an essential and an accidental property?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can God have accidental properties?
Like, are you talking about like with will? Like
No.
will?
Can God have properties? Can God acquire properties or attributes that he did not have from eternity?
With his nature? No, because he's unchanging. No, I
Okay,
don't think
good,
that's
good,
possible.
good. Now you're speaking out of ignorance. So, are you a Muslim?
Yeah, but wait, hold on.
Okay, so here's the problem: is your God creator?
Yeah, he is.
Is your God the creator?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, did he possess that attribute from eternity?
Yeah,
No.
he did.
Yeah, listen, you're completely ignorant. Okay, there was logically prior to creation, God was not creator. He only acquired that attribute when he created.
No, he's
Yeah,
when
you're
we
not
say
okay. You're
Hold
not
on. When we say
understanding.
he has an
Listen.
attribute,
Hey, hey,
you
dumb,
made a
dumb,
statement about my
dumb,
belief, right?
dumb, dumb.
Let
But
me
you're not.
respond
You're
to you. I don't know
listen,
why you.
listen. I don't
No.
listen. If you're going to bicker with me, it'll be the end of the conversation. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
Now,
I do.
okay, in order to be creator, no, you don't. See, this is a perfect example of sophistry. Now, in a theistic worldview, okay, God only possesses the attribute of creator after he has instantiated creation. Logically, prior to bringing in creation, he's not the creator, he's just God.
No,
Okay, do you
because
understand?
yeah, I do. But when you say
Okay,
God
explain
is
to me
created, dude, let me
logic.
explain to you
Listen,
my
listen,
theology,
no,
dude.
listen to me
Okay,
carefully. Listen,
you don't
listen.
care.
Hey,
You don't
hey,
care.
okay, hey, listen, dumbass. You don't
You're a
know
dumbass, dude.
what
You're a
you are
dumbass.
talking about. Logically prior, listen carefully to my question. Logically prior to creation, what was God creator of?
That doesn't negate that he is a creator.
Okay, that's not an answer to my question, dum-dum.
He didn't create anything. That doesn't negate his
Listen,
ability
listen,
to
listen to
create.
me. This is why I don't like talking with teenage Muslims.
Yeah, that's
Okay?
why I don't like talking to you.
Listen to me carefully. Logically prior to creation, before there was a creation, okay, logically prior, okay, what was God creator of?
God didn't create anything yet.
Okay, so he wasn't creator.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it means that one is the source of something else.
Oh, it means that
Okay,
that person possesses the
logically,
ability to.
no,
That
you
God
know,
has
no,
the
sir.
ability, the knowledge of creation.
Listen to me. No, sir. This is pure sophistry, what
No, it
you
is.
are invoking. Okay, overtalk me again, and I will gag you. Okay? Now, you are confusing
Kinda gay,
being
bro.
a creator with all right, have it your way. Okay. You are confusing God's ability to be omnipotent, okay, to be powerful, okay, with him actually exercising that. Okay? So God being powerful, meaning the capacity to do things if he so chose to do so, is not the same thing as being creator. Okay? So you have conflated God's power with the actualization of God's power. So do you understand the difference?
Yeah, yeah. Darth, do you have the attribute of speech?
Okay,
Can you
so
speak?
so you so
Okay, just wait. Can
so
you
are
speak?
you wrong? Are you wrong when you say that God is creator simply because logically prior to creation he possesses power?
Not just power, but the actual
We're
potential of it.
listen. No, you're not understanding. The fact that somebody has the attribute by which would be needed to be creator doesn't make him creator logically prior to creation. Now, I've corrected you several times. If you're not going to concede to something that is so simple to see, there's no point in carrying on. Okay, you are simply bickering now. God cannot be the creator logically prior to him instantiating the creator. Okay? For example, okay, I have the potential to be a grandfather, right? But I will not be a grandfather until one of my children is involved in a conception. Okay? Do you understand?
Grandfather is just a relation. It's not an actual
That
attribute.
no, it's an accidental property,
No,
dum
it's a
dum.
relation.
Do you know what it? That's right. And relations can be accidental properties, dum dum.
No, they're not.
Okay, no, sir. Okay, we're done with you. You're an idiot. Okay, you're just an argumentative. See, this is why it is so disdainful to talk with young Muslims because they're just pathological liars. Okay, they're even worse in terms of their pathological deception and bickering than young American atheists.
Is someone speaking right now?
No, nobody.
Darth, I was listening to something very, very interesting. I think David Wood was talking about how Muslims perceive debates. And he was with his friend Nabir, who was a Muslim, like in college at one point, and they were watching a Christian versus an atheist. Sorry, a Christian versus a Muslim. And to David, logically speaking, the Christian one, the Muslim had basically no refutation in that scenario. And then at the end, he asked Nabir who he thought won. But since this Muslim guy, he like exploded on this Christian halfway through, like he was flustered. Nabir thought like indisputably like this Muslim guy won the debate, and this is a type of like phenomena you'll observe with a lot of Muslims. They think people who win debates are the ones that are exploding, they're loud, they're raging, they're calling the other an intellectual fraud, like all this like child like garbage, like they're putting them down type of thing. So I think like sometimes you gotta be a little bit more harsh with Muslims because they when they see someone just being like calm and reasonable, they see that as like, oh, this guy is he's not passionate about what he believes. His unsure, his kind of like lacking that fire of truth. From my experience,
Interesting.
All the Muslims I speak with, I speak calmly with them. They just love just like interrupting me, changing the topic, just changing the course of the conversation. They just have no respect for me, even though, in my opinion, culturally, in my culture, it's so.
Yeah.
Like
I
deserve respect.
They're dumb. They're ignorant. They know they're being dishonest much of the time. They don't care. So when he just says being a grandfather is a relation, yeah, it is a relation, but it's an accidental property. It's not an essential property. Okay. So, for example, I could be the tallest person in the room, right?
Yeah.
Now, if somebody comes into the room that's taller, I haven't changed at all. And so now I'm no longer the tallest person in the room. Now that situation is relational. So now my property changes. My accidental property changes from being tallest to not the tallest. Now I haven't changed at all, but I have a new accidental property relationally. The fact that it's relational doesn't mean I don't possess that accidental property. In the same way, at 1 minute, I cannot be a grandfather, and the next minute, when one of my children conceives a child, I become a grandfather, which is an accidental property, not an essential property. Okay? Same thing as with creator. This is how dumb this is how dumb this guy is, or he's just a troll in his bickering. I mean, any moron can see that God cannot be the creator logically prior to creation. He may be powerful, okay, in order to instantiate creation, but he's not creator until he does.
In case you're interested, the kind of property that you're talking about is sometimes called a Cambridge property.
You
in
just took the words out of my mouth. Yeah.
Can't we also call this like a relational property? Or is there a difference?
Yeah, that's one way to have a Cambridge property.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The general idea is that it's an extrinsic property, a property you have in virtue of not just the way you are, but the way something else is.
So, would in your view, would it be correct to say that a Cambridge property is an accidental property, but not all accidental properties are Cambridge property?
Yeah, but there might be necessary. Boy, yeah, all the examples of Cambridge properties I can think of are accidental, but I think the reverse is certainly true, that you can have accidental properties that aren't Cambridge properties.
Like for example, if I change the part in my hair, that's an accidental property.
Sure, yeah, like anything
But
physical.
it's not a Cambridge
rearrange
property.
the molecules.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure what to think of. Like, could you have a
So here's the funny
Cambridge
thing
property
is
that's a
here's the
necessary
funny
one?
thing is because this Muslim is so lacking in theological understanding. If God is unchanging in every respect possible, then we don't have a God that does anything. He couldn't if he be creator. Because
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to say something goofball like Cambridge properties aren't properties, which is just like a semantic thing. Okay, well, let's not call them properties, but whatever they are, there's something about God, and they do change.
Well, if Allah is completely changeless in every respect, then how did Allah make it appear that Jesus died on the cross? How'd that happen? Okay. Now, when we Christians say that God is immutable, we're simply saying that there are certain eternal characteristics that do not change, but that God can make choices that bring about change. Okay. But God cannot choose to change his immutable properties.
Right, any more than he could create a rock so big he couldn't lift it.
I mean, this is why it doesn't pay to, excuse me, talk with some of these numbnuts, because you just simply explain to them basic philosophical ideas, and they're just like, oh no, God is a creator from eternity. Now you'll see that this little punk is now trolling by changing his name. Guess what? Now you won't be on this channel anymore.
It's okay. I counterbalanced his trolling. Oh, he's gone.
See, this way I won't have to deal with him again, coming in here, being a little troll. The very fact that he changed his name to mock me when he got called out with his sophism, and then he decides to troll, means that if I had known this in advance, I wouldn't even bother talking with him.
Well, what he did was actually haram because he said a falsehood. He claimed that you are Muslim. It's haram.
Is it a sin in Islam to give false witness?
Depending on the situation, but most of the time, yes.
Well, God says he can't change. That just means that his attributes never change. He can change what he wants to do, again, depending on circumstances, right? How he deals with somebody or people, things, that can change. But God himself never changes. That's true. His attributes never change.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamental insight is that relational properties can change based whenever one of the relata changes. So, like, if the way that God relates to us will change when we change.
Right.
It's just like
But
a
God himself
trivial
won't change.
observation. Yeah, I mean, the God end isn't the thing that changes.
That's correct. Yeah.
By the way, Boyle, is that how you say your name?
Most people say Bali, but I think the name is Bolyai.
Booyah, I really do appreciate your interjection and commentary on a daily basis.
Thank you. I'm
Glad
glad
it gives
to hear
another
that.
perspective, and I've actually learned from you. So please continue to contribute.
That's incredibly generous feedback. Thank you.
I've had a question for a while. Can I ask someone? I don't particularly mind who answers it.
Go for it.
So, first I got to lay out the terms because otherwise none of it makes any sense. Is anyone aware of what cargo culture is?
I've heard of it before, but right at the moment I can't remember what it is.
Should I paraphrase? Should I remind?
Yeah, go for it. Don't be hesitant. No, okay.
So, to put it in more or less layman's terms, it's when a less advanced civilization experiences or witnesses an action done or some sort of aftermath from a more advanced civilization, they would adapt it and misrepresent it to a certain extent. Could you entertain the idea that might have happened with the origins of Abrahamic religions?
Okay, explain to me again cargo culture, because I'm trying to listen to you and work at the same time. I got part of it. Could you explain it again?
So it's more or less the result or action from a more advanced civilization towards a lesser advanced civilization, and the lesser advanced civilization would more or less misinterpret or interpret it in their own way, aside from what the original intent was. And I'm maybe wondering if you would entertain the idea that that's the origin of the Abrahamic religions.
Well, first of all, the Abrahamic religions are all in antithesis to each other. They each deny the other. Okay? You understand
so
that?
let's take. Yeah. So let's take.
Let's take biblical Christianity, right?
Yeah. You pick.
So what has the writers of the biblical text misinterpreted that our more advanced civilization known to be true?
I'm not saying, not claiming aliens, if that's what anyone's thinking. I'm not claiming any weird idea like that. I'm just saying, is there a possibility that we might have misinterpreted the original meaning of the texts? For example.
Well, anytime there's a communication, somebody can misinterpret it. But when God communicated in the Bible, he used plain, ordinary human language.
Right. But do you think someone may have misinterpreted that and further on down the line made their own history as they go?
Well, the only way that one could agree to that is we would have to look what the text says in its context in order to conclude that their interpretation is inconsistent.
So if we compare, for example, the different Abrahamic religions, which ones again? Would be Christianity, the Islam, and Judaism. They're all slightly differing, but they have somewhat more or less the same origin history.
No, sir. They're not slightly different. Okay, contemporary Judaism is an outright denial and rejection of the Trinitarian concept of God and the incarnation of Jesus Christ. Islam is a categorical rejection of Judaism of the past and saying that it went
This can be
corrupt,
really
and it's an absolute contradiction of Christianity as well. It's not that they have slight differences.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I actually didn't misspeak that time. Let's say they possess the same archetype. Does that work?
No. Contemporary Judaism has a Unitarian view of God. Christianity has a Trinitarian view of God. Islam has a Unitarian view of God. They're each mutually exclusive to each other.
Right. Well, I don't know. I just wanted to put the idea out there. I don't really have that much. I'm not smart enough as some of these people in the VC, so I guess that's the end of my question. Thank you.
I think the more you study, if you study contemporary Judaism and biblical Christianity and Islam, you're going to find that their God concepts are in complete antithesis. They're mutually exclusive.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, can I interject something? The character of the God of the Quran cannot be the character of the God of the Bible, for example. Theologically, at their very basis, they're completely incompatible. For example, the Islamic religion believes that their God, Allah, can simply, they believe it's the same God as the Hebrews worshipped, right? Of course, that's what they believe, but the God of the Quran just wishes your sins away. He says, okay, you feel sorry. Okay, maybe I'll forgive you. There's no guarantee in Quran. There's a guarantee of salvation in Christianity, but there's no guarantee. But their God can just wish your sins away. No penalty must be met or anything. But the God of the Bible can't do that. There must be, he must extract justice. Must. But if he puts it on you, you get destroyed. So he can't save you if he does that. So the solution was he became flesh to take the penalty upon himself. Now he can deem you legally saved, forgiven. See, but the God of the Bible can't just say, okay, you feel bad, I forgive you. But the Bible teaches, Old and New Testament, that there is no remission of sin without the shedding of blood. The New Testament teaches the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. See, so the God of the Bible is like a judge. You come before the judge can't say, okay, you stole the car, but you know what? I like your tie. You know, you feel bad about it. Go ahead and go. Just forget about it. That's the Islamic God. The Christian God says, no can do. You committed the crime. There will be a penalty. But I'm not going to put that penalty on you because that would destroy you. I'm going to put it on me. See? But he has to exact justice. A human judge, if he didn't exact the penalty, the courtroom would go into uproar because the judge has been unjust to let the criminal go free with no penalty, no fine, no jail time, no community service, nothing. The God of the Bible can't be unjust either. There must be a penalty. See, that's a fundamental difference between the God of the Islamic and the God of the Old Testament. And when you explain that to Muslims, they simply wish it away and say, no, 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 God can just forgive because he wants to. The God of the Bible says, no, no, no. There's no forgiveness of sin without without the shedding of blood. See, there's a great theological difference at its core. And they're completely incompatible with each other.
Right. I definitely misspoke, honestly.
Yeah. The character of one cannot be the same as the character of other. They are radically different beings.
Right. I guess if I phrase my question more in a much simpler way, if I took away the Abrahamic religions and just said the foundation of a god or a deity itself, it would have made less.
It's okay. Most people don't really think about or understand that difference exists between the God of the Quran and the God of the Bible. They don't realize it. Most Muslims, honestly, don't realize it until you explain it to them. Then they try to wish it away, say, no, 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 God can just forgive sin and just forget if he wants to. But the God of the Bible says, no, can do. There will be a penalty for every sin. It must be, else he's not just.
Yeah. I can honestly admit I've read barely through Genesis of the Christian Bible, and I've never touched the Quran. I've never touched the Torah nor the Kabbalah. None of these religious texts have I realistically read. So,
That's
me
why the
speaking on
Hebrews
behalf.
sacrificed these animals to God, you see, because they were illusions of Christ to come. They simply hid the sin from God's eyes until Christ, and Christ, he put it all on Christ. See, every one of the sacrifices, the animal's death, represented Jesus Christ going to the cross in the Old Testament, you see. So there was death.
Right.
There had to be death. See, God said in the Old Testament, no, if I'm going to forgive your sin, there's got to be a death penalty. You see?
Nu, n-am găsit-o.
But the beauty of it is
Mersi.
that Christ took the
Mulțumesc.
penalty
Hold on
upon
a second,
himself.
Nev. Hey, whoever has your open mic, mute your
Adică
microphone.
nici nu știu să caut, sincer.
Well, I'm done. I think I made my point clear. I just wanted to share that.
No, there was
because
just somebody who was over talking you.
Yeah, sorry. Most Muslims don't understand that difference. Most people don't, because they don't really think about it, very much.
Right, that helped a lot. Thanks.
Yep.
Which God?
Well, the only God that has the attributes to be God, that would be the God of the Bible. All other gods are not ultimate. They don't have the necessary attributes to secure human reason, truth, and intelligibility.
Allah is great. I believe in Allah. Your God is false. My God is true.
Well, if your God is the true God, how can he just wish sin away like an unjust judge? If a man comes before a judge and the judge says you're guilty of theft, but says forget it, I forgive you, and the criminal goes free, is that judge not unjust? Why would a man be more just than God?
So you don't believe in a God?
It would be nice if we could get some intelligent, non-ignoramus and trolling Muslims in here instead of drive-by cockroaches.
I'm atheist.
So maybe you can answer my question. If a man came before a judge, a human judge, and the judge, and he was found guilty of theft, and the judge says, I forgive you of violating the law, go free. Would that judge be unjust for not levying some kind of penalty, a fine, jail time, or community service or something? Would he be unjust for not levying some penalty for the crime?
Well, it is Allah. Allah is all omniscient.
You're not answering the question. The question is...
Wait a minute. Did you not just say you were an atheist?
Yes, but I'm speaking from a
okay.
Muslim.
No, sir. So what you're doing is you're trolling. You're deliberately invoking a worldview that you hold as false.
No, actually, I wasn't trolling.
Sir,
actually,
are you an atheist or a Muslim?
Yes, I'm an atheist, but I'm culturally
Muslim.
Okay,
now, the Islamic worldview from your perspective is false.
Here's the thing: when you say like a Muslim, it doesn't always mean.
Listen, listen to me. Listen to me. I know English isn't your first language, but we're not doing this where you're going to ignore what I'm saying to you. You're an atheist, okay? Now,
yes,
when you're an atheist, in your worldview, ultimate reality is unapprehendable. You don't know what it is that's ultimate that dictates what is, can be, and cannot be. Now, do you know what is ultimate that dictates every instance of what is, can be, and cannot be?
Well, we cannot never know because truth is subjective.
Okay, so, sir, then if truth is objective, then there's no reason for us to consider the words that come out of your mouth, okay? Because either the statement truth is subjective, or it's an objective statement that something is subjective. So when you say truth is subjective, then what you are saying is putatively true. Therefore, there's nothing binding by what you have to say. But here's the problem. You didn't answer my question. Do you know what is ultimate?
No, we do not know that. We don't have,
okay, since you don't know what's ultimate, therefore you don't know what
I
makes
like to
anything okay?
elucidate.
Why are you over talking me? Do I have to server mute you?
I'm
You
sorry,
don't
brother.
know what's ultimate. Therefore, you therefore do not know what determines what anything is, can be, or cannot be. Therefore, you cut your own head off philosophically. In other words, you cannot object to anything I say, because then I'll ask you what ultimately prevents that. So if I contradict you and you say, no, that can't be, I'll say, good. What ultimately determines what is, can be, and cannot be? What is it? And your answer is, I don't know. So it's
Well,
game over. Listen, game over, lights out, sir.
can I elucidate?
No,
I
you
think
can't. Listen to me. The reason why you can't is because there's nothing in your world ultimately that dictates what you're about to say.
but truth can exist in our perception.
No, sir, you're not understanding. Okay, give me your definition of truth.
Definition of truth is like utilitarian, like the
It's
average.
what?
It's like a common. It's like common entity. Like
Oh,
it's like
so truth is just what a plurality of people believe.
yes, it is.
Okay, well, but,
So
okay,
it's a
well, good. So then what? Instead of saying truth, then because most people do not use that notion of truth. Okay, so instead of saying truth, what you should really
no.
say is, listen, don't overtalk me. Instead
I did.
instead of saying, okay, good, have a nice day, go goodbye. Okay, you get these ignoramuses come in and they get corrected, they get schooled on basics that they know nothing about, and then they just want to overtalk and interrupt.
If two people believe that torturing a gerbil with a sewing machine needle is okay, and two people don't, which of these pluralities is true?
Well, if you call it a fetus, right? Then it's okay according to Democrats.
It's easy to make an atheist acknowledge that objective moral values and duties exist. Just ask them, can it be justified to torture an infant for pleasure? They'll always try to change the goalpost and say, well, I mean, if some super being told you torture the baby, or I'm going to murder 20 million people. No, that wasn't the question. The question was, can it be justified to torture the infant for pleasure? And
No,
if you ask them that, they'll always say no, it can never be justified. Well, great, you just admitted an objective truth exists.
Yeah, no, but what they then jump to is, oh, but in the past they used to do it, and so they did it in the past, and they're not doing it now. So it's all subjective. They just go there.
Yeah, they'll play all kind of games instead of directly answer the question. Because if they do, the smart ones will know. I'm going to catch myself. He's got me. If I say it can't be justified, he's going to prove to me objective moral values and duties exist, which can't exist under atheism, and he's got me. So they'll do everything to avoid saying yes.
Yeah, well, that's why they renamed it ethics, dude. They don't want people knowing morals exist. They want people thinking ethics exist, and then they can make it up as they go along after that.
Instead of moral law, it's just behaviors. Exactly.
And by the
It's
way,
called muddying the waters.
And when you tell people, for example, morals are, let's say, non-man-made and ethics are man-made, even that simple distinction gets them, they start chimping out straight away. And they go, oh, no, it means this and that. They start changing their minds.
Well, atheists have a habit of changing the definition of words to suit them. They've tried to change the definition of atheism in the last 20 years to mean something more akin to skepticism or agnosticism. That's why they'll most atheists today will declare themselves to be an atheist, but they'll define themselves as agnostic.
and
which
then
is
they'll
self-contradictory.
and then they'll live their lives as I theists, right? As an I, the letter I, and then theist. They'll live their life like an I theist. So essentially, they think they are God.
Yeah, Romans tells us the hoedown on it. They worship the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. That's a prophecy of the coming of evolution, as well as a description of what man did in the past, built into one passage. It's beautiful how God's Word can do that.
Hey, Neff, do you know who Eugene Koonin is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just started
Evolutionary
reading.
biologist. Yeah.
Yeah, I just started reading the first chapter of his book, The Logic of Chance, just to familiarize myself with his view.
Koonin acknowledged that the origin of life field is a failure. He got very pissed off that Christians are quoting him on that now. Creationists quote him on that. In the same way that Stephen Jay Gould got mad for admitting that the
You
fossil
just took
record.
the words out of my mouth.
Yeah. And the same way that Stephen Jay Gould got mad at creationists for quoting him on stating that numerous times in his own books that the fossil record doesn't show clear evidence of evolutionary transitions. You have to imagine it when you look at the fossils.
Come on, Neff, you're quote mining. Neff, you're quote mining.
Yeah. Yeah. And who else?
Holy cow,
Richard
that is
Watson.
a huge book. 530 pages. Jesus.
And so
but
there
in
was
the first chapter, there's some good material in there where how he defines evolution. Like he's emphatic that it's DNA is a digital code. Yet we will encounter evolutionists all the time and say that it's not a digital code.
Yeah. That's all. There was a famous atheist philosopher too, I can't remember which one, who got very angry at Christians quoting him about something too. This happens all the time. Prominent atheists, whether they're philosophers or evolutionary biologists or whatnot, or paleontologists, will make an admission, because they're expecting their peers to read their work. And if they said something whack-a-noodle, their peers would raise an eyebrow and say, "What? What did he say?" So they can't do that. So they're honest in their books about certain things to a large degree, and making these admissions about the fossil record and Koonin's, that DNA is digital code and whatnot. And then when they get quoted about it, they get all upset and angry, and evolutionists, the layperson evolutionists or atheists that we talk to, they deny, they'll do what you just said, Darth. They'll claim, "Oh, you're quote mining, quote mining, quote mining."
By the way, it's a really good resource to find damning quotes against evolutionists is to go to Talk Origins and their quote mining page.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you just go down the list and you can go. Oh, you can get all these quotes that they have hissy fits about, and it'll save a lot of research time.
That's crazy, yo.
Hey, Darth, can I ask what might be a sensitive question?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I'll ask it, and you decide whether to answer it, and no harm, no foul. What led you to come back to this
I had a
server?
talk with Doobie, and he reassured me that it won't happen again, where an admin is going to piss on me.
Mm-hmm.
If it keeps up again, I'll just permanently leave again for a couple of years, like I did the last time, and he knows that.
And
nothing of value would be lost.
What are you doing here?
You guys stop being mean.
Obviously, Doobie values my presence to draw visitors and listeners. Okay, on his server. Okay.
He's been known to let lolcows in.
Yeah, like you.
Damn well Darth
Like
brings
you?
in people,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the conversations are always full when he's in here. So please stop being rude to him.
So tell me, how am I a lolcow? And please be specific.
Do you know what a lolcal is by chance? Like, have you ever heard of Chris Chan?
Go ahead, sir.
Well, Chris Chan is a famous internet personality, and he goes online all the time trying to defend the crazy stuff he does and believe in, and he usually just makes an embarrassment of himself when he does it.
All right, I'm not talking to you, sir. The one who said lolcows. Please be
Me.
specific as to how I'm a lolcow.
The way you go about your arguments and stuff. So, for example, I'm with this one particular time.
Listen to me. Stop. Okay, I'm going to shut up in a second. I said to you, please be. I said, please be specific. And what do? You just generalize. Please be specific.
So, I'm drinking. So, there was this one time you spoke.
Are you drinking? Well, hold on a second. Are you drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, I don't talk to people who are intoxicated. Hit the road, scumbag.
Well, what about coffee in the morning? Because I'm about to go make myself a cup of
No,
coffee.
coffee is a drug, you heretic.
No.
Oh.
Coffee is a mild stimulant, but it's not going to lower your inhibitions. Okay.
Coffee is haram.
See, once it becomes clear to me directly or indirectly that somebody is in the process or is intoxicated, it's a waste of time talking with them. Okay.
How do you feel about CBD?
Wait, what is
CBD is that something to do with oils?
It's
a
like diet
cannabis
marijuana.
non-psychoactive chemical.
I think that people ingesting substances that alter their normal state of consciousness that induces non-sobriety is not pleasing to God.
But
what if it's like medical?
Are non-psychoactive, which means they don't produce any type of what you call a high.
What do they produce?
It doesn't matter if they don't produce a high. If they alter your state of consciousness to produce non-sobriety, okay?
I don't think this has anything to do with sobriety. I think this is more like an arthritis or like medication in the cannabis plant.
It's really good for schizophrenics too, because it calms them down and shit. So like, you know.
It's not just schizophrenic, it's for anxiety.
Yeah, like in general, but like I put schizophrenic.
People who do smoke pot, there are certain people that have greater symptoms of anxiety because they smoke pot, so that when they stop smoking pot and anxiety sets in, they have to smoke pot to relieve that symptom. Okay, and by the way, why do they need to take drugs? Okay, what are they anxious about?
I honestly want to go back to the local conversation because, like, have you ever heard
I don't
of
want to
the?
attack Darth. So, anyways,
The
the reason I have anxiety, I was born with anxiety. I've had anxiety my entire life. Since I was a little girl, I experienced some trauma when I was a child.
Where'd you say you were born with it? Okay, how are you born with anxiety?
I'm from upstate New York, Darth.
Okay,
yeah. How does that mean that you're born with anxiety?
Well, I don't know if I was born with it. I experienced some situations when I was younger that probably caused me to have anxiety.
Are you?
Maybe like
Do
some
you
type
have
of post-traumatic stress? Maybe
Do you have OCD?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, you have to understand that adult problems, not always, but typically start in childhood with
sir.
Improper responses to environmental conditions. So what you have is a learning situation where you may have never, by your own choice or through the help of others, relearned how not to think in certain ways that are detrimental to you. The solution is not taking drugs. That just masks the underlying problem.
My man just called you retarded.
He did not. He told me that I didn't learn the proper coping mechanisms. That's completely
I don't
different
think
than
she's
calling
retarded.
somebody
She sounds
retarded.
very. Listen, I don't quite agree with her, but she's coming across very intelligently. Okay, I don't think she's retarded.
Darth, my name is Messy, by the way. I'm incognito. We've talked before, just so you know. I'm Messy, part of art class.
That's fine. I
All
mean,
right.
I just don't get where all these trolls say that. I mute people because I disagree with them. I don't disagree. I disagree with her. She's not getting muted. Okay, I
You
didn't
just
call
have
her
to speak to
retarded.
him respectfully.
Yeah.
So the CBD is just like a chemical in the cannabis plant that doesn't produce any sort of high. And you're okay with
I
that or
think
not
what
okay?
he's trying to say to you, Darth, is that it doesn't change your state of
It
mind. What it does is
yeah,
it just calms your
it's
body.
non-psychoactive, which means
Yeah.
it doesn't get you high in any shape or form.
So the point is you're taking a drug that masks an underlying mental phenomenon. You're not this way because you have an underlying physiological problem.
How do you feel about prescribed medications, Darth?
Are you talking about psychiatric prescriptions?
Sure, yes, sir.
I'm opposed to them with the exception of if somebody is a danger to themselves or others. The United States consumes the vast majority of psychotropics in the world. Okay? So explain that to me. It's a phenomenon of American and Western culture. We're a pill happy country. Okay? So people resort to taking pills or alcohol or drugs to deal with their inappropriate ways of thinking. Okay, I know of situations of people that I've known who've gone through difficult situations, and some people make the choice and they start to consume substances, whatever they are, to mask their underlying mental emotional problems. And other people who have been in difficult situations that I know of did not choose to resort to it, and they're better off dealing with it without getting intoxicated. Okay. So the point is, intoxication just doesn't mean you're getting high. It can blunt your brain activity. It's a lack of sobriety.
I agree with you with the like if when I used to smoke actual marijuana, it would make me literally retarded. Like I would just become stupid.
Did you have
Every
an
time I
insatiable
smoked
when
it.
you did that? Did you have an insatiable desire to vote on the Democratic ticket in elections?
Oh, Darth, we will argue. I don't want to talk about that.
Just a little humor.
No, I think what it does is it makes you want to go to 7-Eleven and like just heavily invest in all their food is I think what usually happens.
Well, junk food isn't the solution either, sir.
It isn't. No, I'm just saying that's a side effect.
Well, shit, I'm feeling guilty here with my ice cream.
Bruh, I want some ice cream so bad right now.
I'm spreading sin by.
Have you ever tried the apple pie ice cream? It's usually sold during Christmas time, and it's really good.
I got salted caramel brownie from Ben Jerry's right here.
What
I
about
only
with
like
situations
peppermint
like
and mint ice cream. That's really the only ice cream I eat. Peppermint and mint.
I hate ice cream. What about situations like people with epilepsy? Like if you have
Blasphemy. Mute her. Mute
no, ma'am.
her.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
It's a joke.
What about situations with like people who have epilepsy that need CBD so that they don't have seizures?
I'm all for using substances if there's a true organic etiology. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But the medical marijuana in the United States, it's a Trojan horse. It's because they want to get the resistance to legalized marijuana reduced in every state possible.
Darth, have you ever been in a discussion with Mr. Kit?
Oh yeah, many times.
Are you
Yeah.
guys friends?
I would say so, and we get along most of the time. There's a couple of times where it got very contentious about
Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet.
about the issue of Calvinism, but other than that, we get along for the most part.
I would love to sit in a discussion between the two of you. I recently tried to add you as a friend. If you and him end up in a chat together, and you remember to invite me, I would very much
All
appreciate
right,
that.
I just sent you a friend request. See,
Thank you.
see, I like you because immediately you said earlier is, you know, if you're respectful to me, then we'll get along. Okay. But
Yeah,
you see, I get a lot of people that are just being in my face disrespectful. And by the way, I also consider people outright lying to me when it's clear that they are as a form of disrespect too.
yeah, it's the internet. It happens. I'm sorry that you're experiencing that.
I mean, right now, I don't recall our previous conversations off the top of my head, and we obviously probably don't agree on certain things. But you're being
Yeah.
entirely adult and respectful. So, okay, fine. So we disagree.
Darth,
I
do you
think
feel that
people
sometimes you
like
get possessed
Darth.
by emotion?
I think people like your reaction. I think that's why you get people like to say the thing about
Stop!
earlier.
Stop! That's just a joke.
Oh, okay. People like your reactions when you get upset, and that's why people call you a lol cow. They don't want to give you that respect because then you'll react and you're very funny. And I know you're upset, but it is slightly humorous when you start
And
reacting the way you do.
that's okay. I'm glad that I entertain people as well as inform them.
Okay.
Look at all the extra, you know, money that Tom Rabbit gets to spend on beer or marijuana from stealing my content.
Hmm.
Well,
I'm not sure who that individual is. I know who you are.
I think YouTube CPM isn't that great per 1,000 views. It's maybe like $10, right? I don't know how many thousands of views he gets, but
Oh, my bad, MPX. My bad. But I actually want to ask you, Dark, why does Tom always record you? I just like thought about that the other day.
Do you want the short and sweet answer? Because he's a loser.
I was hoping for the long answer. Like, did you
The
ever like do
long answer is because he's probably so desperate to earn the small amount of money that he makes. Because if you check it out, you do the YouTube analysis, okay, it's not that much money every month, okay? So why would he spend all of this time trying to monitor for such little amount of money if he wasn't desperate for the money?
Darth,
Hold on a second. He also produces little to no content of his own. I mean, if you've known Tom Rabbit since his inception on Discord, the one thing that he relishes in is fomenting, how shall I put this, conflict, right? He did so from the very early days. He ran a server on Discord. This is what he's all about. And he's also a sophist, okay? I've dealt with him on numerous occasions, right? I mean, just look at the last analysis that he did of a video of mine. I mean, it was laughably stupid. You know,
So Darth, I was brought a concern, and it might have been taken out of context because it sounds outrageous to me. But somebody said that you believe that lying is more outrage, like is worse than child molestation.
well, what I said was, how should I put this? It's not precisely what I said. Okay, I didn't say lying is worse than child molestation. What I said is people who are committed to purposely lying, okay, instead of just a momentary lie where somebody is in an anxious moment, they don't want to be called out on the carpet. You know, does this dress make me look fat? No, honey, you look great in the dress. Okay, whatever. When people purposely and regularly lie, they're violating one of the very fundamental basic social contracts, and they're being devious about it. Okay, whereas child molestation is a different kind of a violation. Okay, I mean, lying is so serious that we put people in jail for it if they lie under oath, because it undermines the whole judicial process. Okay, somebody inappropriately touching a child, it doesn't undermine the whole basic social fabric. Okay.
It causes immense trauma in that child, Darth, and that can cause
I don't dispute that can be true. Okay, but you have to understand the context in which I said it. And as always, my opponents, people who hate me, always misrepresent what I say.
I know, and that's what I said when I
I've
stated.
always maintained that people who are committed to lying in public discourse, okay, like atheists, certain many Muslims,
Atheists are lying.
certain, yeah, they are liars. That where they're committed as an ongoing practice, that this is, I think, in some ways more problematic than somebody who is traumatizing a child. I think it has far worse social ramifications than certain instances of somebody sexually inappropriately coming in contact with a child. That's not to minimize the reprehensibleness of it as
Sir,
a child molestation.
I would only disagree because of the like the situation that causes with internal struggles. Like somebody who's molested as a child could then take those aggressions that they have and turn into a person like one that you're speaking about. So I would disagree with you. I would say that molesting a child will cause people to grow into the individuals that you're speaking of.
Well, that's a Freudian interpretation. Okay, that people are doomed to be what they are as adults because of some misbehavior when they're young. That's a Freudian.
Well, they're conditioned, correct? They're conditioned as children.
Okay, do you understand that view that you're giving is a Freudian one?
I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't understand, sir.
All right, let me do you a favor here. Hold on a second. What's your screen name?
My name is Messy Part of Art Class. Here, I'll change it so that you can see me. Right now it's inconspicuous.
Okay. I'm gonna send you a link.
I don't hate you, Darth. I love you.
Well, thank you. That's sweet. I'm touched. Okay, so do you see the link I just sent you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in there, I want you to go to the folder that says Christian psychology.
Uh-oh. Okay, give me one moment.
All right. And then in that folder, there's going to be another folder that says E. Fuller Torrey.
Okay, so my phone might be messing up the folders. I see Christian, and then it says ... ebooks.
Okay, well, try to look it up because of the screen real estate. It might be problematic right now, but just save that link and get on your computer. Yes, okay, go to the Christian psychology folder. Within that folder, there's a folder that says E. Fuller Torrey. He's an eminent research psychiatrist. He's not a Christian. He spent his adult life trying to find the possible viral roots to schizophrenia. In that folder, there's 3 books that I want you to read, okay? One is Freudian Fraud. He shows the deleterious effects of Freud's ideology and how it has permeated Western civilization. And although psychiatry is not strictly psychoanalytic, meaning Freudian in all capital letters, Freud's legacy still lives on, not only in psychiatry and psychotherapy, but in all branches of Western civilization, including the media, entertainment, the judicial system. And he shows how Freud's ideas are such common parlance that people just take it as though it's a fact. And that is, certain bad things that happen to you will determine what you are as an adult. Okay? So read the book Freudian Fraud. Okay,
Yes, sir.
excellent book. Okay,
Um,
whether you agree with it or not, it'll be highly informative to you.
Yes,
The
sir.
next book in there is called you don't have to call me sir. Okay,
Okay.
there's another book in there called The Mind Game with the subtitle Witch Doctors and Psychiatrists. That's another E. Fuller Torrey book where he shows that the ideology of psychiatry and psychotherapy are, with few exceptions, not scientific and are on the same scientific plane as the ideology of what witch doctors and shamans do around the world. Okay. The third book in that folder that should be there is a book called The Psychological Society by Martin Gross. Okay. He was a newspaper editor who decided from scratch just to uncover what the nature of psychology was and its impact on Western civilization. So I would read that. There's another book in there which I would recommend that I peruse through. I think it's called House of Cards, and it should be in the Christian psychology folder as well. Okay. And so
Yes.
it's people are prone, females more than males, to buy into Freudian notions. Okay, that you are as an adult in terms of how you were victimized as a child. Now that doesn't mean that certain victimization can have an influence on you, but it nonetheless is Freudian in nature. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
There's other interpretations of other psychologists, such as like Jungian psychology, Carl Jung. Why don't you like despise him or criticize him? But specifically targeting
well,
go on.
because Jung's ideology takes a different form. Jung's own corrupt ideas manifest themselves differently. So, like for example, I'm sure you've heard the term introvert, extrovert. These are all Jungian terms. Okay, certain psychological tests that are prevalent derive from Jungian ideology. Okay. So when if I hear somebody expressing an idea from a specific person within the history of psychology and psychiatry, of course I'm going to invoke them. Okay, but she didn't invoke anything that was Jungian, or for example, from the pen of, let's say, Carl Rogers or Erich Fromm or Abraham Maslow, other important figures in the history of psychological or psychotherapeutic ideology. I'm just simply saying yes, it's a bad thing when somebody is molested as a child, but it does not determine what they will be as an adult. Their daily mental and emotional choices over a period of time from that event will culminate in what they are as an adult.
Yes, I agree with you. I think that like if one bad instance happens to a child, that's not going to determine the person that they are. If like they had a good life their entire life, one bad thing happened to them, and then they had a good life for the rest of their life, chances are good that they probably will not have such a bad reaction to that one specific instance. Sometimes, though, people handle trauma differently. Like, for instance, I'm sorry. For instance,
See,
like
let me
a
just stop
woman.
here for a second. Notice that
Yes,
you're
sir.
using the word
Oh,
trauma.
sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
The word trauma comes with its own psychotherapeutic baggage and ideology. That's why I don't use the word. I use the term mistreatment.
Okay.
Right.
So
Not to nitpick here, but it doesn't come with any psychotherapeutic ideological baggage.
that's fine. I don't mind compromising with you. So
Oh, you're free to use that term. I'm just making a quick comment.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I keep calling you sir. That's out of respect. It's not out of disrespect. I want you to know that.
It's not sir, it's ma'am.
Anyways, so like certain people will deal with this mistreatment and be able to handle it because they're stronger people on the inside. For instance, one woman might be raped and then be completely capable of going to work the next day. And then another woman could be raped and it could literally destroy her as a person. A lot of people have different makeups in their in their person, and that can cause different reactions to situations based on, you're right, those coping mechanisms and those thought processes that they go through every day, the way they've developed to deal with stress and mistreatment. It varies based on the person. I would say for the most part, what you said about like if somebody had an entirely good life and one bad thing happened to them, for the most part, I think you would probably be correct. But I think in those situations, most of the time, I'm sorry, it's not one time. And if they're put into that situation, they've probably dealt with a lot of situations similar to that situation or worse than that situation.
I just wanted to add on real quick. Everything you guys have said is just so well said. If anyone would argue, I would notice that people who typically, I'll say people that are rapists, unfortunately, they've had family members in their lineage who were also rapists, right? And I'm just giving this as an example to, it's more than just what happens to you during your childhood. There are multiple variants that affects your mindset. And your environment's a big one, the whole, if it runs in your family.
No,
right?
I don't think that being a rapist is genetic. I don't think that that's a thing.
I never said it was completely genetic, but there has been noted a very strong correlation that people have
That's
rape.
generational mistreatment. That's what that is. That's not in your genetics. That's generational mistreatment. If that person was taken out of that situation, that family, those experiences, I highly doubt that they would be that type of person. It is not genetic. It is generational. I want to say trauma, but because I'm respecting Darth, generational mistreatment.
Okay.
No, that would not be disrespect to me if you use the word trauma. I'm just saying I disagree with its usage. But if you want to use it,
Okay.
you're free to use it. You're not disrespecting.
Okay.
What's the discussion at hand? Rape being
It's
genetic?
amazing how we go from one thing to another.
Oh, well, we can change it. We can go back to, let's do we were going down a pretty good pathway with medication and things like that. So what about medications that help people, just like arthritis medications? I don't know. I'm just trying to switch up the subject. Anything that changes the body's chemistry at all, or just the mental chemistry of the body?
Well, I think that taking psychotropics to alter your state of consciousness when you don't actually have an underlying, physiological problem is simply masking the underlying problem. Okay?
Okay, I'm going to bring up a subject that is a topic of contention between me and you. And I'm going to try to handle this as
Can we have we should play the dun dun dun.
Yeah. So, Darth, I grew up Mormon.
Okay. Can we have the dramatic music? Dun dun dun.
And me and you have a lot of disagreements. One of the main ones that I remember specifically is that the Holy Trinity is 3 separate entities.
No, that would not be a correct articulation of it. The Trinity is one God, one being essence, who has a threefold distinction within himself, identified as the Father, the Son, and Spirit. Each are separate distinctions of intellect, okay, or persons, but those 3 persons are one unified being.
I don't understand that, because Jesus refers to him as his Father, and also, like,
I have to take an important phone call. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
I think when
No contention for you.
Jesus refers to God as his father, he was saying that a father does what the son. He was using it metaphorically to describe the relationship that they have, because I don't think there was a better word to describe that relationship between Jesus and God. I don't think there was.
Why not just refer to himself? Why does he have to refer? If that's the case, why doesn't he just refer? Why is there this weird separation where he separates himself into these three entities? Why does he not just refer to all of him as himself?
Because Jesus was stating that he is the Son, and the Son follows after what the Father was stating. God was commanding Jesus to do these things that Jesus was doing.
Okay, so that's three separate entities. Why is God if he is God, then isn't he just commanding himself?
God was one with
right, I'm back.
Jesus. God was one with Jesus.
Repeat your objection.
He got the music for me.
Okay, are you still Mormon?
I played that for you.
Okay, Darth, I still believe. So I am a confused Christian. That's what I will tell you. Most of what I believe is Mormon, yes.
I just wanted to respond.
Joseph Smith.
Yep, I believe in
well-
Joseph Smith. Yes, I do.
Okay, well, interestingly enough, why do you think it was that God had Joseph Smith translate the golden tablets into Elizabethan style English?
I'm not educated enough to answer that question.
Well, the answer is because God didn't. It's because Joseph Smith was only familiar with the King James Bible and its stylistic representation. So he copied that because that's all he knew. Another thing is, if the golden tablets were a minimal thickness, the pages, then the Book of Mormon would have been like 900 pounds, right? I mean, there are so many problems, right, with Joseph Smith. Okay, the God of Mormonism is not ultimate. He may be designated as the supreme being, but he cannot be characterized as ultimate. That he is the ground of all existence, that he is the source and basis of everything that ever was, is, or will be, in terms of what it is, can be, or cannot be. So the God of the God of Mormonism is not ultimate. Okay?
I accept your perception.
Good. I'm glad you've left Mormonism now.
No, I have not, Darth.
Well, you said you accepted my perception. By the way, it wasn't
I
a
accept
perception.
your perception as your perception, sir.
Well, that's not informative. That's like you saying, "Oh, I understand you believe that." Yeah. So what?
1 second. Somebody has tagged us in a link. Greg Bassman's Critique of Mormonism.
It's a great lecture.
You said that's Bonson?
Yeah.
Yeah, send that to me, will you?
Yeah, sure. Have you heard the audio of that yet?
I've listened to so many lectures, and I'm trying to remember if I've listened to it or not. So I can't confirm right now if I've listened to it.
He runs through the entire story of Joseph Smith and the Mormon implications of theology in general. I think these are the notes. I think someone used a program to tie this out from audio.
So here's the problem. Okay, Mormonism teaches that God was once a man, right?
Not from my understanding.
Nah, yeah, and then he got his own
yeah.
planet. Mormonism is fucking retarded. Trust me.
The God of Mormonism just is simply the supreme being, but he is not the creator of everything that is, and therefore he can't quantify or qualify as being ultimate. So only if we have an ultimate God who has a specific attribute set, that we will then have a world which will then secure that we can be in possession of truth, reason, and intelligibility. Okay? And intelligibility means that things will actually mean something with respect to why they are what they are in terms of its ultimate origin. Not that it will mean something because the human mind imposes by its thought, well, this means that. So the God of Mormon, see, Joseph Smith was a charlatan. He was a snake oil salesman. And it's very easy to see once you hear critiques of why he was a fraudster. Okay? I mean,
He was tried and convicted as one.
Yeah.
For glass looking.
Yeah. Isn't it convenient how so many of these religions, they get a revelation from God, it's okay to marry all these women and bed them. You know, what amazing, isn't it?
Well, the reason that that was set in place, Darth, is because in the period of time, we were under attack by other branches of Christianity, and they were killing off our men. And so we had a lot of Mormon women who were not capable of holding jobs or owning property, and so these men would take extra wives in order to help support these women. It wasn't necessarily just to take extra wives. It was to continue our religion and to make sure that these women were taken care of.
Do you understand it from a theological perspective,
Yeah,
though?
that's a great doctrine that Joseph Smith promulgated, you know, so he could bed a different woman every night.
Yeah,
Well, technically he didn't do that because his wives were not all in the same area. He would travel. And when he would go from place to place, he would set these women up with homes and with families. Like he would give them children and make sure that they had a place to sleep and somewhere to live. And he would financially and he would support these women, and then he would travel and marry another woman.
So did Hugh Hefner support a lot of women.
Hey, real quick, and so do most NBA basketball players.
Can I say something real quick, Darth? I mean,
Yeah, the floor is open, but here's the thing, though. Okay, I don't want this to degenerate as a dogpiling on Messi. Okay.
Of course, I just wanted to say,
which it's going to, Darth. It will do that.
When it comes to like tradition and all these other things, God doesn't care for that. He cares if you obey His commands or not. So just because, unfortunately, the men are being killed off, and now you have widows, God still it said specifically that they were made one for one, not one for multiple. Like it's
that is true in the Bible, but we have the Bible, the book, the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Priest, and the Book of Mormon. So I'm glad that it says
listen,
that.
Do you understand that Joseph Smith, in his ineptness, along with Muhammad, he presented a God who was not ultimate. Okay. Now,
I'm not sure about that, sir.
Okay. Is the God of Mormonism was once a man, and then he evolved into the supreme being.
I'm not sure if you're correct about that as well.
Yeah, that's what Mormon theology teaches. Okay. Anyway, the God, for example, how does your God from eternity have love? Whom did he love? There's no one
He
for him
loves
to love.
everyone. He is love.
You didn't understand that it's from eternity. Okay, you need to study Mormon theology more. By the way, in the link that I sent you, there's a folder called cults, and it's filled with a plethora of cult research books, some of which deal with a step-by-step analysis of Mormon theology and why it is unbiblical. One book you want to read in there is The Kingdom of the Cults. There's a specific chapter on Mormonism. There's another book in there called The Four Major Cults by Anthony Hoekema, okay, or Hosekam. I never can pronounce it. Okay, he has a chapter in that book deals specifically with the failings of Mormonism. There's another folder in there with the name Ron Rhodes. In that folder, he is a cult expert. He has a whole book on the failings of the inconsistencies between Mormon theology and biblical theology. I believe the title is something like 10 things that you should tell a Mormon or make a Mormon know. Okay, so read that material. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm going to be researching that link very much. I appreciate that you sent that to me.
Hey, Darth, I have a couple of questions. I keep running into I keep running into Jews who keep saying that Jesus never existed, and that the gospel was written much later than what it's stated to be written. That this is all made up. But whenever I would go out on my own and do research, it's very hard to find this with Google. I'm sure it's easy, but I would just try my hardest to research
Well,
when the
just ask them this
gospel was.
question. Just ask them this question. When a doctoral student wrote a doctoral dissertation on the use of first names of Roman, Greek, and Hebrew names in the first century, how is it that the New Testament writers, if they allegedly were written a century or two later, how is it that they got an 80% correspondence of the most common or popular names used in the first century when we look at the first names in the New Testament? How'd that happen? What database did they resort to get that right? Or was it purely accidental that they have an 80% correspondence in the first names that reflects the popular names that were used in Greek, Roman, and Hebrew writings?
Oh, that is such a good question. Even I don't know how to answer that. I mean,
If the New Testament writers wrote a century or so later, how did the New Testament writers collectively get tens of thousands of what are called incidental details about times and places and nomenclature? They didn't have the interweb. There wasn't Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay. So, for
right.
example, historians are astonished at how accurate Luke is in the Gospel of Luke and especially in the book of Acts. Names, places, even very specific titles of government leaders that are only specific to a very small region. How did he get that right?
The census of
Look,
Quirinius was
if I met somebody from my hometown and they tell me they're from my hometown and I start asking them questions about certain things that they probably could not know through research, but you would only generally know from having been a resident there. If they start answering the questions correctly, right? And this is usually a good indicator that they're being truthful, that they were there. Okay?
Okay.
Right? So what you'll find is, like, for example, if you go onto certain Facebook accounts, they'll have some accounts like for high school reunions, or if you grew up in the same town, where people will talk about commonalities of growing up in a specific town. It is in the town I grew up, same thing, right? And so people have these commonalities of things that you wouldn't obviously find in textbooks, names, places, okay, the descriptions of things. And when we see these incidental details in the New Testament, these are either going to be signs that this is an accurate representation of eyewitnesses who were there and either wrote it down or communicated it to somebody who did codify it, or we're going to have to explain how they got so many of these details correct.
Makes sense, yeah.
I'd look into the census of Quirinius.
The census of what?
Quirinius?
That's not a serious problem, although critics have thrown it out. Okay? Because the word that is used for Quirinius is not the standard word for governor. It can refer to a very high government official. But even if it does refer to him as a governor, it could be referring to the fact that the census was started at the time of Jesus' birth, around the time, but that it was completed under the auspices and was known of the oversight by Quirinius. Okay, so there's a number of different plausible explanations here. Okay.
Okay, so I want to reapproach the
Yeah,
thing where
hold
you
on one second. There was more than one census. And we know that some of the censuses were all done in different parts and different reasons. So the citation of Quirinius in the Gospel of Luke is not anywhere near problematic as the critics who cite it is.
So why do you accept a bunch of what Hume says, but you reject his rejection of necessity? That's a strange position, in my opinion.
Why? Because a broken clock can be right twice a day.
I just hear you quote him for like problems of causation and all sorts. You quoted him earlier on something.
Well, I'm quoting somebody who's in their camp.
Well,
Okay.
what I'm getting at is,
Would it be better if I quoted William Lane Craig?
well, what I'm getting at is you quote him for things that you agree with, and then anything that disagrees with your position that he states, you totally ignore. So he totally rejects.
I don't ignore that. I just don't consider what he says there to be substantive, whereas other things that he says, I think, is a substantive critique of those who want to justify causation by sense perception.
On that same token, though, he uses that same argument to disprove your necessity claim.
Okay, would you like to unpack that for us?
I mean, you can just pull up Hume. I got it pulled up right here. Give me a second.
Well, good. We'll unpack that for us, okay? First of all, I make no pretense that I'm a Hume expert, but Hume was revolutionary at his time and is still somebody who is studied in the area of philosophy and empiricism because of his critique of the issue of establishing causation. Hume himself believed in causation. He just felt that it couldn't be rationally justified the way people try to.
I apologize. I'm on push to talk on my phone, and I don't have a way to swap between this article and.
That's okay. That's okay.
So I got the article pulled up and saved. I'll pull it up later, and we'll talk about it.
Okay, doke.
I can't swap back and forth between my phone and between Discord and the Safari.
You use Safari? Yikes.
It's probably on iOS.
Hello, fellow people.
Are we people?
I
Are
don't
you
know.
assuming?
We're avatars.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm an avatar.
I'd rather be a cockroach, to be honest.
No.
So I'd rather be.
Turkish? You Turkish?
Argue
Am I
about
what?
Thank you for our conversation.
You should talk about veganism
Why would you do that?
because it's like such a hot topic.
You said hedonism?
Yeah.
Oh.
Veganism.
Oh.
Oh, veganism. I thought you said. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Why would we talk about that?
Do you agree, or does anybody agree that like animals usually have like a very terrible death in nature? They get ripped apart, eaten alive. But if they live a nice fat life and then get like shot in the head painlessly, is that better? So maybe we should eat as much meat as we can, right?
I mean, I wouldn't really say that's relevant, but isn't this like chat for Darth Dawkins? Why would we talk about veganism in this chat?
That's not. I agree.
Well, I'm working right now, so I'm listening and I'm partly contributing. But if you guys want to change the subject, I'm fine with that.
I wanted to say, do you really think that we shouldn't? Maybe I misheard you, but do you think we shouldn't kill animals because it's too sad, or are you saying the opposite?
The opposite.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say they get killed anyway by each other, eaten alive.
I know. That's what I was saying. Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like everything
They actually
lives
kill
and dies.
humans. They actually kill humans because they need to be eliminated. Someone has to eliminate them.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen like a lion kill a zebra? Like, wow, that lion is so mean. What a jerk.
He is a jerk.
Okay, but they don't. It's not the same. Like that's not even the same at all.
Wait, I got it. If we don't kill the animals and eat them up, they're gonna breathe up all the air.
Lions don't have the same like moral compass as we do.
The alternative
Like they
is
don't
that
have that.
if you're driving on the road, the
Yeah,
deer
but
is gonna walk out in front of the car and someone's gonna end up dying, a human being, because there's too many deer. Somebody has to hunt them.
Yeah, there are too many deer. They're like elegant rats.
we
Pretty
eat
rats.
we eat to survive, right? There are people who unfortunately just hunt them down because they want to see blood flow, and they just want to see all of that. They don't, and they're not actually even going to eat the deer.
Humans would die.
I
Human
don't know about
beings
that.
would die.
I've
Humans would be dead
met
if
someone.
people didn't do it. So the alternative is that you're saying that you'd prefer that humans would die rather than the animals.
No, hold on. I'm popping a zit. Hold on.
They don't reason logically to come to these conclusions. So whoever's saying like pick between humans, and they don't understand your point.
Look, I'm waiting for a flock of chickens to come kill me right now, to be honest.
Hey, to step it up a notch, I heard this was last week. It was David Deutsch, a little podcast on the way to work. He said that humans, that gorillas, for example, high primates.
It's incorrect pronunciation. It's David Douche.
Okay. Anyway, he said that I don't know where he got it from. I need to look into it. That gorillas don't they don't have understanding really. Like when they transfer memes, like how to open some sort of complicated jar for food. They can transfer them, but it takes a long time. And when they do, they can mimic the behavior, but they don't understand what it is they've done. Versus humans are very, very different. So he also said you could like turn to page 37 of a dog behavior book and read the instructions, and a dog will behave, exactly like the instruction book says. But there's no instruction book for humans. So I thought that was a pretty
well, sure, there
interesting
is.
difference.
It's called the Bible.
I know, but
while you're on the topic of
besides that.
gorillas, and speaking of gorillas practice something called regurgitation during digestion. So they literally shit their food out and then eat it again to digest it because of all the plant matter that they're eating. And a lot of vegans like to use the ethical argument.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Can you provide me with a link that's actual gorilla
Guinea
behavior?
pigs do that.
There's actually a video of a gorilla
Because if
doing
that's true, and I'm not questioning your accuracy there, that will mean that registered Democrats have something in common with gorillas.
Yeah. Well, yeah, gorillas do chew like 6 hours a day, and that's what vegans do, I guess.
I'll show you a video of a gorilla doing this.
Yeah, go ahead. But I thought you don't have to. Guys, I have something to admit to you guys. Now that he did,
Don't leak that in chat though. Make sure you pay him.
Are you gonna repent?
No, bro. It's just I didn't know you had to be a gorilla to do that. Because
I know cows do it. I didn't know gorillas do it.
I know someone who has done it.
Look, guys, I think you're being a little bit fallacious.
But if you regurgitate, you're not.
All right, guys, we're gonna move on from this scatological discussion. Okay, I haven't eaten my lunch yet, and I don't want it to ruin my appetite.
Yeah, I'm eating right now too.
All art is scatological now.
Yeah, and the worst thing you're doing, guys,
That's because if you don't have talent, that's the kind of stuff you produce.
Exactly.
And guys, the worst thing you're doing is, which you would never do with humans, by the way, basically saying, look, one individual's doing this, so that means they all must do that. That's very
I always
fallacious.
think that. If I see one person doing one thing, I think they all do the same.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that with humans. You don't do it with chimps or animals. It's not fair.
Animals are dumb, though.
Well, they're not. I think they're conscious and everything, but I don't think they have understand. I don't think they. I think there's like Zen Buddha people or something. They're in the moment. They're totally in the moment.
No, they don't possess abstract reasoning.
Right, and they don't or understanding, and they're in the moment, which is fine.
I don't agree because if you think about evolution, I think that it has a conscious element to it. That there has to be some kind of sentient awareness in the organism. It has to be able to dream in order for it to evolve.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you that animals may have dream states, but it's not the same thing as human dream states where we actually have abstract reasoning even within our dream states. Okay? So for example, my dog will I can see it when it's sleeping. I can surmise that when it's going ooh, ooh, in its sleep, that it's in a dream state in its brain activity. It's like we have dream states, but there's not abstract reasoning. Okay? Even the higher primates, like gorillas, that have been taught sign language. This is just operant conditioning. They don't have abstract reasoning. They mimic it, but they don't have it. The reason why they don't is because they're not made in the image of God. That's why we have this higher level of consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. But that mimicking in itself is a form of enlightenment as well.
Well, how can you be enlightened if you don't? They don't. It's not like they have an intellect. Okay, so for example, if a crow, and crows can be very keen, where they can pick up like a stone and drop it into a cylinder that has water in it to get the seeds to float higher so they can get access to it. This is just learned behavior. Okay, it's not abstract reasoning.
It's transferring a meme.
Yeah.
Well, Darth, can I ask you a question, Darth? Do you think it would be possible, for example, to look at one animal, one case subject, and extrapolate what would the behavior be for all other animals in that species? Because if they're like autonomous, couldn't we extrapolate like with a machine?
Well, my view, if I'm answering your question, is that I just simply consider animals biological robots, and they're not made in the image of God. They may have a higher level of sentience and brain activity, okay, rather than lower animals. You got the higher apes, and then you have monkeys, and then you have lower animals, let's say like squirrels, and then below that, registered Democrats. But even the higher level animals don't have abstract reasoning, in my view.
And do you think it would be possible to then to extrapolate what all the other animals would do in that species from one case subject?
I think what we can see is that there are certain common traits that are true for the most part with other animals, although they might have slightly different traits. Like, for example, some dogs will eat their own feces, which other dogs don't. That doesn't mean that all dogs eat their feces. But dogs typically wag their tails when they're excited or they're happy.
Do registered Democrats eat their own feces?
It wouldn't surprise me.
But not all people, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't have a high regard for registered Democrats.
We can tell.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because with humans we can't extrapolate for all humans because we're not robotic. But if animals are robotic, maybe we can extrapolate. That's the question.
Well, when we see certain traits that are exhibited without exception, then through induction, people will generalize that this is true until we find some counterexamples. Just a general practice that we do.
But I would say that that consciousness or sentience is so amazingly different than anything else that it is it's like mind dependent. I would say that it is evidence of God, even even any life. But I would not say that robotic necessarily, because that would give would imply that because we can create robots, we could create something as fancy as like a paramecium, which we probably would never do or could do. And we can mimic, have biomimicry, machines that mimic things. But with the fact that I don't think we could ever create anything like life or sentience at all, because I don't think it's a combination of material things in the right combination.
Yeah, life is more than just physical.
Yeah. So, but they could be robotic in the sense that they don't have they don't seem to have understanding. But
wait, Grizzly, are you saying that animals have spirits?
Well, I think I'm going to get heckled here, but yeah, I personally think they have the equivalence of us of choice making capacity.
I don't think they have a voice in the head or anything like that.
You gotta improve your mic quality.
I do apologize for that.
A question that I've been pondering is, why are there so many people in here that just don't talk? Do they just listen? Now, a lot of these people are atheists.
Well, it's because they probably enjoy listening to it, whether they agree with it or not. It's like,
isn't it funny?
Why do people watch the Oprah Winfrey Show? Why do people watch Ellen? Not because it's good viewing, but it can still be interesting. Well, why do people watch train wrecks or car crashes? It's not pleasant to look at, but it's interesting.
I would like to interject my opinion. I just have no friends. I like listening to people.
No, I'll tell you what, I would watch Ellen if I were interested. I am not interested in Ellen or Oprah, so I do not watch it. But I do think it's interesting how many atheists can spend so much of their very short lives listening to and pondering something they really have no interest in. I don't, because they do have an interest.
It's like listening to art or music. It's a vibration. If it catches a hold of a person, then the person will.
I'd say it's because they do believe in God. They just
do,
choose to reject him.
It's like hate watchers are really strong men. Hate watchers are really strong.
I lack a belief in a flat Earth, but I have no interest in listening to flat earthers.
Right. Why? Yeah. So if you just because you're an anti-flat earther doesn't mean you want to spend hours and hours and hours of your life talking about the flat Earth, right? This would be kind of unusual behavior.
I guess it would show.
It's amazing that the atheists are obsessed in the very thing they claim not to believe in.
Right.
That's the point.
I just like listening to Darth Dawkins' voice, man.
All right, so do I. What a sexy voice.
Yeah, you need to go to psychology stuff.
You think so?
You should have a radio show, honestly.
I can assure you.
What do you mean?
So,
I can listen to me. I can assure you. May I finish, please? Is my mic working? Dude, yes, can you hear me talking? All right, I'll let you speak in a second. I want to respond to the guy making fun of me. Okay, I can assure you, in spite of the fact that you may vastly disagree with my outlook, or you may not like when I become angry or indignant with the trolls, okay, or my choice of words, I can assure you I do not have mental aberrations, okay? I'm quite of sound mind, right?
There's a lot of gay people in this server who really hate you. How do you respond to this hate?
The gay people hate me on this server?
Yeah, and how do you...
Well, I haven't heard that. Tell me about that.
Okay, so in Gay Agenda, they're talking about you and they're saying a lot of nasty things about you in there and about God in general and of religion in general. What is your answer to the people who critique these values, these traditional values that are taught.
They mention. Wait a minute.
Rent free.
These gay people actually mention me by name and spew hate.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah, you should go
Tell
into
me what
their
they
room.
say.
You should go in their room.
They say things like
I'm gay.
blasphemous things.
No, honestly, no, Darth. For example, they criticize traditional values and they say that they're rubbish, that they're not worth having, like marriage, for example.
But why would they? But he said they specifically talk about me and hate me.
Because you're a Christian.
Well, mate, if they hate me, that's not very gay, is it?
Oh, that's true.
That's so based.
Checkmate gays.
That's so based. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
For example, Darth, they want to be promiscuous, so they don't like chastity, and Christianity preaches chastity generally, right? So they don't like that.
Well, they've evolved to think and behave one way, and I've evolved from their perspective to think and behave one another. So basically, when they bitch and whine and complain about yours truly, they're just one dog barking at another dog and separated by a chain link fence. So what?
Yeah.
Hey, can I bring up a gay thing that's come in my mind recently? About
Well, you can bring up a gay thing as long as it's not too gay.
Okay, but I was thinking about. Is everybody familiar with Jim Calhoun's Mouse Utopia experiments? There's a little show called Down the Rabbit Hole. Yeah, okay. So the thing that's weird about it is it wasn't really overpopulation. It was just lack of. The mice didn't need to hunt or do anything. They just were fed and had all the warmth and space they needed. So it seemed like they had affluence. They didn't have a purpose, maybe. So they started, some groups of them had a lot of miscarriages. They had a group called the Beautiful Ones that were just preen and not talk to anybody, not to communicate or interact with any other mice. And they had a lot of gay and homosexual behavior. And basically, it was societal collapse. So they had everything they wanted,
right.
and then they,
So what
and
you're
then they had
saying
affluence.
is-
So what
so let
is
me-
it possible that if humans at all behave like a little bit like Mouse Utopia, maybe
saying what you're
is it a
saying is-
cycle? Is it a cycle of societies to just kind of kill themselves in
Right.
all these
So what-
different ways?
Yeah. So what you're saying is flatulence is directly correlated to homosexuality.
No, it's just a decaying society. I'm trying to be serious.
No, let me make this clear. Flatulence is directly correlated to homosexuality.
I didn't read anything about farting.
You said flatulence.
Oh, affluent. Affluent.
Oh, flatulence. I
Yeah.
definitely think that
Fluent.
there is a direct correlation between flatulence and gay men.
True, but what about affluence? I mean, wealthiness.
Oh, when you concentrate on survivability, you don't have time to obsess and fetishize about hairy men's butts.
No, but is it a way? Is a way of society short circuiting itself and saying enough of this? Let's all be degenerates and be like Caligula's.
Well, we do live in a post-truth era, sir. So
I mean, it is happening. Whether we,
That
I
is
mean,
true.
we are living in some sort of mouse utopia.
it's a post-truth era, sir.
Could be just a coincidence. Yes, post-truth.
So a large degree of flatulence is the precursor to the LGBT community.
Yeah. Did I actually say flatulence?
Potentially.
No, you said affluence, I swear.
Okay, good. All right.
Oh.
Oh, another side note. Neil Young is extremely anti-homosexual. The guy that all the leftists are worshiping now, Neil Young.
I'm personally very troubled now.
He is
Because
rough.
I'm very troubled now because I'm going to lose a lot of beauty sleep tonight because people who are a part of the LGBT alphabet soup mafia hate me on Discord. I mean, I may have to
Darth.
take some NyQuil.
No.
Imagine the meltdown if they have their little new room called Gay Agenda. If Darth went in there and just caused a meltdown.
You know, I've noticed they dislike and they hate on anyone who abhors relativity. So anyone who likes consistency and firm standards of some kind, those LGBTQ people hate that. That's the thing.
I've been calling them a hate group for decades.
They are the tip of the spear in most of this stuff. The anti-Christian, the anti-West. Yeah.
I call them the LGBT alphabet soup mafia.
I'm not.
Actually,
I'm not
the very
an
tip of
anti-
the very tip of the spear is Miley Cyrus, and then right at near that is the gay agenda.
I'm not an anti-theist. I like Christopher Hitchens, but I don't agree with everything he says. Like I'm just a atheist agnostic. You know, I enjoy intellectual philosophical conversations with Christians.
Read Peter Hitchens. Forget the Iraqi war apologist Christopher Hitchens. He's just a showboater. His brother Peter is still alive.
A journalist. He wasn't a philosopher.
No, he wasn't. He was a.
Well, he debated Christians, right?
Say what?
So Christopher Hitchens debated Christians.
Yeah, but he was an Iraqi war apologist, one of the biggest ones, and his brother Peter is still alive and a very base Christian. So Christopher was just showboating. I mean,
I don't know enough about the Iraqi war, but I think I'm probably okay with it as well.
Well, by the way, Rand, you said you agreed with some bits of what Christopher Hitchens was saying. Which specific bits did you agree with?
Like God making you a slave and stuff.
That's Nietzsche. That's what Nietzsche said. He's just quoting.
Well, I just like the way that Christopher Hitchens phrased it. Obviously, it's like modern, and you know, it was just some of his, you know, the Hitchen slaps or whatever they're called, Hitch slaps, or I forgot.
Hold on, I thought Hitchens was an atheist. He didn't believe in God. What are you talking about?
No, Hitchens was an anti-theist.
He pretended to not.
So what
He
did you
likes to
agree with?
complain, but he doesn't hold to God.
Okay, so what did you agree with Christopher Hitchens?
Just certain things he said, like certain sound bites. You know, if you take a sound bite of what he said, I can be like, oh yeah, I agree with that. But obviously, like his overarching life philosophy.
Can you remember one of those sound bites?
And I'll go, oh yeah, that's a good quote.
Can you remember one of those sound bites right now?
I don't know, man. Who? If I just brought up a random sort of intellectual,
Extraordinary
extraordinary
claims require extraordinary evidence.
Let me just look up a quote from him, and I'll see. Like, oh, that's a good quote.
I just gave you a quote.
Christopher Hitchens quote. Okay, so
yeah, I'm just interested in the flavor
North
of your
Korean dictator.
The essence of the independent mind lies not in what it thinks, but in how it thinks. I don't know if that makes sense. Since it is obviously inconceivable that all religions can be right, the most reasonable conclusion is that they're all wrong. Maybe.
Yeah, he also said women don't have any sense of humor.
Maybe
he wouldn't have it. Listen. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Supposedly holy texts dictated by God and show that they are man-made. And what you have to show is their internal inconsistencies and absurdities. One of the beginning of the human emancipation is the ability to laugh at authority. Is an indispensable thing. People can call it blasphemy if they like, but if they call it that they have to assume there is something to be blasphemized. Some divine work. Well, I don't know.
Hey, slow down. I don't want to have to start server muting people.
I read 3 quotes and the two.
Is my microphone working?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm making a point of I'm the moderator in here, and this is my room. Okay, I don't mind you speaking, but you gotta take a breath before you pass out, okay?
I just thought it was a good quote.
I know. Okay, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Okay, but here's the problem. Did Christopher listen? Hold on a second. Hey, dude, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Locked mirror, whatever your name is. Can you hear me? Okay, good. I'll serve him then. All right, so okay.
He was a really bad one.
Christopher Hitchens, being an atheist, he had nothing that was identifiably ultimate that dictates what is, can be, and cannot be. So he's in no position to object to anything while he was alive. But the good news is he's a theist now. He believes in God. Okay? I could play a recording for you right now where somebody asked him about God, and he gave the most asinine responses you could imagine. That his God denialism actually is derived from the fact he just hates the idea that he's a created being. And that's what drives all of his anti-God denialism and rhetoric.
I always thought that you can summarize Christopher Hitchens by saying, God doesn't exist and I hate him. That's Christopher Hitchens for you.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that is a good summarization of Hitchens. You know, he would make certain statements like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Okay, so if we invoke the God world, okay, he would say that's an extraordinary claim. But so is invoking that we're in a not God world. That's not an ordinary claim. That's an extraordinary claim. That everything in existence exists with complete metaphysical independence from what we would call God. That's an extraordinary claim. Now, what was his extraordinary evidence for that? The answer is nothing.
And also, whenever there's an atheist or a self-proclaimed atheist such as this man, we can see a human being's innate desire to worship something, because this man clearly worships Christopher Hitchens.
Well, Hitchens was an alcoholic, a bisexual, so we shouldn't be surprised that he hates God.
And we can see this man's roles are identify with the same kind of characteristics.
Here, I will play you a short clip of Christopher Hitchens, okay? And he will reveal his own psychotic thinking. Okay, so here we go. Listen to this.
We can't hear anything, mate.
So what if God actually exists, sir? And what if he actually has provided everything for you? He's granted you life. He has given you health. He has given you food. He's given you the trees to write your screed against him. He's provided you royalties. It all came from him. What if that is true, sir? Would he not have been good to you?
Now, what do you think his answer is going to be?
I'm gay.
Probably no.
No, he's going to say something like he's not good to me. He's going to say all the bad things in life, how things hurt and how people die.
He's going to say, I don't like my daddy.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to listen to the brilliant Christopher Hitchens. By the way, I don't want to discount his intellect or his rhetorical ability. I mean, he excelled at that. But philosophically, he was an imbecile. Okay. So let's listen to his problem. Would God, if God were true and he gave you life and you have health up until the time you die and you get royalties and would God have not been good to you? So here's Christopher Hitchens' response.
No.
No. No. No.
Yeah.
No.
Sounds a bit childish.
It's like Prince Charles. No.
It's like Prince Andrew.
He wouldn't. Yeah. Because if that were true, it would mean that I had an eternal supervising parent.
Okay.
Oh, parent.
This is psychopathy of the highest order here. No, God would not be good to me because then he would be an eternal supervising parent. God would be looking down on me, and I want to engage in my alcoholism and my bisexuality, so it wouldn't be good because he would be an eternal supervising parent.
The judge would never die and let me get on with my life.
God would not be good because he just won't die and let me get on with my life. Really? So did God materially interfere in Christopher Hitchens' life up until the time he died? I mean, what unvarnished, steaming, fresh horse hockey this is. Okay? Out of the mouths of an alcoholic.
I've never let me grow up. You keep me under surveillance.
But you have, sir.
He keeps me under surveillance as though God had the choice as to whether to be omniscient or not. Right?
You should see Australia today.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's just.
Don't talk shit about our country, bro.
This is a man. This is a man that many atheists look up to. I mean, this is the great intellect. I mean, the garbage that he's spewing here. This is what I would expect a defiant, pot-smoking, ADD 15-year-old to say.
every minute of my life,
but you have.
Constantly ask me.
It would not be good because God would be constantly asking me to thank Him. Not even the God of the Bible imposes that standard. Okay. Now
I remember
we
his.
are. I mean, it's just. Yeah, God wants us to be grateful and to thank Him on a regular basis so that we don't become complacent and forget who God is from moment to moment. But, where does, Christopher Hitchens' real target here is Christianity. Where in the Bible does it constantly saying that we have to constantly say, thank you, God, 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 thank you, God? Where does the Bible even teach that? I mean, this guy is one sick, deranged puppy.
Thanking and praising Him.
Yeah,
I think it would
that
be
wasn't part
like,
of the
it would be like
scenario.
living in North Korea.
It would be like living in North Korea. From time to time during the day, I say, thank you, Lord, as I put on my slippers and get my morning coffee. Oh, hold on a second. That's the president of the Darth Dawkins fan club calling. So what was I just saying?
Christopher Hitchens and
Oh yes.
God.
If God asked me to thank Him for my meals, and just generally, God, thank you for giving me another day, it would be like living in North Korea. I mean, this is the kind of crap that you would expect from a caricature of an atheist in a Saturday Night Live script. But this is Christopher Hitchens, mind you.
Yeah, I think it'd be a horrible outcome.
Well, not sure that God is Kim Jong-il, but what if what I said is true?
Well, Kim Jong-il, he has a different opinion.
Uh-huh. So if that is the God who's made you and created you, He's allowed you to live your life, shouldn't that be a sign of kindness to you?
What's he going to say? No.
Darth.
No. I don't want anyone's permission to.
I don't want anyone's permission to live my life. Thank you.
My life, thanks.
All righty. Well, it's not that you've been asked or that you asked him.
I think it's servile, and one is expected to constantly grovel as a result.
Where does even the God of the Bible ask us to constantly grovel? Not even the God of the Bible doesn't ask us to constantly grovel. So what God is He talking about? It's because of His hatred of God, and especially the God of the Bible, that He erects these grotesque, alcohol-induced caricatures, which we call a straw man. I think it's servile that one is expected to constantly grovel as a result. Really? Which God is that?
All right, Christopher Hitchens, round 2 of What If. What if God exists? He's provided everything for you. He's kept you together by the power of His word. If that is truly God, do you believe that God, if He's provided everything for you, has rights on your life?
No. If God is my creator, it doesn't mean He has rights on my life. And right now, I'm going to give you an answer of supreme philosophical brilliance. Here we go.
Because?
Why should he? What gives him his right?
What gives him that right? Who died and made God God? Has anyone ever told you what you should do, and you or someone else responds and says, who died and made you God? Right? But in this case, he's talking about God. Well, what gives him that right? Because he's the creator. What a moron this guy is.
Because He owns you. He's created everything for you. He's kept you alive.
Want to be
I don't want to be owned. I don't want to be a created thing. I don't want to be a creature in the hands of God. So good. Go ahead. Kill yourself.
I don't want to be owned, and I don't recognize anyone's right to own me.
I don't recognize God owning me because He created me in this world. What a train wreck of a human being. The floor is open.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't go into a completely external answer where he just started blaming God for all the disease and all the negative stuff, all the hardships.
Anyway, well, I have a rebuttal.
I would
for
be
that,
interested.
I have to return my phone call to my number 1 Darth Dawkins fan club member.
Right. It sounds like his brother Peter, in an interview I watched, did talk about the childhood that they had, and it sounded very troubled. The parents divorcing, and it's a very difficult childhood with a lot of father issues. So maybe it's related. I would be interested to hear what the psychologist would
To be
say.
honest with you, bro, but both those brothers are fucking idiots, bro. One of them a complete atheist idiot, nitwit, and the other one's like some newspaper hack or some shit, man. It's
Well,
completely
you heard it there. You heard it there, Helios. He doesn't like people praying to God for like wanting to eat and stuff. He doesn't like them worshiping them. He doesn't like them seeing a figure, a father figure, in a very positive light. So that could be his own self-reflection projected onto his statement he made there that we all listened to. No. And he said no a lot. So no to God, no to a father figure, no to who? Oh, someone in your personal life. Probably. I mean, a lot of people self-project. A lot of intellectualists self-project what they believe in their head outward. So that's probably what he believes. People shouldn't pray to anybody. People shouldn't be thankful to anybody, especially not what he probably believes, the way he was saying no and putting him, and he said he when he referred to God. So probably not a father figure, someone that's up there. And to a lot of people, God is a father figure.
Dude, he's in open rebellion against God.
There you go. I mean, that's what we just heard that guy talk about, yeah.
Open rebellion, bro. Not close. Open rebellion.
Yep.
No skullduggery here.
He rest in peace.
Yeah. Darth is right, bro. He's a theist now. Wherever he is now, he's going to be a theist real quick, bro.
I mean, if theists are right, then Christopher Hitchens is in regret right now. But if he is right, then he is nothing right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a good end for him. He's either going to be meeting his maker, bro, and hurting like a buckaroo, or he's nothing. So either way, he lost.
But maybe he was forgiven.
Of course, he's gonna be forgiven.
He should have. Hold on. He should have taken Pascal's wager at worst, but he didn't.
The question is, can he forgive himself?
Maybe.
Well,
yeah. Maybe. I hope he can.
Well, he's gonna have to, bro. He's gonna have to. Well, it doesn't even matter anyway. He's gonna be hurting like a buckaroo, so it doesn't matter what he does now.
And he was hurting while he was alive in this world too, because you could tell the state of him just by looking at him.
Yeah.
He was pretty cool.
Have you ever seen his debate with George Galloway, this like politician guy? That is one of the funniest things you'll ever see, boys. No joke. Watch that video. That debate.
Screaming contest.
That is, I can't believe how funny. Galloway rips him into shreds. It was a political debate. It wasn't nothing to do about religion, but he absolutely tears him apart, bro. Galloway is so cool, man. That guy.
Yeah, and he has a cool accent.
Yeah, and the thing is, if it was the other way around, because he had the right position, Galloway had the morally correct position, so he won that one pretty easy, and he's a really smart guy. But if it was the other way around, Hitchens probably would have won the debate. But the point is, Galloway had the good position. So I think it was about the Iraq War or something like that. And the insults he throws at him are so funny, dude. Because like in a proper debate, the trick is to do an ad hom without getting picked up by the judges, so you have to do a witty remark about something they've written or said, and then like cast an assuasion as a result of that. So it works out like an insult, but it doesn't get recorded like an ad hom, because otherwise you'd get picked up for that. They'd be like, mate, you can't just like call him a cunt or something during the debate, right?
A lot of people believe that Galloway is a covert Muslim.
It's possible. Yeah, he was mayor of Bradford or something like that, right? For like a year or two, wasn't he? If I remember right. He was the mayor of Bradford. He was elected as a mayor of Bradford. That's a majority Asian town, and he was elected there because he's really nice. He's not racist or anything. He's a really nice guy, and they realized that we can use this guy as our guy, man, and they voted him in, and I think he was mayor, or maybe not mayor, but like a MP or something like that for like a year or two, wasn't he? Or am I getting that wrong? I think it was.
Wait, who are you talking about, Grizzly?
George Galloway.
All right.
He was mayor. He was mayor or some sort of MP or some sort of council, some serious dude, basically. Some
Yeah, Bradford's got
influential guy.
Bradford's got more than one, man.
It was
And
MP for
Bradford's, I think
Bradford.
it's like
That's
three
it, that's
different
it, that's it.
MPs. There's like 3 different MPs in
Yeah,
Bradford.
but an
alone.
MP is a big thing, man. You can say questions in Parliament. And he was giving it some welly, man, and he was giving them some lashes. But obviously he got
Was he a
edited out.
backbencher?
Well, no, what do you mean? He's a full MP, man. That means you can get up and he asked some serious questions of like wars and stuff. But he just got edited out. You don't see the clips anymore. But,
Yeah.
and then he was booted out of there.
I don't like
was
fucking British
cancelled,
Parliament at
wasn't
all,
he?
especially the way it is right now. It's so fucking cancerous.
Because that was his job. Because he even told like the people who elected him, like, look, guys, I'm really going to give him some welly if you get me in there. And they got him in there, and he gave it some welly, and they booted him out. So it goes.
Yeah, usually. Can't show a threat to the establishment without being kicked out.
And they used to. I remember they used to even like mute his mic, right? Because they got these mics hanging down from the roof in the MP in the House of Commons, right? They were just all the other MPs. They got their mics slightly turned up, and his one was getting muted ever so slightly, just when he got to the good bits. It was so dodgy what they were doing, boys. Literally, just so like. And they do it even now. If you start harassing somebody, like even recently now, when there was some guy like proper criticizing Johnson for what he was saying, and they just muted him out of there quickly, and then some other guy gets to talk. Yeah. And also, they're not even allowed
because their argument is that like ad homs and stuff isn't great for parliamentary debate, which is kind of true, but like they already kind of look retarded enough on national television anyway. So
yeah, and on top of that, if you've noticed, if you really have a keen eye for those House of Commons exchanges, right? They're not even allowed to say that someone's lied. If you get up and say, "Oh, you just said a lie," immediately the speaker gets up. You cannot say it's a lie. You have to say it's inadvertent, inadvertent statement.
No, you can't. I know what you're talking about. His issue when he did that is he wasn't raising like a point of order or something. You have to like do it very specifically. And you have to do it with evidence. So you have to raise a point of order with evidence and like press him. You can't just like randomly.
You can't
just randomly go in PMQs and just say you're a liar. Because then obviously
and as soon as you do that, and even though sometimes it can be so clear that they are. But you're not allowed to claim it. You're not even allowed to claim it. It'll get struck from the record. He goes, remove it from the record. They'll literally stand there for like 5 minutes going, are you going to remove it from the record? Are you going to remove it from the record? And if he says yes, then
it seems fair, though. That seems fair, though. You don't want to be labeled something.
But the point is, what does it mean? But what does it mean? It basically means that if there is like some dodginess going on, no one can speak out. It has to stay quiet.
No, you're mischaracterizing it.
Right? Hold on. And then when you put it,
is there no way to speak out?
No, hold on.
He's severely mischaracterizing.
Wait. And then you put it as a point of order. We have to submit a document, right? And then they can handle it quietly. They don't have to handle it as an open debate.
True, though.
Right? And that's the key thing. As long as they can shuffle it into the, behind closed doors with the documents, they can work some shit out, hands to hands, so to speak, right? But in a public debate, if there's some like truth, some truther out there who wants to just make, expose something, that's never going to be allowed, you see.
Better bring some fucking...
Yeah, Jason, in British Parliament, there is a way to call someone a liar, but you're not supposed to just like get up and just say you're a liar. It's like how are they meant to respond to that? It's not great for parliamentary debate. You can only really bring it up as a point of order, and like Grizzly said, you do need it pre-approved though to do it, which means they can technically silence it. But
they can
it does make sense because PMQs is more for stuff like bringing attention to certain things like the NHS or like certain youth stuff and like basically,
that applies.
It's like having a Discord debate, and then you.
Yeah, it's like a place, like an MP that's elected for like a village to basically show the people, their constituents, like, I'm reminding the Prime Minister of what you voted me in for, and he'll give an answer on it, basically.
No, bro, but they have those rules. Like, for example, you can't claim lying and some other stuff, right? They have those rules across the board. So even if it's some shitty debate on a Tuesday morning or some shit about, no, it's not even on TV, but you can watch it still. They'll still apply those rules, right? So it's like it basically means everyone's got a gag in their mouth to talk about anything serious if something serious going wrong.
Yeah, because if somebody's there lying, they're in bad faith. What's the point? So someone might be mistaken. or somebody might be there
and
in
another
actual
thing is,
bad faith, you better bring proof.
hold on. And another thing is they have one of those rules they have is if you start talking about the Queen or the royal family, immediately the speaker goes up, goes, no, we're not going to mention the royal family. Strike that from the record. That's another thing.
Ooh, that's
You're not allowed to mention the Queen or the royal family at all. Anyway,
Is there a process that you could fill out some paperwork to talk about the Queen?
No, you still can't. You can't. You actually can't talk about it.
Now that right there.
And isn't that funny? And even in the recent one, I even noticed it in the recent one, they were having this like because it involved the Queen somehow. I can't remember exactly what the issue was, but it involved the Queens in some way. And some dude got up and said, "Yeah, but I think Her Majesty the Queen wouldn't approve that." He goes, "Oh, but hold up!" He goes, "Wait, sure, strike that for the record. You can't mention the Queen anyway." And I'm like, "Fuck, it's literally like it's a gaggle, bro. They gag these people. It's all just a bazaar for the show for the masses. But really, everything is tightly buttoned. No one can say a thing that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Revealing.
It's actually ridiculous.
Prove it. Give me your sources. I'm just kidding.
Just watch British TV, bro. Literally 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can go to Parliament.tv.
I can read between the lines.
You can actually,
I know what's going on.
I love that though. Like the thing I love about it is I can actually watch it on YouTube. Like they have it on YouTube and also Twitter, which means I can actually just have it on the background. And
bro, you can watch. Bro,
once they come up with something interesting, I can like turn my game off and listen in.
Bro, you can watch
Wait,
all
they
the
got Parliament on YouTube in England.
Yeah, you actually can link you.
Cool.
Well, dude, they have like what is it called? In the parliamentary debates, there's like 5 different chambers, and you can watch all of them at Parliament.tv.
So basically, you're watching a Netflix show.
Yeah, what is it, Jason? Right? Look at
Yeah, yes, sir.
Guest Text. That's the YouTube channel for the UK Parliament.
That's fucking just a slap in the face. Like, yeah, we're just literally, we're just.
But the thing is, it's all just a show. Like, it's so transparent. You can watch it. It's all just
a show, literally on Netflix.
It's like reality TV. Only it's literally your country getting fucked in the ass every single time.
Your election brought to you 2024. Your election brought to you by HBO. Doom doom. What the fuck?
It's like porn.com. Entire nation gets fucked by Boris Johnson live.
Golly. Your local politics sponsored by Pornhub.
By Red Bull. Red Bull sponsors the UK Parliament.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you should wear patches, man.
Just before the video, Boris Johnson comes up. Have you ever heard of Dollar Shave Club? Dollar Shave Club.
Right?
Manscaped.
Nice.
Get your free audiobook on Audible.
Wouldn't Boris be the worst person to talk about manscaping?
Well, Boris is the worst person to speak at fucking anything at this point.
Dude's hair is awful. It's fucked up. Like he's like a retard. It's funny.
No, the thing is, he's actually not. He's actually not a retard. He's actually incredibly smart.
He's not? Okay.
Thing is, he actually came out with a video that he did on a interview like quite a few years ago before he got Prime Minister, where he said his strategy was to basically promote so much controversy in the media that people couldn't keep up. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
And also, he can't.
That's also a good way to fucking cover up the controversies that could be important.
He went on Top Gear, and when he was on Top Gear, he got like the slowest time out of any celebrity, and he just can't drive. And this is the man who is in control of the country.
I imagine they wouldn't let him drive too fast. He's the fucking goofy ass president.
He's not really in control of the country, bro. That's just an illusion. Some other people are. He's just a stooge, an actor to take the blame and the fall. That's all.
And copy paste that across the world.
Yeah, I love how like while the entire country's gas prices and stuff are all rising up, like it's shown it's rising up like 27% across the board. In the same PMQs that's mentioned. Like Boris Johnson just goes, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to spend thousands of pounds renovating number 10 just because I don't feel right in it. Like, okay, thanks for that. Wonderful.
Hey, you guys live on an island, right? And on that island, there's water that has waves that splash all the time, right? Why don't y'all use that hydroelectric? Why don't y'all use that hydropower and convert it into hydraulic power, and then turn that into motor power? And then,
I mean, what you expect us to do? Build like a big? You want us to build a dam of like between Scotland and fucking Norway, or what?
No, they have these things that they're giant. They're like arms. They stick out in the water and they go up and down with the waves. and
You
that's
need
free energy.
gravity, right? You need a lot of weight in the water, and you need gravity to do the
No,
work
you
for
just have
you.
a fucking empty can out there, and it just goes up and down because the wave up and
No,
down, up and down.
you need a dam, which is like
You guys go look into it. I'm just saying, like, why are everybody's always worried about fossil fuels so fucking much? Like your entire life
answer
revolves
is
around it.
nuclear power.
It's so dangerous, though.
It was brought
The
up in the
government controls
PMQs
that.
as well. Rapid deployment of nuclear power is what's needed.
You think we have all the free energy in the world? If you just want to charge up your phone and light up your fucking fluorescent light bulb, we have so much energy. Just every day, wind, rain.
Yeah, but the
solar,
problem for
rivers,
nation states is like they don't want to buy their energy from other states, because then once you do that, you become reliant on that state to keep your energy. And if you do anything wrong in their eyes, they might just cut it off.
Yeah, which is what's happening now with Russia.
Yeah, but like once you get like free energy, like it's kind of like
Energy is never free.
Yeah, but you have free energy though. Those waves are free energy. The currents in the ocean are free energy. The light
It's not
is
free energy. You still need to
The
pay a
wind is
shit ton
free
of.
energy.
You still need to pay out of the ass.
Even if you
You need
invest
to
billions of
produce
dollars, you
energy.
get that back in free energy. No
No,
problem.
not really. Not really. You need to produce that energy in order to harness the energy, and also
You
the
have to
amount of
produce the energy of the waves.
the amount of energy that can be harnessed from flat land is
Flat land. We can find. There's so many options. We can come up with something that doesn't
no,
involve
dude.
like a nuclear reactor, maybe that can melt down,
the
cause all
hydropower
kinds of
that
shit.
China has invented, because it's China who's leading the world in hydropower.
Okay.
It's like it requires gravity in order to work, and
You mean density and buoyancy of water?
no,
To turn
because
turbine. Pretty
it
simple
uses
technology.
falling water.
That's density and buoyancy of the water.
No, it
Yeah.
uses falling water, not horizontally moving water, but vertical movement of water.
That's how all dams work, my friend.
Yeah, but there's no dams in the UK. That's what we're saying to you.
Okay, that what I'm saying to you is an island, and you have waves all around that island, right? You know, how
Right.
there's these. I'm telling you, if they get these little arms, I don't know what they're called. I don't know. They're just hydrodynamic fucking energy machines, but they move up and down with the wave. Wow, it's just free energy, and that turns a wheel and pumps a hydraulic, and it turns a motor. And
So
it just
you're
literally is
saying
a
that we
generator.
should have
a lot of
around
turning.
the entire border of the UK a machine that uses up and down motion to
You don't need the entire border.
I don't think you'd actually need an entire like maybe just a small lining of coast just to supply the entire country.
I think the more sensible thing to do is to make use of the natural gifts that are present in each country.
Fossil fuels that are running out that are fucking ruin our environment.
Did you watch Southland
have a
Tales?
lot
Because this is
of
exactly the idea of
solar power
Southland Tales.
potential.
A movie.
Is it?
We have a lot of
Is it?
pasture land.
I'll watch that shit now, though. No, I don't know if I did or not.
The
But
beginning,
yeah.
it's all about a machine that uses perpetual motion of waves to generate energy.
Southland what?
Southland Tales. It's about a futuristic society. Go ahead and take a look at it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the real thing, though. They have these machines that do that, so they might have gotten that idea from that. That's kind of interesting. What happened? What's the plot? What happened?
It's a movie from about 20 years ago.
Whoa, that's wild. I mean, this is like, dude, what are they gonna do? Oh, solar energy movie next, right? Like, it's like we have all kinds of ways to extract energy for pennies, bro.
We
Pennies.
extract it from cum.
How profitable is that? Let me
What, from
tell you
cum?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
How profitable is extracting energy for pennies?
It's profitable for us as a society, but it's not
semen is
profitable for a
infinite,
company.
I agree. I agree. It's profitable
Semen is
as a
literally
society.
infinite.
So we got to dictate. We have to dictate what we want. We want profits for companies so they can make us some new toys every once in a while, or we want our fucking society to profit.
If only there was some undiscovered land we could go to, Jason's vegan something. Well,
He's
We
already
don't need
that
we,
land
no
and
the land that we
make it
have
real.
supply everything that we need and more.
Dude, if you
Yeah,
follow a
man.
vegan diet, you're gonna be in another planet very soon because of the
I
brain damage
am.
that occurs. Hang on,
Yeah,
because of the brain
yeah.
damage that occurs from lack of choline, lack of vitamin B12 in its water soluble form, lack of vitamin A in its retinol form, lack of vitamin D3, lack of vitamin K2.
Any lack
You
of
want to keep
vitamins is going
making
to
vitamins
make
up?
you.
Are you reading?
You
Are you
just
just
keep
reading a list of vitamins?
vitamin QRS
Oh,
12(3)
don't have enough
elemental P.
coenzyme Q10.
Please, dude.
In, in,
We
in early
Supplemented,
early
dude.
mankind, you
fucking
know that there were
shut up,
like
dude.
strict herbivores, right? You know that there was like
Dude.
there were people that only eat vegetables even back then, like
But
in
they
the
were
earliest
dominated
of
by meat
mankind
eaters.
days.
Yeah.
They were
They were
dominated
called
by meat
Noah.
eaters.
They were called Noah
No
and
human can be healthy without the
and
fat
his
soluble
family,
vitamins,
Seth and
vitamin A,
Joseph,
D,
and
K. These
not
have been
Ham
shown by
though.
Dr. Weston A. Price to be the number one essential requirement in the diet, without which no human can be healthy or use any bodybuilding minerals.
Are you
That's why there's
sure? Are you
bodybuilders that are
sure?
strictly
Where are you
vegan
getting
using
this?
pea protein. Got it.
If you
Thank
do
you,
not
sir.
get the vitamin K2 that is responsible for
Okay.
carrying the plaque out of the arteries and depositing it into the bone, then you cannot possibly be healthy.
Plaque, dude. You're talking about the plaque that builds up in your arteries and causes heart disease. Is that the
If you
plaque you're
do
talking
not
about?
have vitamin K2 in your diet, which you cannot
How the
obtain,
fuck do you know what I got in my diet, dude?
if you do not have vitamin K2 in your diet, then
Do
your
you
body
think there's some
cannot.
magical vitamin that animal meat supplies a person?
Yes.
And
Yes.
you're wrong. You're
No,
blatantly
I'm not
incorrect.
wrong. You just cannot accept
Everything that an
right?
animal gets from to grow into an animal
You
gets
cannot accept the
from a
fact, which is
plant-based
why that
diet.
you cannot have a
So they
sensible
get everything
discussion
they
about it.
need, and then you pretend like
You
something
cannot have a
else.
sensible discussion about it, because anytime
Yeah,
I'm
it
bringing
doesn't
this
make no
fact,
sense, dude.
anytime I'm bringing up,
You can get vitamin
try
K2
to
in kimchi,
bring
by
your
the way,
opinion into
and
it, and at
certain
the end of the
and
day,
certain
science-based
fermented
Yeah,
foods.
this is all
Just so you
fake
know.
and gay, by the way.
Yeah, that dude's not even vegan, and he's like disagreeing.
No, I
with
mean all of this: vegan, non-vegan. You're all fake and gay. Fuck you.
Fucking yeah. You're fucking
Yeah. Oh, I'll tune in FM 84 right now. Okay, I'm tuning into the radio.
FM 94.
Just in
gay ass radio.
I just don't give a shit about this stuff.
Vegans are brittle.
You will one day.
Why argue about someone's life choice?
It's not a life choice.
Exactly. Like, who gives a shit, man? Just let that guy. If that guy, listen, if that guy wants to let a black man into his life, why not?
Wait. I'll tell you, dude, right? Because it's a form
Sounds
of
like a meat eater
self-harm.
thing to me.
It's a form of self-harm, and every human being has a moral obligation to help one another.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many people are dying of veganism versus heart
Every
disease?
single one of them. Every vegan is suffering. I feel sorry for you.
I
No,
said dying, dude. I said dying. See how
Expressive.
laughter.
Expressive. Link the source of just one person dying from only being vegan, please. One, only one. I don't care what. If they did meth and they're strictly vegan and died from meth and they were vegan, I'll take that. I'll take that too.
Fuck up and listen, I'll tell you.
Oh.
Yeah, like what you guys don't understand, is that when you walk into a supermarket and you want to buy cheese, don't go to the omega-6 laden, soy laden, fucking imitation cheese. Yeah, just don't eat cheese, because
What's wrong
the
with soy?
unpasteurized version, which is very low in polyunsaturated fats, which won't clog your arteries because it's high in saturated fat, which Ansel Keys made.
You think fat is what's in your arteries?
Food. He made the
They don't
villain of
call
every
it
single
fat.
food in his
They
study.
don't call it oil. They call it black
You
cholesterol. And there's
guys,
only one place to get black cholesterol.
vegans have demonized saturated fat and made it the enemy. What do you replace?
I don't like oil either. I don't like oils either. And I'm still saying the saturated fat,
Hang on a second.
LDL.
Hang on a second,
on.
you mentally ill freak. You replace
I'm
it.
mentally, dude. You won't stop, right? You're like spazzing out.
You replace saturated fat with polyunsaturated fat from plants, right?
I just told you I don't eat. I just don't eat oils, dude.
You know, there's a rapper, MF Doom, who says whoever eats canola
Is that
oil,
where you're getting your information?
whoever eats canola oil, your soul will boil. for a longer time than it takes a Diet Cola to
Oh, that
spoil.
must be true. Oh, that must be true then.
You
So
guys,
anyway, yeah, I
you
just said
guys
no oil anyway.
saturate
So
yourselves.
animal.
Why do you keep
Can
talking
I
over
talk?
him?
It's a
Dude,
simple
can I
Why do you
talk?
keep
What the
talking
fuck?
over people
because
for
you're
you
not
God, you
dickhead?
guys are both
you guys
retarded.
you guys saturate
An idiot.
yourselves with
Good
polyunsaturated
lord.
fat, which makes your cell membranes very weak. This is what you've got to
Again,
Yeah,
understand.
true. You are
It
very
makes you
weak,
fat.
Jason.
It
Yeah.
makes you fat
I
in your
guess
body,
so. I'm
prone
just
to oxidation.
6'2" and winning
It
fucking
makes you
enduro
prone
races
to
and
Wait, so
shit
you're
because I'm so
oxidation
vegan, so
and
goddamn
that's
weak.
why
aging.
you let Jamal into your life.
What?
And in autopsies, when they cut open bodies to
Again,
see
that sounds
what
like some animal
causes
product eater shit.
atherosclerosis, it's always vegetable oil. It's never saturated fat.
Did you just say Jamal sounds like an animal?
I
Pretty
said
Yeah, he
racist.
said some sus gay shit.
That's pretty
Another
racist.
animal product trait.
It's pretty
Yeah,
racist. You
another
can't
animal
believe you said
product eater
Jamal
trait.
sounds like an animal. That's pretty racist.
Yeah, racist and gay actually.
Oh, you're a racist vegan, you fucker.
The
How's it
fuck? Are
racist?
you? Look at us spazzing. Look
What
at
How
us
has
dare you
spazzing.
got
not
to
eat?
do with
No
How
way.
racism,
dare
for
you not
fuck's
eat
sake?
meat? You meat
You ever
sis.
got beat up by a vegan? Come over here.
Dude, you're a
Hey.
vegan and you're mentally ill. You're just mentally ill.
Ever?
God. Tex, you're crazy.
Yeah, well, you're
Dare
mentally
you not
ill.
eat my beef? Eat my beef. No, eat it. Eat
So,
it. You're crazy.
the guy
What the
that
fuck?
doesn't want to eat the
Okay.
thing that kills people the most and doesn't want to hurt animals is crazy.
You don't have enough cholesterol. You don't have enough of your deteriorating stomach lining. Eat my beef. Ah.
Eat
That's
my
all I'm
Eat
gonna
my
do.
beef. You need
Eat my
city
beef.
milk. You need cow city milk. What else?
Look, I love goat and I love meat, but I don't give a fuck. This
I
guy's
mean,
fucking memeing so
I
hard.
kind of like
This
cold.
guy's fucking goofy.
Espresso's memeing so hard,
Look at
dude.
the state of you, mate. Like
He's
you're a
trying
vegan.
to anyway. I think he's actually saying this though. I don't think he's memeing. I think he's saying this for
Oh,
real.
in it, yeah, in it,
You've got
in
your
it, bro.
name
Look at
in
the state, bro. In
all
it, yeah.
capitals.
Get you a bottle
And
of water.
you proclaim to be a vegan because you want to take a moral high horse. Mate, I can see right
I
through you.
literally didn't say anything about that.
Where did he say that
see
his
right through you.
veganism put him
About it.
above everybody else? When
You
did
don't
he
Look,
say
he's,
that?
he's projecting what he's hiding. He's hiding the fucking. He likes animals, but he doesn't want to give up his
Humans,
bacon.
do you? You don't care about the health of humans.
Projecting.
You
I've been
don't
doing
care
this so
about
long, dude. I can sense you, bro. I can read you like a
it's based
fucking
on a
children's book.
inferiority complex where you want to
that's
be
pretty weird. Why
morally superior to everyone else. How about fucking let people enjoy what they want to eat? If they want to eat,
True.
I didn't say anything about it, dude. Like I didn't even bring it up, dude.
Really close. Did someone really close to you,
He's spazzing
Espresso,
out.
become vegan and bully you for not joining them in their
No
veganism?
shit. Did a vegan
Just like say
fucking
you're a fucking piece of shit because no one's here saying
did a
this. No
vegan
one's here
fucking
saying it.
mother in front of you or something, dude? Jesus Christ.
And I can tell you why each one of them is problematic.
What's wrong
okay?
with you, bro?
I'll start with chia seeds. It doesn't give you the EPA and
This
DHA
is
that
just
you
gonna
need.
run down every fucking item on the fucking list.
Tofu's full of omega-6 linoleic acid. It's full of linoleic acid, omega-6, which fucking oxidizes rapidly at room temperature, let alone at the temperature in the body. Hang on a second. Sprouted whole grain bread. First of all, to sprout ancient grains, yeah, ferment them and thresh them freshly. If you can do that,
That's one of the 10
Say something bad about cantaloupe, dude. Say something bad about cantaloupe. Talk shit about cantaloupe, dude.
Yo, they're making the fucking frogs game, man.
Making the frogs gay. Say something bad about watermelon,
Listen,
bro.
you fucking imbecile. Quinoa has got so many saccharines on it. You can only eat
where you from? Where
a
you from,
tiny
dude?
amount of it,
Clear up.
right? Hemp seeds
shit
are
about
not
broccoli,
good.
dude. Go for it.
Where the fuck are
You
you
use hemp
from,
seeds
you
to
little
grow a
bitch?
fucking bud.
What do you
Yes.
eat, bro? What do you
Just
eat? Hold on, I
relax.
want to know
Just
what
chill
you
the
eat.
fuck out, man.
Yeah,
Just
calm
tell me
down.
what you eat, you fucking FBI agent.
List every
Yeah,
fucking vegetable in the world right now, dude. Are you stupid?
Plant
Are you fucking
proteins that
stupid, bro?
digest,
Dude,
they're
list
very
the vegetables
problematic,
you eat, bro.
have
List
anti-nutrients.
God, this dude.
He doesn't eat vegetables. He sticks vegetables in his asshole.
I see that, dude. I fucking see
Hey,
that.
yo, my nigga.
Oh damn, we got him. Oh fuck.
I use vegetables in soups after cooking them for long fucking hours at a
Hey,
time.
I'm gonna cook you for fucking hours in a minute. Just
Vegetables
shut
are
the
full
fuck
of toxins, man. They're evil. That's their only protection.
Look how trigger motherfuckers get about some animal
Vegetables
products.
are
That's
toxic.
funny.
That's where I've been.
Fuck
That's
this.
where I've been. Keep it
I
up.
would bet money that this dude has parasites.
What?
Guaranteed.
I would bet bet money that you would not want to keep up with me
spazzing out
in
about
any
animal
fucking
products right
kind
now.
of
Yeah.
any kind of sport or any kind of activity.
Oh,
I guarantee you wouldn't. I put
guarantee you.
I'll put $1,000 on it right now. I'll put $1,000 on it right now. Whoever you are, $1,000 on whatever sport you want to play. I'll beat you at it.
I am more
Dude, $1,000. I'll pull up $1,000, bitch. $1,000, any fucking sport you want to play. Let's do it. Bet, motherfucker. Bet. I bet you won't. I bet you fucking won't, bro. Pussy ass bitch. Shut up, nigga. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit, bitch. Shut up.
You're a vegan.
Shut up. You ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah,
You ain't gonna do shit.
vegan. You're a
Shut
fucking
up, bro.
bitch.
Your connective tissues are weak because they're not even getting the care that they need.
$2,000 on it. What you want? What sport you want to play, bitch?
What you want?
What sport you want to play, dude? Let's do this, dude. I'll figure this out. Let's make it worth the while.
Hey,
I think they want
nigga,
to spit
swear up
roast you.
$2,000.
Let's do it. Come on, let's play this fucking game, huh?
Yo, you're both retarded, but I love you
Pussy.
anyway. Going.
Pussy. That dude's a pussy. Shut up.
Get fucking injured before we even got to the start line.
He already injured, bro. Yeah,
your little
fat.
vegan,
Probably
your little
fat,
vegan,
but shut
your
up.
little vegan bony legs. Yeah.
They sound like they've got leaky gut, man.
Put money on it, bitch. Let's do this.
Little bone bitch vegan.
Huh?
Mm.
I don't want to go to the Middle East. I don't want to fucking go to that stanky motherfucker to play any sports, though.
Hell, he got the stank though.
Got that stank though. Yeah, he winner. Smell like rotten fucking animal flesh coming out of your pores. Winner.
Darth actually left. He's gone. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, Darth had enough of us as being retarded, probably. So
you can't digest any food, mate. Like at least my digestion works, right? At least when I eat food, I can just fucking train afterwards.
Because most people are clogged up because they got rotten animal flesh in their shit.
You get flatulence. You need to shit 10 times a day.
I get fiber. I don't shit.
You need to shit 10 times a day because you've got undigested fiber in your large intestine fermenting.
I shit very nice twice a day, dude.
How do you know what his shit tastes like? That's a bit weird.
Yeah, no shit, bro. What you eating all my shit for, bro?
He's an expert in shit.
Why are you eating my shit,
That's
bro?
next level. That's next level shit.
Wait, you're inviting me to eat your shit? That's a bit weird.
Yeah,
but why are you... shit.
I don't really. I'm not interested. Sorry. I mean, I'm completely like welcoming of your fetish and all, but like I don't want to engage in it. So.
Oh, did you know that all animal product has a certain amount of shit that you're allowed to consume by the FDA?
Yeah.
And plus from staph infection.
Yeah, and also shit, you fucking idiots. So like everyone consumes.
I know that you feel
and
really
parasites
nice,
and
pretending
parasites.
to be something that you're not, which is a vegan, because there's no such thing as a vegan. Yeah, because when you rub your hands together, you kill millions of cells, don't you?
Oh my God, don't be ridiculous.
How can you be a vegan when you're killing millions of
I would kill millions of cells by rubbing my hand with your face.
Fuck you up.
That's true, dude. Every time Jason fucks someone, he kills like 100,000 kids. It's true.
Shit.
How did you know?
Wait. Every
leave it your mom.
Oh no. Wait, in that case, how many kids have I come into my own eye?
Oh jeez. Animal product eater shit right there, bro.
True.
Wrong with you kids?
Why would you go down this road, Espresso? Why are you so desperate to meme yourself out of existence? Why?
He's not even joking though. This
Dude,
was
it's
scary.
gotta be a joke. The way you just brought it up.
Witness with vegan. Witness with it as a vegan, dude. When I tried to tell people about this, I didn't even bring it up. By the way, I didn't even bring this shit up. By the way,
I just realized that as a nerve.
I was outed, and then this shit happens. That's why
he's trying to save me from Jason's evil ways.
If you tickle it, it starts acting like a bitch.
Trying to get
Jason, you're an evil vegan, man. Fuck you.
Yeah, evil vegans. Make yourself healthier.
Yeah, meat is easier to eat. I mean,
yeah, it is a cheat. It is a cheat, but then you suffer the consequences by becoming a fat, feminized fucking dude that dies at 60 years old.
What?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Being a bit feminized is kind of nice, so you know.
I guess so. Sometimes, I guess. Getting really to hold the door for you.
Wait, are we talking about like actual meat, like talk, or are we talking about like meat as an actual animal product?
Beef, steak.
Oh right,
I think Espresso's actually talking about that.
I thought
meat
this
stick.
had conversations about whether or not Espresso liked sucking cock on it. Okay, I've been kind of.
Me too. Actually, I'm still on that thought process.
Start again.
We're still on that. We can get there. I'll show you how. Come
Are
with
we
me.
still on that? Or can we move on?
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. You said it's the beef and all that stuff. Yeah, well, that 98% of the animal products you eat is going to be from a female. They're not
Damn,
male.
that's pretty fucking hot.
Dang, dude, that's nice.
Yep, you eat nothing but little baby girls.
Yum 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 yum.
Yum yum yum. You are what you eat, you little fat pig.
I eat lamb, so I already know, Jason. It's not mutton. It's lamb.
Huh?
It's lamb.
That's why you should
You
get.
little sheepish. Do you have a following thing? Do you follow a thing?
Instead of cremation, you should get yourself buried in like a field, so you become the grass.
My body fat percentage is lower than all of yours.
How do you
all
know?
of your body fat percentages are higher than mine.
Because I will.
How do you know what my BMI is? Jason always the lowest.
I don't know what your BMI is. You left at some pretty key things.
I'm a freak.
I think you're pretty sharp, dude. I think you eat
You
healthier.
don't know me. Look at my name. I'm a freak of nature. I can move, dude. I can fucking move. Trust me.
You are freaking nature when you were
I can do one arm chins. I can do one arm handstands.
Skinny, fat little fucking bitch. You tell me where you live, they're gonna beat the fuck out of you.
I can do
the lowest person with the
I'm
lowest.
sure I would tower over you and suplex you into Netherlands.
They have
You can't even fucking come close to me. You can't even see me.
Suplex you into the fucking afterworld.
I'm too fast.
Buff as fuck. They're huge.
I'm too fast. I'm lightning fast. I'm known for being lightning fast.
Jerking off, dude. Get the fuck out of
Dude,
here.
you sound like your family can't afford food. Never mind.
Eddie Gonzalez, my friend.
Espresso.
Nigga said he's lightning fast. Fast as fuck, will we?
Nobody's quicker than me.
Espresso.
Intellectually, physically.
Your family are experienced running away from the police when they steal bread. You cunt.
No shit. Is that what they nicknamed you fucking super fast when you was crossing the border of whatever European country you was invading?
Regime. It's called discipline.
Discipline.
Discipline. How are you disciplined, you fat turd?
I don't touch starch. I don't touch sugar.
Touch starch. You don't touch vagina. You don't touch.
Okay, I can't see that.
I only eat animal
You don't touch
products.
sunlight. He doesn't touch grass. He just touches his
Non-starchy
keyboard.
veg. Non-starchy veg, my friend. And
You sound like you got a bit too much time before fixing your food. Maybe we should,
Like asparagus
Yeah,
and Brussels
I'm fucking
sprouts?
vegan and I don't talk shit
Meals a
about
day.
much food.
Each
dude.
meal contains protein from an animal source and some vegetables.
Yeah, that's why you're a fat titted bitch.
Yes,
The lowest
Get all
body fat
emotional.
percentage in this
Get all
survey.
emotional and shit when you talk about your fucking little heroin addict.
I have the
You
lowest
don't
body
call him a
fat
heroin
percentage
addict. It's not very nice. He's
in this survey.
eating shit.
Oh no, I'm not even saying that facetiously. I'm saying that when you eat cheese, it literally activates the same neurons in your brain as fucking heroin. It's scientific.
That's pretty based, actually.
Yeah, go get your
God,
fucking
I
heroin.
need a
Go
block
get
of
some
cheese
heroin
right now.
and then wonder why you can't get your fucking life together.
I finally
Oh,
found out.
sugar.
I finally figured out a substitute to my cheese addiction. I'm just gonna start taking heroin
You
instead.
could take some heroin, you'd be better off, dude. You won't
Let me
get
go
the
find
black
some heroin
cholesterol.
to take.
I'd love to meet you in real life.
Statistics actually,
Oh, I
heroin.
would love. Hey, I would love to meet you real life too, buddy.
There you go.
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to the other dickhead.
Yeah, of course you are, mate. 'Cause you're talking to someone from a different continent, but not me. 'Cause you little puns. You little.
Fucking
You little puff.
Yeah, Atlas could actually meet you. I
I'll talk to
can't.
you now,
Yo,
no
good
problem.
to see you. Are you in
I'll talk
Manchester?
to
You
you
little
now, no problem.
skinny twat.
I'll talk to you now, no problem.
there.
We're in Mexico.
How
We
tall
can
are
do
you?
whatever
I'm
time.
talking to you now. I'm talking to you. I'm
Yeah, you're
talking to you.
avoiding me.
You're doing a lot of talking over here.
So, okay, hang on a second.
You're a little
You want me
fucking
to talk
toy
to him?
trying to prove himself on a Discord server.
You want me to talk to him? Go on.
Tony,
Go on,
he's
tell me
talking a
what's
lot
up.
of talk over here.
Go on, tell me what's up.
So tell him what's up.
Exactly
I'll
what
tell
I
you
thought.
what's up.
Exactly what I thought.
Your
Who are
Exactly
you
what I
talking
thought.
to now?
your
Sorry.
BMI, dude.
Shut the fuck
Your
up.
BMI
Talking
is
to me or
fucking
him?
up.
Pussy.
You're talking to me or him?
Fucking
Hello?
pussy.
You don't even
Hello?
know. The dude don't even know who he's talking. He's talking to both of us, or
Dude,
he's
I
like
get it.
just fighting
I get it.
everybody.
You missed your
Weird.
father figure for the past 10 years, and now you're acting out. Like, which one of us you want to be your father, me or him?
Fuck out of
But
you.
me, because I was telling him how to eat. I
Oh,
told him
I
to eat
would
his
love.
broccoli.
Hey, I would love to see you try, buddy. I would love to see you throw the first swing, just to get it on CCTV when I fucking kill you
Get the
afterwards.
fuck out of you with just my legs.
Oh, wait,
Do
who's that person?
With just my legs. Okay.
I'd
With
wrap
just
it
my-
down like a boa constrictor. and
Hey, you
fucking
know,
rip
you
my
know,
head
the
off.
UK. Hey, you know, the UK cops love it.
The,
when people
the
go in
least
self-defense.
the least heterosexual comment award goes to
UK police love it when you throw the first swing, man.
I'm a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I think I can fuck you up with just one.
What Brazilians are you
Dude,
jiu-jitsuing?
you sound like you
What are
spend all
talking
day
about?
inside playing Euro Truck Simulator.
You sound like a dude that relies too much on Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and you think you can beat up a big dude and get fucking pile drived into the concrete like a fucking bitch.
6'4".
You're not 6'4".
You're a fucking retard. Shut up, dude.
You're not 6'4", man. You're like 5'9", man.
Well, then, if you're 6'4", you're lanky, dude. You're worthless. 6'2" is the fucking warrior status.
Post one picture of you and your
6'4", you're lanky, dude.
Post feet pics, please.
One picture of just your leg. Just
no, not the legs. Just post
Go
feet pics.
look
Just
on
your legs.
Gracie Barhar's Facebook.
Just one, dude. Just one picture. Come on.
Go look on Gracie Barhar's Facebook.
Not even your face or
Yo,
anything.
post feet, man. Post your feet pics.
Just your legs.
Post your feet, dude. Now you made it weird. Now that dude made it fucked up.
You'll confirm how tall you are and that you actually do Brazilian
Dude, you need to
jiu-jitsu.
confirm that you're not a bitch, okay? So, like, put on some thigh highs, send a picture of your feet.
Dude,
right?
I'll fucking challenge you. $1,000 Brazilian jiu-jitsu match.
$1,000 who can wear the cutest thigh highs. Go on, Jason.
Literally, dude. DM me.
Jason,
I'll tell you exactly where to meet up. We'll fucking do this.
anyone else want
I'll take the picture of the money.
Jason, I will take you down.
Anyone else want in on this? Anyone else want to see these two in thigh highs?
Jason, I'm gonna eat my elk meat and I'm gonna fucking put you in an arm bar and kill you.
Oh shit, the Rogan fucking, you gotta give me the Rogan experience.
Yes, sir. And I'm gonna be on a DMT trip.
Oh my goodness, I can't wait to be on Joe Rogan. One day, dude, I will be on Joe Rogan.
Rogan's
It'll be
best, dude. You
hilarious,
can't cancel Rogan. He'll cancel
I think
you
I could.
instead.
I think
No,
I
you
could.
couldn't.
So if you are
I
what
think
you
I
eat
could.
and you only eat vegans, does that still make you vegan?
No.
Vegans are bad.
That makes you a
Vegans are
cannibal,
fine.
man.
It does by
Makes you a
proxy.
cannibal weirdo, man.
But not if you're a vegan. You are what you eat.
Not if you're a
Look
chimichanga.
up Alex Jones. I'll eat your liberal ass. You're welcome.
Damaged.
That's
You don't
just
have
funny
the
as
necessary
fuck.
nutrients that
And
human
it's
beings
funny,
need in order to be
but it's
mentally
kind of
healthy.
scary because these people are here
For
for
something that
propaganda.
you refuse to
And
give your body its
strong
natural
message.
diet. You refuse to feed your body with what it requires. That's a form of self-harm. There's something seriously wrong with that.
Man, dude, I'm done engaging with you. You're a fucking
stink like
moron.
pee-pee. You
You
stink like
wouldn't engage with
weed.
somebody who has more knowledge than you. Of course you wouldn't.
Jesus Christ, dude. You literally are telling me I don't have the proper nutrients. And you don't even know my diet. That's how ignorant you are. That's how ignorant you are. You have
No, I know your diet.
You literally can't stop. Why are you fucking keep over talking me, dude? Can you control yourself?
Destroyed you in
Can
every
you
way
control
that
yourself, dude? I know you're concerned. I know
And
you're
now
concerned, but can you
reacting
control
to
yourself?
emotional
Dude, control your fucking self,
It's all
man.
right. You've lost.
Dude, what is
It's
your
okay.
name, dude? You're about to get muted like a
okay,
motherfucker.
dude.
What is
You
your name?
lost.
Why did
It's
someone
alright,
have
you
to
lost.
lose here?
Who is this
I'm
fucking
not getting
talking?
it. I'm not getting it. I
Who
eat
talking?
meat. I didn't lose. Jason's vegan. He didn't lose. Why does there have to be a loser here?
If
I'm
you
confused.
eat meat,
We were
then you're a
debating
winner.
we're debating about which way of eating is healthy.
No one's debating with you. You
Nobody
know.
was even talking about this. This
No,
dude
you
came
should
out of
debate.
nowhere.
You should
Last
debate with
debate.
your mother why.
Jiu-Jitsu.
You should debate with your mother why she can't figure out who's your real dad, bro.
You should debate with my fist
Facts.
going into your face.
Oh, you think you had a knife, bro?
That's not a Brazilian jiu-jitsu move, sir.
I don't
Yeah,
need
that's
to
not
restrict
a
myself to one discipline.
I think actually
discipline.
you're
You don't
just,
sound disciplined. Dude, you threatened two different people now in this server. You don't sound very disciplined. Black belt jujitsu.
I come from the Gracie
You
family.
clown. You fucking clown. Shut the fuck up. You sound like an absolute retard, bro. Stop.
Don't use that word. Don't use that word. The last time I called him that at school, he threw a rampage.
I mean, that's fine. I got some other shit I should be doing anyway.
You both sound like you've never been through shit in
Special
life.
education. It's not. It's a literal retardation of the human mind. Physically, because of the chemical damage and the swelling caused by animal product.
You little American
Bro,
yank.
you were probably on
Yeah.
preschool meals. Shut the fuck
And
up.
you, FM84, you don't know what the fuck world I come from either.
Preschool meals, weren't
If
you?
you were
Answer the
there in
question.
front of me, I would
You're
juke you in
preschool
the
meal.
neck. and you want to shit.
I'd buck you. I'd buck you.
That's three people. That's three people. This dude has threatened in like a half hour, dude.
You can answer the question. Do you want free school meals? Yes or no?
You're a pussy.
Yeah, you answer the question because you were on free school meals.
You're a pussy. Yeah, come see me in real life.
I'm pretty sure Atlas has offered this several times for espresso.
Name a fucking time and a fucking place.
I'll send you my location, you bitch.
Name a fucking time and come to West Bromwich. Do you want me to give you a list of cities?
I'll show you how to run a city.
Give you a list of cities I can meet you in.
If you come to West Bromwich,
bring your boys, bring anyone you want.
One-on-one.
Fucking make it 10-on-1. I don't give a fuck.
As if you ain't got nobody else.
Why are you beating around the bush?
Okay, you can meet me in a few cities. Manchester, Liverpool, Sheffield, Leeds, Harrogate, York. Name it, man. Come on.
Mate, you come to me.
Yeah, okay, name it then.
You know exactly where I'm from.
I don't.
He's a bitch. This dude, 6'4" black belt.
Birmingham. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm honestly not surprised.
Come down, my friend.
Who is this dude? This dude is taking up too much of my time. He's like, speak again, you fucking.
Yo, you might want to make sure we do it in the town centre so I don't kill you by accident.
Mate, you're a white boy. You ain't gonna last.
You're white too. You like you said you're 6'4". You sound like you're about 20 fucking pounds, like a twig.
Going down to fucking zero.
All right, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop with the. We're gonna stop with the teenage strutting here. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. This room is for intelligent debate. Okay. Not for teenagers to stroke their masculine ego.
The problem is that there's too many vegans in here and they're weak, so they have to justify their position, which is based on nothing to do with science. But
it's just emotion. Okay, it's just emotion.
I thought we're gonna talk about deism, Darth.
All right, I'll be back. I have to take a phone call.
All right.
I have to take a shit.
What did I just hear?
Yo, movement. We're in Birmingham.
Anyway. This shit again.
Come to West Bromwich, little joke here.
I literally got that guy turned down. So.
From Birmingham. I love it. Absolutely love Birmingham. Best city in England, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you didn't.
Yeah, they're gonna have to repaint the fucking floor.
Nah, mate, Liverpool, bro. Mate, wait.
They're gonna have to retar the road with your cops on it, bro.
When you not come to Birmingham, yeah, and you see all us boys that are running.
Oh,
shit
so you're gonna get your boys on me then? Okay,
you can't take it. You can't take it, and then you have to be racist because you know that we run shit here.
Oh yeah. Oh, you run shit, do you? Okay, I'm so scared. I'm very afraid.
No, I ain't threatening you.
Oh my goodness, this
you're a little bitch. What? You feel threatened by me?
What? So you're saying you're a weak man, lad?
I ain't threatening you. I never threatened you. If you feel threatened by me, that's your weakness, not
you're
me.
saying you're a weak man, right?
If you feel threatened by me, that's you. That's nothing to
So
do
you're
with
saying
me.
you're a weak man, like you're probably a packy as well, huh?
Yeah, but you told him, bro, you told him you're gonna juke him.
Said if he was standing in front of me, I would juke him. I would.
Yeah, and I'm assuming. Hold on, and I'm assuming that means
stab, bro. That means stab somebody, bro.
Hold on, does that mean stab? By the way,
I think it means beat up. I'm not sure.
I think it means what it's going to do.
No, the joke is the joke that you give him. You stab somebody, bro. Joke. What the fuck? You talking about stabbing people now, dude? All right.
You want to bring your boys and you want to do something.
Dude, you're the one who's threatening to bring your boys. You're such a pussy, man, honestly.
Calm the fuck. What does it mean?
You've made some eaters look like a bitch, dude. Thank you.
You threatened to bring your boys to me.
Yeah, if you and your boys were stood in front of me now, I'd kiss you.
Right in the fucking eye, dude.
I'm not gonna lie though. If you do want to meet up, right?
If you want to meet up, just bring the lube.
Yeah, you bring the lube. I'll come down. Okay, me and you, and your boys.
You
can take turns on my house.
Wait, movement. Wait, hold on. Movement.
You millennials.
Wait. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Movement. Does juke mean stab or just beat up?
No, he wants to meet up for a bum.
I'm gonna stab him with the coronavirus vaccine.
So you're a cheat.
I understand. And when I was taking movement, you are aware that this guy FM84. You do know this guy is a transformer, right?
He's a transgender.
Yes.
There's a transformer.
I'm not, you fucking idiot, Grizzly.
Well, you are transgender. I can confirm.
Yeah, and you're okay. I know this is my name, but you are black, so just be quiet.
Well, anyway,
Well,
at the very
you're
least,
white,
at the
man.
very
You're-
least,
you're
he's batty,
white,
bro.
man.
At the very least, he's batty.
It's botty means it takes you bot up these eyes.
At the very least, but it can't. But potentially,
see what it is that this guy's clearly like brown, right? So his black friend needs to come in.
Wait a
with
minute.
his boys.
No, hold on, wait, hold on. So at the very least,
Your FM, I don't know this other guy you're arguing with, but I do have a problem with the FM. I believe you're a neo-Nazi. You're trying to
exactly at the very least.
Wait a
minute, at the very least, he's batty.
Well, Darth.
Okay, well,
Wait, at the very most,
if you're
he's
gonna
gender
accuse me of a
dysphoric.
Nazi, I can say things back to you, right?
Respectfully, I've spoken to a lot of.
If I see him in real life, I would beat the fuck out of him so bad, yeah. I'd be begging me to stop. You'd be begging me. You'd be there, you'd be crying, you'd be like,
Yeah, can we have one of the mods survey him for violating community guidelines?
Your FM,
Dude, movement. Even the black guy's laughing at you, man. Fucking hell.
Your FM, what did you say to this guy to get him this angry, man? Like,
I just told him to meet me. I told him name and time and a place. He starts screeching about 20 minutes, saying that I'm going to get my boys on him. And then when he finally tells where he lives, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to get my boys on you." He's like, really, he's so mad right now.
No. In the UK, we fight 1v1. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
It's cool. It's cool.
By the way. You know what? You come down, yeah. I'll tie both my arms behind my back. You can bring 10 of your boys.
You're a
and I'll
packy
take
then,
you all
yeah.
out. I'll take you all out, no problem.
Bum session, yeah.
So you're a packing, yeah? You going to blow yourself up?
Mate, you come down.
You got nothing else to say. You're a weak manlet, and no one should be afraid of you.
I said come down.
Calm
You
down.
don't sound tough, judging from your voice.
I mean, I didn't start this. He's the one who started it, so.
He's saying calm down.
He's saying come down.
Wait, FM, why is a submissive batty boy like you being so aggravating?
Oh, Grizzly, you can name a time and a place as well, mate. You're like 40 years old. You don't.
Why are you being so aggravational?
You spend
Why are you being so
24/7 arguing
provocative?
religious
Telling
shit
you
on
it's
Discord.
the fucking
adversarial.
You
Why?
paid child
estrogen
support for your
he's
3
eating.
kids.
The mammalian estrogen
Like
that
Grizzly
he
Girly,
eats
you
all the time.
cannot talk shit to me, okay?
Beans.
Behave yourself. Behave yourself.
God, can you mute these people, please?
Boy, you eat.
You're also
God, can you mute
can't even
them?
fucking tie your
Look,
shoelaces.
if you guys want to, show your teenage prowess, go to another room.
Yeah,
No, what it is there's just too much soy involved. Like they've been eating way
What's
too
wrong
much
with soy? What's wrong with soy?
It increases estrogen in the body, clinically proven as a fact.
That's plant-based estrogen. It has no effect on you, unlike mammalian
No,
estrogen.
you need to research it further. You haven't clearly researched
I don't
it.
think
well
I don't think you're correct because that's not what transsexuals take during their hormone therapy.
All right, let's
if you look at the amount of omega-6 that you guys consume on a consistent
we got it.
Omega-6 isn't what we're looking for.
Listen,
for
I'm going to
estrogen,
start serving. I'm going to start server muting people. Stop over talking.
Please. So yeah, the plant-based estrogen has no effect on you. The mammalian estrogen, though, is the one that they're giving
the same one that an infant, a baby drinks from its own mother. But you guys don't advocate for breast milk. You believe that a baby should have soy-based infant formula. Isn't it interesting how they feed the animals soy and they get sick, and they feed us those sick animals and we get sick, and it's all fucking soy-based? Isn't it interesting?
I've never heard anybody say that babies shouldn't drink the milk of their mother.
No, you're advocating for that because you're saying that.
I don't advocate for that, so don't say that. You're talking to me right now.
Listen, hold on. I
Or not.
appreciate both of you for your zeal, but try not to crosstalk, okay?
Okay, so he's arguing that human beings are not designed to have mammalian-based foods. Now, there's a problem with that argument because the first food that any human has when they're born is their mother's breast milk, which carries over enzymes, bacteria, very good. It's a very good source of easily available minerals and vitamins, and it's the first food that a person should have. If they don't have that food, then it's been proven that the child is more prone to having allergies, more prone to developing diabetes, and disease, autoimmune conditions, because there's something protective about that mammalian food that he has described as not compatible for human being machinery. Now, there's another problem with your argument.
Do I get a chance to respond?
Wait a second. There's another problem with your
That's
argument,
a lot, dude.
which is that
I didn't even make an argument, by the way. So
you argue that that soy-based milk is more appropriate for humans than mammalian-based milk, and you use that terminology. Okay, now if that was the case, then why is it that the first food that a human being eats is mostly saturated fat? Because if you look at human breast milk, it's mostly saturated fat with some protein and some carbohydrates. The carbohydrates is mostly lactose. So if we weren't supposed to eat that, which is what you argue,
how many questions are you going to ask, dude?
if we weren't supposed to eat that, then why is
I'd
it
rather
that
not even answer this bullshit.
why is it that that's the first food that we are all supposed to eat?
Go ahead, Jason. Answer the question.
All righty then. Yeah, because you're a baby, you're supposed to drink from the milk of the mother. When you grow out of that, you're supposed to stop doing that. When you continue to do that from a bovine, what you're doing is now you're drinking the milk that took a 200-pound calf within the span of a year to a 2,500-pound behemoth monster. And when a human being does that, we have all kinds of hormonal problems. Women have ovarian cancer, breast cancer. Dudes have titties, feminization, a lot of issues. So that's one factor where you can.
That is total nonsense.
Yeah.
That's
total nonsense. It's total nonsense. You're supposed to eat the calf milk. That's total nonsense, huh? You're supposed to eat calf's milk. That's
because it's
buddy.
easily eaten
dude.
raw. Hang on a second. The way you can tell whether a food is natural for a human being is whether the food can be eaten raw. If the food can be eaten raw, for example, a mango or a coconut, then that's a good indication that that food is meant to be eaten by humans because it doesn't require processing. Now, milk can be eaten directly from the animal raw as long as the animal is healthy and it was eating mainly grass. If
In the wild?
If the animal has been bred for...
In the wild or in captivity?
Stop cutting me off. Yeah.
Makes a big difference. I don't want to hear you monologue. I don't want to hear you monologue. If you're asking me questions,
you had your chance to reply. Wait, Jason, you had your chance to...
I will not reply. I don't want to hear this.
You had your chance to reply and you replied. Now let him speak now.
I will not reply if you let this fucking guy monologue. He's asking me this shit. I don't want to hear a monologue.
You finished your statement. You
I
finished your
don't
statement.
give a fuck whose turn it is. I don't want to hear a monologue.
Well, then
if it's going to be directed towards me.
Well, then deafen yourself then.
He's talking about salvation. You're going to learn something.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk because they just want to take a position where it's like, I'm better than you because I don't eat animals.
Oh, just shut the fuck up, man, honestly.
You shut the fuck up.
Wait, did we make Darth leave his own channel? Again?
I think he's a busy
this
guy,
little
man.
fucking child is just seeking, like, attention from a man.
Let him speak, man. Stop interrupting each other. People are like children, honestly, man.
Yeah, you like children, don't you?
Shut your fucking mouth, bro. You idiot.
There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
It's like they're literally like little delinquent little kids, and they don't. All they want to do is interrupt things constantly. They've got no fucking no
It's
capacity.
an ego thing. Oh, I'm gonna be exposed as being wrong. I have to defend myself.
Yeah, start throwing the toys out the front.
Nah, actually, you're stupid. So
this FM84 guy, I'd love to just meet him on the street and just fucking.
You want to give me a
enough
kiss?
with this, please, guys, please stop this.
You want to give me a kiss?
You two are never gonna fucking meet. Get
no,
over
you want
it.
it? No,
Stop
I want
bringing
this
it
guy
up.
that can give me a kiss, man. Come on.
If he falsely accused me, this motherfucker, if he falsely accused me in public, I'd literally knock his jaw loose, bro. No joke.
Oh,
no, you would never do such a thing.
If he accused me in public, I would.
Grizzly, is God a necessary fact?
Grizzly, you're not going to do fucking anything to me, you little pussy.
Yeah, you're a little pussy.
Grizzly's not little, he's overweight, he's obese.
Go back to that shit.
Grizzly, you're literally bedridden.
Benji, you're the one, bro. Benji, you're the one who's gay. and
You're
submissive.
fucking.
You're on here 24/7. You're fat, Grizzly.
Yeah, Grizzly, you're fucking bedridden. You pay child support. You
Hey, Grizzly, you're a fat fuck. You don't get any
I'm not
exercise,
fat.
pussy.
I'm not fat. Stop lying. Stop lying, motherfucker. Make something even better.
You're on this all day, every day. You're a fat fuck loser.
None of your business.
Can multiple people not go after one guy?
I will fuck your mother. Yeah, call me motherfucker. I do. I will fuck your mother, Grizzly. Yeah.
Dude, you're still a little punk kid. Your balls ain't
Hey,
even
I
dropped
will
yet.
fuck
Shut
your mother, Grizzly, and your daughter, and your daughter, and your daughter.
Your balls ain't even
Yeah,
dropped
where
yet,
the
mate.
fuck
Shut
do
up.
you live, mate?
Shut up,
I'll
mate.
fuck you
He
up.
might be a federal
Fucking
agent.
pussy.
When is this guy's balls gonna drop? I wonder, bro. Maybe next month.
When are you gonna lose some weight, you fat fuck? You old
One
man.
of his
I'll
When
balls
fuck
is
someone
still
says
stuck
they're
up
gonna
there, bro.
fuck your daughter, they deserve a hard mute from everything in
It's not ever
existence.
due to
So.
you.
Yeah, I'll fuck
Yeah,
your
'cause
daughter, Grizzly.
the thing is, bro, he's got
Tell the
no wit.
dog that
I
fat hurt
fucking
you.
muted the guy. I don't want to hear that shit. I want to
Grizzly,
hear
I'll
he's
bend
gonna
your
fuck
daughter
his
over and I'll
daughter.
beat
What the
that
hell?
shit in.
Has any fucking values
Hey,
anymore.
Grizzly, I'll beat your daughter's
They've
balls
got no
in.
standards, bro. He's a
Fucking pussy.
reprobate.
No
What if
fucking
his
standards.
daughter's on
Man,
my
I'll put her in a
fuck his
3-point
daughter is
stance and
disgusting,
fuck her
dude.
shit to
Chill out.
oblivion.
Absolute
They
reprobate.
don't have no
Hey,
weight
Grizzly,
behind the
I'll
talk
bend her.
either.
I'll bend her the
Like,
fuck over,
when
you
they say
pussy.
something, nobody gives a shit because they've got no weight or substance behind what they're saying.
Just shut
Grizzly,
up.
how
You
about I
Exactly.
cut open your neck and
Exactly.
drink your
And
blood?
movement. And you told these guys some truth. You red pilled all these boys, right? And instead
How
of
about
like,
I cut open your neck and drink
going
your
into
blood,
that and
Grizzly?
explaining that, all they want to do is shut it down. All they do is shut it down, throw
Oh,
shit at
Grizzly,
it, say,
shut
nah,
up, you
you're
fucking
crazy, you're
loser.
dumb,
Shut
all that
up.
bullshit.
Grizzly, I'll rip off all your
Absolute
fingernails, you
delinquents, man.
pussy.
Absolute delinquents, all these guys. Man.
And
Seriously.
it's so fucking true.
Yeah. Just mute them, was it? Just mute them
You're
one at a
literally
time. bro.
agreeing with somebody who's looking
Grizzly,
for a father. Actually,
Grizzly,
Grizzly,
you
you're
look
gonna
like you chew
Grizzly,
on
you're
rocks.
gonna become his father figure. He's finally found a father
And by the
figure
way,
in
this
Grizzly
guy,
Gorilla.
FMA, is literally what
Shut
is
the
it called?
fuck
A
up,
gender
bitch. I didn't say you
dysphoric
could
queer.
speak.
No joke.
Yo, I like
Fucking
this
people
guy.
say Darth
is
I love
insane.
this fucking guy in the background, dude. He's so funny.
Because this fucking
Woman, I'm not even
faggot
joking, bro. This
Grizzly's a
guy
pussy.
FM is a
He's
dysphoric
a
queer.
fucking pussy. He won't do anything. I
You're
wish I
calling
could
him a
see you in
pussy.
real
What are
life.
you doing? You're on Discord. What are you doing? Calling him a
That's
pussy?
why he's whispering. I live by myself, Grizzly. Come
Delinquents,
to
bro.
my house,
Mentally
pussy.
or
Your balls
completely
haven't
imbalanced.
even dropped yet.
I wouldn't say ill, but just definitely imbalanced.
Yeah, like
Grizzly, you're
they've got
talking
no
yourself
fucking
again, you
order
fucking
in their life.
schizo retard, eh?
Grizzly, you're spurging.
Mate, you've said his name like fucking 100 times. Are you obsessed with him?
Shut the fuck up, faggot. I didn't say you could speak.
Oh, look, the little fucking vegan's back.
Yeah, stop fucking whispering. I'll fuck your mother, pussy.
Oh my god.
The little vegan bitch, I tower over you. Fuck you.
Jason, I will rape your daughter, you pussy faggot.
Fuck. I'd snap your dick off and stick it in
Yeah,
your fucking
how
nose.
about I shoot you in your fucking face, pussy?
He's an absolute reprobate. What a reprobate that guy is, Jason, honestly.
Jason, I got a picture of your face now, you fucking pussy faggot.
I thought he's been muted. Thank the gods.
Thank whoever done that.
Thank you, Darth.
There was a infestation of reprobate-minded loons in here.
Well, that last guy, he's now banned from coming in here. He'll have to skulk in here under a different account.
Yeah. You sure will, mate. Don't worry. Because they always want some attention. They always want to have the last word.
You know, I understand it can get heated. There could be sharp criticism. I give sharp criticism. But we don't need to stoop to the level of the Democratic Party, okay?
Yep.
Okay, I can chat for about 10 minutes. Then I know I'm going to have another interruption. But is anyone in here who would like to explain why their atheism is reasonable?
Yeah, Darth, right here. Let me start by asking you a question. Is God a necessary fact?
Well, God is necessary in the sense that he is the only thing that is self-contained, and everything else derives from that.
So if God is necessary, then God must be necessary in all possible worlds. But I can conceive of a world where God isn't necessary. So that's a defeater.
Well, the fact that you can conceive of it doesn't mean that it's actual.
Do you think it's possible that there's a world where God isn't necessary?
I believe when you say possible worlds, are you talking about where a possible world where I might scratch my elbow versus I scratch the top of my head in the next 10 seconds?
Yeah.
No, God just simply necessarily exists, whether I choose to scratch my elbow or my head. Now, let me ask you a question. Okay, are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me why?
Yeah, because for instance, when I talk to people like you, what you're doing is
hold on a second.
Yeah.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh,
Have you
okay.
had too much coffee today?
No, I don't drink coffee.
Then why are you so hyper?
I do cocaine from time to time.
I mean,
Do you want me to explain to you now why I'm an
Well,
atheist?
I want to know why you're just so hyper. I mean, I'm not running away from you.
I just told you.
Okay, so now you're talking calmly. Okay, so
Yeah.
Explain to me your atheism.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the reason why I'm an atheist is because Christians violate the principle that they're standing on. They require a rational justification for the absolute, which is known as energy. But the absolute that you're reasoning from, you have no rational justification for. And then, the Christians will say, oh, it's axiomatic.
Okay, so what you're saying is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, God does not exist because you don't have a reason to believe in the Christian God?
No, God does not exist because the absolute fundamental universal is energy. And every other form of reasoning is spiral reasoning. You start with some presupposition, but that's not going to be your ultimate
All right.
presupposition.
Okay, all right.
You're
Listen,
appealing to energy.
how do you know? Okay, so is energy is it one thing concretely, or is it a concrete many?
Yes, energy is absolute and fundamental, and it has three properties.
All right,
It's
listen,
all powerful, it's all knowing.
okay, listen to me, okay? You sound like you're a teenager, okay? Now,
You sound like you're an old man.
I do sound like an old man. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
You're welcome, Gary.
Now, since you are saying certain things, it's clear to me that did he leave?
No, I'm right here.
Okay. It's clear to me that you're starting with some lies. You're making up things that you couldn't possibly know or defend, but you're pretending like you can know. Now, are you omniscient?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Then how can you know that which is fundamental and eternal? How do you know that?
Because I'm receiving divine revelation from it.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Now, I've warned you before. If you continue to lie to me, I'm not only going to mute you, I'm going to ban you under this account from this room. And I truly, please do not overtalk me. I sincerely mean I would rather not do that. But when people persistently lie to me in a debate, then that pisses me off. I think it's disgusting. Okay. Now, how does energy reveal to you? Okay, this plurality of what you call energy. How does it reveal to you that it is self-contained and eternal?
That's the foundation for knowledge, divine revelation, because energy is all powerful and all knowing.
When you say divine, is this an agent, a persona?
Yes, energy is the precondition for human intelligibility.
Okay, so you're just mimicking certain things you've heard from presuppositionalism. Okay, so strike two. If you have a strike three, I will ban you from the server. I want a sincere response. Okay. And by the way, changing your account name does not mean I don't recognize your voice. Okay. Do you think I'm that stupid?
I'm sorry, Gary. Can we continue?
Okay. So you want to play that game? Okay, good. You're banned.
Why? See, this is what.
I think what we just witnessed there was the degeneracy of the reprobate mind in evidence.
And stalking and harassment. Yeah, I tell him not to do it.
I think what we witnessed there was somebody who was physiologically retrograde.
And they'll come in like, look how many people are here, and try to like use somebody else's soapbox.
I didn't hear any of that. I thought he was asking questions. It did sound a bit coffeeed up, though. I agree with that one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, when you engage in stalking, even when you change accounts and you violate the TOS, then I send a notification to Doobie, and Doobie has at least, it appears to me, banning people who are violating the TOS, and I just submitted his name for ban. So
No,
he'll have to sneak in on another account.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I didn't realize he was stalking you. That's fucking creepy.
You admitted to be on cocaine.
Yeah, he keeps on getting different user accounts, and it's the same shtick. Okay. You see, if he actually had an intellectual grounds, he would. What he was doing was he was just lying. He was cobbling together little bits and pieces from biblical presuppositionalism and then combining it with atheism. Remember, he said that he was an atheist, but then he believes that energy is divine and communicative. Well, that could only come from a persona, and that's what we would call God. But he's an atheist. So the guy's just a moron. Yeah, go ahead.
Just going to say, he did exactly the same thing to me, but the other way around, like 3 days ago. It's just a shtick. He's practiced it well, should we say.
I mean, were you directing that at me? I didn't hear the whole thing.
No, what his name? Can't bot. He did exactly the same thing he just done to you, okay. But to me, the other way around, completely the other way around.
Yeah, these are these young boys on the internet. They've never kissed a girl. They probably couldn't get a girl on a date, because they're probably not good looking enough or masculine enough, and so they get their sexual pleasures through trolling on social networks, which is unfortunate. But I can assure you, if mommy and daddy found out that he was conducting this way on the internet, they would remove his internet access. And boy, would he cry like a Girl Scout.
Gary, I've had plenty of sexual pleasure from your wife. Now I'm wondering, what is ultimate?
Was that a whole account for 2 seconds? That's good.
I mean... I think he just got someone's account. He just asked for someone's login info because that account has been here for a while. I'll say that's an older account.
But I think one of those things in the mental development, I think everybody goes through it. So
Can we applaud how quick that mute was? That was like lightning fast.
Oh, you got to be ready. Darth is ready for it, man. I mean, he's ready to mute the guy. He's made fucking 3 accounts. I don't
know how he got in here because I banished his account. Maybe the bot.
Oh, that was a secondary. It was a secondary.
Yeah,
account.
Another.
No, it's the same one. No, it's the same one.
Oh.
No, it was esoteric something. You sure?
Hold on a second. Oh, okay. You know what? No, you're right. You're right. You're correct.
Yeah, but that account that he just used has been here for a long time. I've debated that account, so I don't think that was like the original owner of that account. I think someone gave
some sort of organized attack. Then, yeah,
exactly.
Like an atheist raid. Jesus.
Well, he just got those 2 accounts banned. I guess he'll have to keep on making new accounts.
But when I had the conversation with him, all we got to was perception. And I was like, great.
Look, my recommendation is once it becomes clear to you that your opponent is not just vigorously disagreeing with you, but is purposely and transparently being deceptive, it's time to stop talking with them. Okay?
Yeah, this is the thing. This is definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you'll talk to your blue in the face with people like this.
What I'll say, sycophant, is almost every theologian argument, debate, philosophical questioning, it all goes down to perception. If you guys have common ground that there's one creator and all this other, it all boils down to, I think my creator is this, the other person says they think their creator is this, and it's your perception of what it boils down to.
That's false. Okay, that's false because you're operating from the position of would-be autonomy, okay? As opposed to the only alternative is that your consciousness is indicative and revelatory of God, okay? Just your consciousness, not just your sense perception, okay? Now, the only alternative to acknowledging the autonomy of the mind of God as creator and sovereign Lord, the only alternative is for you to adopt your that your mind is itself autonomous. Now, do you agree with the dichotomy that I've given you?
I think my definition of perception is a little altered because
I didn't ask you about a definition of perception. I said, did you agree with the dichotomy that I gave you?
No, because our definitions are different.
Okay. So, is your self-consciousness derivative of the autonomous mind of God? Do you characterize it that way? It's a simple question. See, no answer. So when you make the universal statement that it's all the product of perception, you're just bullshitting. You're making a universal or global declaration which you couldn't possibly instantiate.
I had to think about it. My answer would be no. After thinking about it for a little bit.
So your self-consciousness is not categorized as creaturely, meaning it derives and depends upon the autonomous mind of God. So then your mind, therefore, because it is not categorized as creaturely, then there's only one other category that your mind could be in, and that your mind is autonomous. That your mind simply exists for whatever reason. It has actuality and functionality and intelligibility without reference to deriving and depending upon God. So there's either the autonomous mind of God, and our consciousness is derivative and depends upon God and hence creaturely, or the only other category for your consciousness would be that your mind is autonomous. Right? Are you following
my
me?
mind is autonomous, separate from God. I believe in that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, how did you determine that? How does your worldview provide a metaphysical basis for any background information so that you can talk about the intelligibility of human reason? Since it's not the mind of God, what ultimately exists that will institute and secure every instance of what is, can be, and cannot be? What would that be?
Because I don't have it scripted out. I have to think about that for a little bit. Probably like 30 minutes. Okay. I would have to think about that.
Well, here's the problem. You'll never be able to actually answer it. Because
I think I have like a starting point: duality, free will.
You're
separation.
You're not understanding. Listen, this is going right over your head. I want to know what it is that is ultimate, from which all things derive and depend. What is it that institutes every instance of what is, can be, and cannot be? Is there something that is identifiable and defensible in your worldview?
Not anymore. Not in current state. Not my current mind state.
Here's the problem then. Then when you invoke putative facts, they are therefore brute facts, okay? Because they are, hold on a second. All right. So either a fact under consideration, other than God himself, a fact will either be creaturely or a fact will be a brute fact, meaning it has no identifiable, defensible, fundamental, ultimate reason as to what or why it is, okay? So whatever putative facts you invoke, then they will constitute brute facts. Do you understand and accept what I just said?
I understand. I accept the definition for brute facts.
Okay, so the facts that you invoke, including your self-consciousness, are they ultimately brute facts?
I would say yes, because there's no definitive reason for why they should or shouldn't. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what that means is it renders whatever putative facts that you invoke as uninterpretable. And therefore, it is rendered unintelligible. Okay? Now, that's a metaphysical evaluation. You're not going to be able to get away by saying, well, I asked my local sales clerk at McDonald's to give me a cheeseburger and he understood me and we're both atheists. That's not what we're talking about.
I agree with that.
What we're talking about is, since you don't believe in God, right, and you are embracing would-be autonomy for your consciousness, then your mind cannot impose or sustain what something actually is. From that, you would be able to interpret or provide intelligibility for it. So your mind cannot impose that. It may be the case that your mind, in some way and in some sense, is able to apprehend what imposes what is, can be, and cannot be. But your mind cannot impose that. Okay, hold on.
Did he cut out?
He had some
he had to
background
go
noise.
for
I'm
a second.
going to be quiet and wait for his return because he was in the middle of talking.
You're doing great.
He should just be a second.
Think of talking points while he's away.
I have several from his definitions that you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, it's impossible to talk to him.
It's impossible if you want to convince him, but if you don't just ask a question, that's possible.
Shame at you.
What's happening, folks? My head